Top of the morning, traders, and happy Wednesday, February 25th, and welcome to the most value-packed live trading show where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. We are seeing the indexes spike, QQQ, IWM, and the Dow gapping up to open things up. They're going to be gapping up above, especially for the Qs and SPY. They're going to be gapping up above the weekly upside breaker, which means prior week's highs, and the daily upside break, which means prior day's highs. So the question becomes, do we have enough momentum off the open to continue to push? Do we pull back off the open slightly, find a nice little area to consolidate, maybe an area to bounce off of, and continue to push the upside? We'll see how all this unfolds. Going into today, guys, exercise caution. Look to trade your setups. What happened yesterday stays in yesterday. What happens today stays in today. Clean opportunities today. Okay, we're going to look for those clean opportunities and look to capitalize off those opportunities. We do have a massive gap up here, probably the biggest gap up we've seen all month. Right, or maybe the one of the biggest gap ups we've seen all month. We have that BOG all the way down here, and we're gonna open up in 5 seconds. Good morning, guys. The goal is 50 likes within the first hour. We'll do a giveaway. 50 likes in the first hour. We'll do the giveaway. All right, so we're officially open. PMH 690.74. PMH 690.74. Right off the bat, the Qs broke that PMH. The Qs broke that PMH. We're seeing some acceleration on the Qs. Again, the first couple of minutes, right, very, very volatile. So it's on us to get, again, more candles. The more candles we get, the more data we have to make those decisions. We're blasting past that PMH. See if we can hold above that PMH. Daily open, 690.19. 690.19 is that daily open. The bulls are back in town. There goes Palantir. I'll take a look at Palantir. Okay. Can we hold above? I'm keeping a close eye on that 15, guys. We are creating that nice separation away from that rejection zone. Nice separation away. There goes the Qs. Qs are on fire. Now, don't chase. If your strategy is not to trade the first 2 minutes, all you're doing is observing, collecting data collection. Okay, you're just collecting data. You're seeing how things are, how price is interacting with levels, how things are moving. You're getting some reads. Okay, PLTR. Okay, we're starting to see that nice push. We're starting to pull back, right? Back below that PML. The Dow's dumping, so we're not getting that synchronized buying. The Dow is dumping. Nice break of that, nice retest of that 130.20. Palantir continues to go. So the Dow's falling off a cliff. IWM falling off a cliff. So there's not synchronized buying. This is just the Qs lifting us up. You can see them dumping here. Okay, let me drop down to the 15. Okay, we're retesting the daily upside breakers. If IW retests that 264.14, I'll take a look at Nvidia just to see Nvidia. It does have earnings. All right, just to keep an eye on Nvidia. Nvidia did gap up as well. And we have JPM. Okay. Yeah, let's see if I can get the IWM to come into that 264 territory. 264.14. If we can come there, I'll be there for the retest. Okay, let's go back to SPY here. There goes Nvidia. Nvidia's dumping. The Qs are going to start probably following suit. So the only thing lifting us up right now, guys, is the Qs. The Dow's dumping. And we have that BOGTOG, all right? BOGTOG. Top of the gap, bottom of the gap. Good morning. Gap up, 687.35, 690.18. Good morning, Tujin. Good morning. Thank you for the update. Is this probably the biggest gap? I don't know if you have it in your journal, Elian. This might be the biggest gap of the month, right? If you can check. Maybe one of the biggest gap ups of the month. The biggest, or if not one of the biggest That's what I was thinking. Liquidity grab before it finds direction. Trump didn't talk about fighting the Supreme Court last night, so the market is like the State of the Union. Yep. I didn't watch the State of the Union, but I did do a summary. All right, I just made AI generate a summary on the State of the Union. If anyone watched the State of the Union, supposedly was the longest State of the Union in history. So, so another record broken. This 5-minute candle here can hold above that 690.74. Of course, the 5-minute orb armies on the clock next. Right, they're the first ones on the clock. 691.23 and 690.10. That's the 5-minute orb. That is the 5-minute orb. Good morning, everyone on YouTube. Poll question for today. Let us know where you're joining from, guys. Let us know where you're joining from, first-time viewers. Good morning, Seeking Wisdom. Good morning, D-Mobile to go. Poll question for today. Let's see. Poll question for today. Let's see. Do we make an all-time high? Do we make an all-time high today on SPY? Got to be specific. Today. Yes or no? Do we make an all-time high on SPY today? Yes or no? 691.23. The 5-minute orb on the Qs is 613.06. Yesterday, guys, with your help, we smashed our record of 130 likes. We did 3 giveaways. So same thing, guys. Let's get to 50 likes. We can easily get there. We got 60 people joining us on YouTube. Good morning. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Make sure you're subscribed. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Jump in our community. All right, so first 15 minutes. Okay, look at Palantir. The reason why I like to wait and not go right off the open is because if you trade individual names, right, they do a lot of pump faking. Okay, I'm keeping a close eye on IW. Keeping a close eye on IW. IW did fall below that VWAP. I'm keeping a close eye on IWM. See if there's a reclaim on IWM back above 264. 264.14. Keeping a close eye on IW for a reclaim. I'll add those contracts to my watch list. See if IW can go hammer off that level. If it continues to sell off, we'll let it sell off. Okay. So it looks like the small caps are selling off here to kick things off. I'm looking at the IW 265s. All right. Very, very small account friendly if you do trade IW. Okay, there goes SPY above. SPY is above that 5-minute orb. See if IW can hold back above that 264. Go hammer. Continue to push. See if SPY can hold above that 691.23. So the orb has been triggered on the 5-minute on SPY as well as the Qs. See if you get that hold. All right, be on the lookout for some wicks and some traps if you're waiting for that hold. Right, wait for the hold. If you're already in, your risk is defined. Just manage risk accordingly. Good morning, Nico. Good morning. We got W4K from Toronto. Good morning. Gloria from Georgia. Good morning, guys. I'm going to be waiting. I'm going to be exercising patience. I do have an area of interest down here. Area of interest here. All right. The note for today, guys, in the pre-market was, right, closing out your month strong. All right, so this is the time to start ramping down. 2 more days left in the month. If you're green this month, you have more to lose than to gain over the next 2 months, over the next 2 days. So sizing down might be the best protocol because the objective is closing that month green, right? So sometimes we take those unnecessary risks. You're so close to green, you take unnecessary risk, you get carried away, and you give a good chunk back of your profits, and then you come back the next day, you're over levered. We know how that goes, right? So do the wise thing. If you do the tremendous job this month, all right, make sure you're securing the month. Don't let 1 or 2 days lead to a give back of major profits. All right. So you have to know when to ease off the gas, when to push, when not to push. All right. And what the upside and downside is. Upside and downside is. Uh, 15-minute, we're still above that zone, of course. And we're right at that PMH. That 5-minute orb is struggling to hold. We got Glory from Georgia. Good morning. Good morning. Where else are you guys joining us from? Don't see all-time high today, but closed possibly 694.75. Closed out the money spy call. Swing. Beautiful job. Beautiful job, Lynn. Market don't care. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. IWM, no signs of life there. That's why I want that reclaim. Don't want to bounce. I want to reclaim some sort of reclaim. If you can reclaim and get back above 264.14, okay, I can entertain it. Outside of that, I'll let it do what it needs to do. VIX is still holding above that 1960. Sorry, 1860, not 19. 1860. We know that 19 level is going to be critical on the VIX, right? So as long as we're gradually making a move to the downside, we can start gradually grinding at the upside. If VIX spikes, gets to 19, that might lead to a nice little drop. We got New York. Upstate New York. A lot of people joining us from New York. Do me a favor, guys. Smash the like button. No trade so far. Smash that like button. 50 likes. We'll do the giveaway. 10:30 is the goal. And we smashed the record of 3,100 subs, guys. So I do appreciate that. We're just tackling these numbers. We're almost there, actually. Sometimes it goes up and down. So let's get that. Let's get that 3,100 psychological level as far as subs are concerned. And next goal will be 3,200. Qs are holding above that the orb, right? The 5-minute orb. Qs are the only ones that are kind of lifting us. So we're seeing a rotation out of small caps, somewhat of back-to-back movement in the Dow, but the Qs are really helping us here. Qs are lifting us up. Okay, Qs are lifting us up here. POC 680, 691.66. Keep in mind the expected move was 691.47. 691.47. That 15 looks clean. All right, the 15 looks clean. Hourly, we are directional on the hourly. Just take this off. Okay. See if this leads to a nice. Okay, and then we get some sort of reaction to the upside, or if they decide to really work their way to the jaws of that gap up, we can see a nice response in this area. So this is an area, a point of interest of mine. Multiple key levels converging. Okay. Down goes IW. Down goes IW. Down goes IW. We do have another bounce level at IW 261.98, 50% retrace to the daily. 261.98. We're right at that PMH. So if everything continues to sell off, right? If the Dow and IWs continue to sell off, and the Qs lose a little bit of that strength, right? That can be a sign that SPY starts to pull back. So far, very tight range. 5-minute orb 691.23. So let's see if we can get a nice push back above it. We have not broken that equilibrium yet. How are we doing so far, strikers? Out the money. Beautiful job, Lynn. 60%. You guys are absolutely on fire. Don't see all-time highs. I'd like to see a gap fill. That would be a huge gap fill, right? That 5-minute orb that coincides with this TOG. That would be a huge gap fill, right? That's a more than 100% opportunity. So that does coincide with the orb. To the downside, but I want to see if we can clear that area. Clear that area first. At least into G50. I think that would be a nice double-digit opportunity as well. Upwards of 60, 70%. All right. So if you're waiting for that, all you're sudden alert for is those lows down there. If you're waiting for something going into it, that's a different story, but that's what you're waiting for. So if that means you're paying close attention to how price interacts with this territory, 689.98, 690.20, and you want to see bearish activity in this area. Bearish activity in that area. If you're looking to pursue that. Those puts on IW were nice, especially after that 264.14 couldn't hold. The Qs are driving us higher. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Massive gap up on the indexes, massive gap up on SPY, massive gap up on the Qs. We're seeing, of course, the IWM pulling back. 15-minute orb is set. 15-minute orb is set. So we'll adjust this to the 15. Boom. 15-minute orb is right there. 691.41. 691.41 is the 15-minute. This would be the 5-minute here. Okay, the 5 minutes right there. The 15 will be on our striker screen. There goes the Qs, guys. There goes the Qs. There goes the Qs. Let's see if you can hold. Hold above it. Get some wave action there. We got that ripple on the orb. Ripple on the orb on the 15-minute. The Qs continue to go, guys. Qs 15-minute orb triggered. Continues to go. If we can hold above that POC 691.06, maybe some signs of life. We're at that expected move. See if we get a retest of this area. Okay, that retest of that area was nice. If we have one more retest, I'll be there. I'll be there for the wave as well. Wave or retest, I'll be there. Okay. So far, what do we know? We got this low. We got this low as well. So, of course, we're moving to the upside. Moving on up. Moving on up. So 5-minute orb, if your risk was that 50% retrace, you're probably still in. If you're getting that hold entry, that would be your trigger. 15-minute orb, you're in as well. IWM, I want IWM to reclaim 264, that same level as before. And on top of that, that 264.20, which is VWAP. If we can do that, that would be good to go. All right, so if IWM can reclaim VWAP as we get that nice little push, I'll be there for it. If SPY can get that retest, I'll be there for it as well. So now SPY is starting to work its way to the upside. Again, continues to push. That 690 close. 690 close is nice. Okay, IWM coming to that level right there. I want a nice hold above VWAP. I want a nice hold above that VWAP, hold above that PMH as well. And then we'll take IWM. We're at the yearly upside breaker, guys. Yearly upside breaker. Yearly upside breaker. See, I want that VWAP to hold. I don't want that to sit through a rejection out. VWAP. We're coming back to that 691.41 retest on SPY. I'll be there for the wave. Contracts are good. They're okay. All right, 22. IV is about 22. IV is 22. How are we doing, strikers? Orb Army. I have that level on my chart as well. Beautiful job. See if we get some follow through behind it. If you're waiting for that retest army, wave army, of course. We're on the clock off that 691.41. So there's an area I'll look to take that bounce with bullish activity. So I want IWM to clear that VWAP. Clear that VWAP, we'll be good to go. Clear that VWAP, we'll be good to go. I have that alert set. And I'll have this alert set on SPY as well. 15-minute, nice push. Now we're in the jaws of that runway. So now we're above that yearly upside breaker, and we have some room, guys. We have some room. We have some room to go. We have some room to go. See if we can come back into this territory here, guys. 691.47. Between 691.47 and 691.35. If you have aggressive risk on the orb, your risk is 691.74. XLK weekly reversal. XLK weekly reversal. XLK weekly reversal. Okay, Palantir is fueling up. Palantir reclaimed. Nice reclaim on Palantir. So the key's been the reclaims. The reclaims have been key. The reclaims have been key. So you can see if we can stretch it to here. So this area. 691.16, 691.47. That probably coincides with that bullish quad one. One price action combination that support that continued push. Looking at the 693s on SPY. See if we can come in a little bit. Come in. Come in just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, IW is starting to fuel. IW is fueling up. I'll take IW right there. I'll passively watch it. See if I can get filled on IW. I don't take IW. If you did, great job. Can get filled here. Let me cancel that order and try again. Okay, I'm in IW. I now want IW to hold, right? I'm gonna give IW a little bit of room to breathe. All right. IW is the laggard. Ideally, if you have conservative risk, you want IW to stay above VWAP, stay above that PMH as well, PML. Okay, so babysitting IW here. IWM, that is. I keep saying IW, just short form, but I'm saying IWM. So small caps. So need that hold above that VWAP. If we can do that for the next 2 minutes, that would be great. Set my risk all the way down here. Don't want to see a shooter off of VWAP start to slide. I don't want to see that on IW. Meaning we go invert a hammer off VWAP. SPY starting to come in. SPY starting to come in here. I'll give IW about 15-20%. Okay, SPY is coming into that bounce zone. See if SPY can wick. A nice little hammer on SPY. I'll take it to the upside. IW down 15. About to get stopped out on IW. Okay, let me close out IW here. Right here and go to SPY. So stop out on IW, 20. And let me focus my attention on SPY. If SPY goes hammer, I'll take this to the upside. Okay, see if I can take SPY right there. Okay, fills. Anyone else having issues with fills? Okay, SPY. I'm in SPY here. See if those waves can hold. We get that nice little retest, continue push. That would be great. Ideally, I want these levels to hold, so I'm in SPY. So stopped out on IW. And now let's see SPY, the bread and butter, comes to rescue the day. This 5-minute candle, we want that 5-minute candle to hold. Ideally, if we can hold this here, hold the structure, hold the support, we'll be good to go. If that starts to falter, then we'll get stopped out. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. We do have crude oil inventories coming at 10 o'clock. That's a yellow folder. So I want IW to get some follow through behind that VWAP reclaim. Couldn't get any follow through. Okay, we need SPY to start rocking and rolling here. See if you can pick up some speed. To the upside, I like where the VIX is. IW reversing back the downside. See if the Qs can join the party. Qs to take out 615.59. That 5-minute reversal on SPYs if it breaks these lows. All right, so just be mindful of that. $691.28. At least I don't want to close below there. Still within risk. Want the waves to hold. Down goes the Dow. Down goes the Dow. Down goes the Dow. So I don't want this to break. If this breaks, right, then we probably start falling off a cliff. Down 7, 10. Okay, I'll cut it right there. At 14. Stopped out at 14. Stopped out on IW, stopped out on SPY. So 2 stop outs. Right, so couldn't get that follow through behind that move. Tried to see if there was some more to it. Don't want to sit through a breakdown here. If we can get back above 691.47, I can rejoin the party. If it starts to wick back above it, or I can rejoin if it starts to wick, show some signs of life, I can rejoin. But I don't want to be part of that. Don't want to be part of a drop back the downside. See if we can wick here. Okay, that's a good stop out. I'll take that stop out. Because now we're starting to break this support. We're breaking the support. You can see on the 1, we're out of that box. We're going to VWAP. We're basically back. We're going to back to where we started. So I'll take that stop out. Even the IWM stop out. Granted, the IWM contracts are significantly cheaper, so you can have a little bit of a wider stop on IW if you're using less size. But stopped out first 2 trades. So no follow through behind IW. Let's see SPY. If SPY takes out these lows down here, all right, SPY takes out these lows down here, might start to pursue some of these levels, some of this runway here. And then of course everyone is waiting for that. The gap fill folks are waiting for that break of these lows down there. Again, if we can go hammer, get back above it, show some signs of life, start to correct. The Q starts to show some signs. I can re-engage. Okay. After getting stopped out, but it needs to convince me to get back in. All right, so not just a lackadaisical. lackadaisical entry. How we doing so far, guys? How we doing so far? Good morning, good morning, good morning. QQQ 45%. Beautiful job, Fido. That's nice. QQQ orb was nice. 5-minute orb locked in. 25%. My tickers are frozen on. That happened to me yesterday for some reason. So you might have to close that tab and open up a new tab. Try closing the tab and opening up a new tab. See if we get some sort of hammer here. The Qs continue to push, right? That break on the Qs is more beautiful. Looks like the Qs are leading the way. Great read, Fido, on taking the Qs. That 15 is still directional. Right, 15 is still directional to the upside. I'll just see if we can hold that enforcement. Okay. Okay, if we can set back up one more time, I don't mind re-engaging after getting stopped out. Okay, re-engage after stop out. See if you can hold. Get a nice 5-minute reversal. Break those highs. I'll get back in. Okay, I'll get back in. If we can break those highs. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm back in the calls. So second attempt. Second attempt after getting stopped out. Same setup, same idea. Okay, now let's see if we have some follow-through behind that move. I want to hold above 691.41. Okay, up 8, up 7. TP where you need to, guys. If you did take that, you have a better entry if you hit double digits. Kind of move this because that's the higher low. So need some follow-through here. Follow through. Don't like that last candle there. Still within risk. 10-15 is what I'll give it. See, buyers can start stepping in. New 15-minute candle here as well. Need some follow through here. Hold above that 691.22. This last reaction off that 691.47 wasn't favorable. But still within risk, so I'll sit through it. Did see 7-8. Okay. Go, go, go. So same setup, guys. Same setup. You can argue, hey, you could have sat through it. Right? But I don't like to sit through a break. Right? As it breaks that level, as it breaks support, I'd rather get out, reassess, re-engage. And take 2 losses rather than take 1 massive loss. So this 5-minute candle needs to start waking up, guys. We can't break these lows. Needs to start waking up. We need to get above 691.47. Hold above 691.41. I like how the Qs are going to the upside. What's really dragging us is the Dow. If the Dow can hold 492.84, that would be helpful. That 15-minute candle, we did go shooter, so we can't break these lows. Okay, down 5. Down 8. Same scenario as earlier. If we break that 690.86, I got to get out. About to get stopped out. Down 12, down 10. See if you got a relief pop off that support. If it starts to crack, stop out. Okay, stop out right there. So back-to-back stops. So stopped out again there. Did see a little bit of green there. Couldn't get any follower behind it. Wanted to see double digits. So stopped out here, stopped out there. So far, 2 trades on SPY, 2 stop outs, 1 on IWM, 1 stop out. So I'll wait until second shift for the next opportunity. If you were able to extract maybe profits off of that, maybe if you had an earlier entry, you can squeeze double digits out of it. But again, same scenario as earlier. So I don't want this thing to. Earlier was this. I didn't want that to break. So again, same thing. I don't want this to break. Same thing as earlier. So what led us to the upside was the Qs. The Qs led us to the upside. So if the Qs start to slightly falter, that's not going to be good news for SPY. If you're still within your risk, if your risk is 20%, maybe you can sit through that here. Right. If your risk is a little wider, maybe you can sit through it. But just be mindful that 680, 690, 86 is a fine line in the sand, which also coincides with VWAP. Also coincides with VWAP. So stop out, stop out, stop out. How are we doing, guys? Got stopped out as well. Again, if you're getting stopped out, let it be part of your risk. Don't let it wipe you out. Have a break at 691.70, 690, 63-ish. All right, so for first shift, okay, SPY, 2 stop outs. I'm going to lock that in for first shift and see what does take place. One thing that can maybe get me activated is this territory down here. All right, anything in between the session high, 692, and anything between 692 and 690.74. I'll look to just avoid, let the dust settle there. Right, if we can get below 690, 690.74, I can get reactivated in this area. But if we stay between these two areas, just let it play out. We're at VWAP. We're sitting at VWAP right there. Sitting right on VWAP. We're seeing that 15-minute reversal here, back to downside. See if we can hold enforcement below 680.84. So you can see it filled that runway, had a hard time getting above that yearly upside breaker, starting to push. So do we start working our way back to downside? That's the question. Do we start working our way back to the downside? How are we doing so far on YouTube, guys? How are we doing so far? How are we doing so far? If you took rejections, if you took some puts, right? If you're reading this from a bearish perspective, you're doing well. Calls, bounces off some key levels possibly. But regardless, whichever side you're on, make sure you're managing that risk. Make sure you are managing that risk. All right, 50 likes to go, guys. 50 likes before 10:30. We have 86 people joining us today. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I like those 2 stops, okay? I like those 2 stops because the stop sometimes is the best trade sometimes is where you get stopped out. On the other hand, if you're looking for that breakdown, you want to make sure that we don't bounce off that level. About 2 SPY calls meant to buy 2 puts. Yeah, that happened to me a couple this week as well. That happens to me like 3 to 5 times, maybe 3 to 5 times a month. Right, it happened yesterday as well. Yesterday happened as well. So just making sure that you have those contracts ready. Maybe creating a contract watch list helps. Nvidia's going. Palantir was a nice reclaim 130. Yeah, the only thing holding us up right now, guys, is the Qs. Everything else is dumping. So if the Qs start to dump while everything else is dumping, more than likely, right, SPY starts to dump. Right, so first to lead was the Qs. First to lead, first to bleed. First to lead, first to bleed. 9 EMA test here on the 5. Right, not a lot of data. Of course, we have that 9 EMA right there. That hammer triggers above those highs. 691.04. So now structurally we got a high, We got some highs here. We got some highs here. All those highs are higher than the previous highs. We got a low. We got a low. We got a low there. So now we have, right, we're basically in a new cycle, right? So this temporary uptrend that we did see has come to an end. So now we got a low. We got a low. We got a high. And we got a high. This breakdown here, team, this breakdown here, right at that 690, right at that 690.10 is the 15-minute orb, 30-minute orb, 5-minute orb, as well as whenever we do get that level, as well as the TOG. That level right there, this blue level right here. Let's make it large. So there's a compound break, as well as that TOG. So if you're looking to go short in that territory, you want us to clear this area, clear that 690 psychological level as well, right? And then start to push. If I'm looking to be bullish in this territory, I want to see some activity that supports that bullish. I want to see some signs that supports that bullish activity. We're below VWAP, so if you get a nice little VWAP flag under that PMH, and that VWAP. It looks like the IW, those IW stop bet was nice. That rejection off the VWAP and 264 dead upside breaker was gorgeous as well. The main thing is, the one thing you can take away from the first three trades, respect your stops. All right? Respect your stops. Don't be ashamed of being wrong. Don't be afraid of being wrong. If you're going to be wrong, don't be wrong for long. Sometimes that ends up being the best trade you take. The one you cut the trade up. The trade you cut turns out to be the best trade you take. Okay, anyone else, guys? How we doing? How we doing? Stopped up 21% IDM inputs. Very wiki action. Stopped out or your trailing stop after taking TP? Small profits, 100%, guys. This one did flash green, right? Did flash green. About 8%. I wanted to see if we can hold above that 691.47. Trailing stop. Beautiful job, Lynn. So IWM is below the 15-minute orb to the downside. So IWM is what's selling off here. Okay, the waves are waving to the downside on the one. Let's see if we can create separation between these two areas, guys. Create separation away from those two areas. 690.74 is the level that we do have. So right now we're just jammed between these two levels. We're jammed between this key level and this key zone. All right, this is where we're existing. Between that key level and this key zone. So you don't want to see a ping pong. If you're in a position, you don't want to see ping pong. If you took that breakdown, that was a nice breakdown. Waves are waving to the downside on the one. The 5-minute waves are still waving to the upside. So the way on the Qs and SPY. Okay, watch out for that hammer on the 5. Good morning, guys. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. 50 likes, we'll do a giveaway. 100 likes, we'll do another giveaway. Those are our thresholds, and 150 likes. So if we can get to 100 likes in first shift, we already had 200 people stop by. All right, that would you'll be eligible for 2 giveaways. If we can get to 50, we'll do the giveaway as well. So we're at 46 currently. We still have some time left, 17 minutes left. So if you're just jumping in, did take 3 trades, right? 2 usual trades on SPY and 1 small trade on IWM, which I got stopped out on. All 3 trades stopped out. All the trades, 2 of the 3 trades, there was no profit that was available. One of the trades we did see 7-8%, but nothing to lock in. I wanted to see double digits. All right, so far we did see a nice gap up, major gap up across all the indexes. Looks like the Qs are falling off a cliff after gapping up. They fell back below prior day highs. They fell. They're back, but they're headed towards that 50% retrace, right? At 261.98. Qs are still above, well above the prior day highs. SPY is still slightly above prior day highs. The Dow fell back below prior day high, daily upside breaker, right? So it's a mixed bag. Mixed bag meaning, right? One is synchronized buying, synchronized selling means all of the indexes are relatively doing the same thing. And so when I say synchronized buying and synchronized selling, it means all four are relatively doing the same thing. They're moving relatively in the same direction. That's one scenario. The other scenario is rock in a hard place. All right. So what happens is all four of them are doing different things at different times, and generally there's divergence between the Dow, SPY, and the Qs. So in that scenario, right, not synchronized buying, synchronized selling, but rock in a hard place, SPY gets caught in between. All right, SPY gets caught in between. All right, SPY gets caught in between. Okay, nice rejection off that PMH and the VWAP. We're just slightly under VWAP. We did give up VWAP, so that's a significant drop below VWAP. See if we can stay below it. We'll put VWAP 1 on the chart. I don't like the band, don't like the line 1, line this. We'll make this light blue. So you can see the difference between VWAP 1 and VWAP 2, 690.10, 691.10, and 690.82. There's a big difference. There is a big difference. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, guys. We're a couple of subscribers away from 3,100. That was the goal. Let's smash 3,100. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. Right now, SPY is just trading in this indecisive territory. We are seeing Nvidia pushing prior to earnings. It's above that 190 psychological level. We're starting to see JPM move to the upside as well. Okay. Snapchat is about to break. It did break. United Health. That was like that day 2 continuation. Google on reclaim watch. Back above 312.21. Similar to what happened with Palantir. SoFi had that massive push above those prior day highs. Okay, now SoFi is at 1919. And you can see, guys, on the 15, look at all the indexes, okay? So the IWM is back at the 50% retrace of the week. SPY is headed towards that weekly upside breaker. Qs are headed towards 50% retrace of the hourly. All right, so this sell-off began with small caps. So small caps led the way to the downside. We saw the Qs pushing to the upside initially. That lifted up SPY, but right off the bat, everything else was selling off. Right off the bat, everything else was selling off. So 13 minutes away from second shift, 13 minutes away from second shift. And we'll see how things unfold. IW is at a very interesting place here. Right after that major sell-off, that 50% retrace of the weekly, and that 200 EMA. That 50 EMA on the hourly, along with the 200 EMA. If that can hold, at least maybe a dead cat bounce off that level. On IW. Now look at this. Look at these candles, guys. Between this area, very, very ping pong ball. Ping pong ball, to say the least. The 5 minute is trying to go hammer here. 5 minutes trying to go hammer. off the 5-minute waves. Off the 5-minute waves, trying to go hammer. If you're trying to play that hammer, be mindful of that VWAP, be mindful of that PMH. You need that reclaim of that PMH and the VWAP. A new 15-minute candle here, guys. New 15-minute candle. This hourly candle is starting to look like a shooter. So we have a new hourly candle, top of the bottom of the hour candle coming up in 11 minutes. Bottom of the hour candle coming up in 11 minutes. Extended trading hours hourly candle is inside. That's the top of the hour. See if we get a nice little break here. This already broke down, so we'll take that off. So we're seeing these highs, right? High, high, high. All those highs so far are lower highs. So the selling can continue as long as this structure holds. Once we get above VWAP 2, 690.81, get above 690.74 decisively, we might see a nice push outside of that. As long as this holds, we don't break out, more than likely the selling continues and things start getting interesting down here. So if you're looking to take that breakdown, get yourself prepared, define your risk. Right, so for instance, if you have a little more aggressive risk with the orb, that's what your risk reward would look like. All right, so define the entry model you want to take. Define those things. It's giving you time. It's giving you time. And of course, the target can be, if it does break, as you're taking those profits, it can start to work its way to that 50% retrace, which is all the way there. All right. strong hold and close. The ripple army, you take the ripple, means the first initial interaction with that level. Retest, pullback, all those different things you want to look for. So if you're in the pullback camp, if you're in the retest camp, you need to break cleanly. And then now you have to do your price action due diligence, right, after it breaks. And it continues. So again, that's the 30-minute, 15-minute, 5-minute, all those orbs. And this entire thing is the gap. All right, that's one half of the gap. I like to break my gaps into sections, right? 2 pieces. So this is one part of it, and there's the next part. So if I'm playing a gap fill, I never play the whole fill. I play it piece by piece. Play it piece by piece. Okay, piece by piece. If you're looking for that upside push, so you get a nice break, reclaim above that 690.74. Decisive reclaim. That 9 EMA on the 5 holds. Get continued follow through above 690.77. So those are the two things that exist at the current moment. Everything in between is just back and forth. Everything in between is just back and forth. Good morning, guys. If you're just joining, we're live trading SPY. SPY is on the verge of making a big move. So we'll see which way it does go. So put in the chat. Did SPY break out? Did SPY break out or did SPY break down? Let's get your thoughts in the chat. Breakout or breakdown? Breakout or breakdown? If I get interrupted by work call, at least I have some profit on Netflix moving beautiful. Netflix starting to move. Stopped out twice. Good. Those stops are good. Manage risk accordingly. So in the meantime, it's just chopping. So you have to be patient. In the meantime, it's just chopping. Chop, chop, chop. Okay. And if it starts to break, that 5 minute as well. All right, that's the runway. Back into the expected upside move. Let's see who's joining. VWAP is at that 690.80. Okay, so the Qs are doing similar to the same thing. Nice bounce off the 5 minute wave. Nice bounce off that 5 minute wave. See if there's some follow through. See if we can at least hold above this level. Can we hold above that level? Can the bulls get this thing to hold? Can the bulls get this thing to hold? Can it get it to hold? I'm so nervous. My first day here. Just take a breather. How long have you been trading? Smita Patel. The nerves are going to be something you get used to, right? One way to mitigate the nerves, especially if you're a beginner trader, use the least amount of size possible. Right? Use the least amount of size possible. It is nerve-wracking, right? Especially when things are moving, right? But over time, you'll learn to work under pressure, right? Pressure is a privilege. Best way to mitigate the nerves is to use the least amount of size. Your nerves are going to be tied to the amount of size you're using. So if you're uncomfortable, more than likely be a little more nervous. And that's maybe a defense mechanism your brain uses. Maybe it's sensing danger, right? VWAP strong, 690.80. 690.80. See if that VWAP can hold. Whipsaw candles here on the one. So you get some follow through here. Hold above here, so you get a hold above there. The Qs are starting to move on the 5. SPY's moving on the 5, but let's just zoom out to the 5 for a quick second, guys. Again, very wicky. You see the wicks down there, wicks up there. This is what we're saying right here. All right. Can it hold above 690.77? We triggered it, but failed to hold enforcement. We triggered it, but it's failed to hold enforcement. Let me move this here for a second. Okay. So it's moving, okay. ETH, MU's up 3%, Hood is up 2%, Palantir up 3%, Nvidia up 1.7%, Netflix up 4%, close to 4%, AMD flat, Amazon up 1%, Tesla up 1.4%, Walmart down. I should say Apple flat, AMD flat. Okay, Google. Let's take a look at Google. Let's Google the one. Okay, we're getting a nice break there. Very similar action on Google, very similar action to SPY. Okay, so SPY is starting to break here. All right, we're going to second shift in a couple of minutes here. Second shift is upon us. So again, the bulls were able to get price back above 690.74. See if you can hold above that. Hold above that PMH. And now, do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough fuel to lead us back above the expected moves highs and, of course, the yearly upside breaker? So going into second shift, I'm going to pay attention to those highs. Close attention to these highs. And the lows. Palantir is shaking and baking. Palantir is above the hourly, headed towards that 50% retrace of the yearly, weekly, not yearly. Over that back and forth here, Firefly. Yeah, this is very, very choppy. Were you trying to anticipate that drop, or I know you like to wait for the 5 minute orb. It didn't trigger to the downside yet. So if you do feel like you're spinning, the best thing, I know it's easier said than done, right, is just to take a step back. Right, take a step back. Right, because once we start spinning as traders, right, it's very hard to stop spinning. And the only way sometimes we stop is when everything is completely wiped out. Right, just let's take a step back. Try to gather, and if you're beyond your max loss, take the lessons from the day and see how you can make those improvements. Yeah, so tomorrow you'll bounce back. You're a phenomenal trader. Some of the trades you've been catching have been tremendous. It's just sometimes when we get into the habit of trying to anticipate front run and we get this hand dealt, it's very easy to overtrade this territory. Even myself, I got stopped out here, 2 shots. So first shift, took 3 trades, 1 on IWM, 2 on SPY. All 3 got stopped out. So second shift, we'll look to make take the same setups, not any real adjustments to make, just high quality setups. What happened in first shift, we'll let that stay in first shift, and second shift, we'll look to execute off the best opportunities. We have the yearly upside breaker ahead of us, 691.55. We have the expected move to the upside as well. If we just take a look at our 15-minute chart, we can see we're making some strides above this area. So above that rejection zone, we did get into this initial runway, right? This initial runway, we did utilize that runway. We have runway above that if we're going to continue to expand. So now the question is, does that break of that PMH, does that break of reclaim of VWAP, does that nice reversal combination on the price action on the 5 lead us? Does it fuel us to get above those highs and continue to push? If it does, right, above first shift highs, right, I want a clear separation away from it. There's possibly a retest opportunity up there. But in this case, you're not buying low, selling high. You're buying high, selling higher. So I want to see how we interact with the highs from 9:30 to 10:30, right? So do we get that nice little bounce continue to go? Or do we get nice little trappy action? And this trappy action, I don't have to ride it all the way here. This trappy action can be a trap, but it can just be a higher high that leads into a potential higher low. So even if you're trying to use that, if you're looking for trappy activity up there, to get the contracts on a dip, you still have to wait for that break of that high. All right. And we're moving 66 cents per 5-minute candle. All right, 66 cents per 5-minute candle. Significantly lower than the past. We've been moving 90, $1 per 5 minutes. Now we're dropping. All right. To put it simply, in this area, guys, we can't see a lot of chop. Okay, this can be a chop shop in this area. So be mindful. Wait for your setups. Try not to anticipate front run. If you're looking for a break, get a clear break. Define your risk prior to entry. If you're looking for a retest, wait for the retest. Because even these longs, if you're long and you're holding to target, you don't take profit. Look at that, guys. Vanishes. Okay, vanishes. And now this level is more important because that's also first shift lows. That's also first shift lows. That's an ugly trap, guys. Ugly bull trap. Nasty, nasty, nasty. If you're a scalper, you can make something out of this. There's more than enough room for you to capitalize off of. If you're a hold to target type of trader, right? Maybe you saw 15, 20, 30, and then whoosh, disappears. Nice engulfer on the 5. Nice engulfer on the 5 here. See if there's some bearish engulfing candle. Some follow through behind it. Keep in mind, initially coming into this territory, it is somewhat of support. So we're going to have to use more data, right? We're going to have to use more areas of confluence to get that break. If you're still waiting for this setup from earlier, you're still on hold. I will wait for that setup. If it comes to fruition, I'll be there for it. I would like to see synchronized selling. If I'm going to take the break and hold, or the break, I would like to see us stay below VWAP, knowing that we're coming into support. See if no buyers step in that territory. So we have that daily open. We have that TOG. We have that weekly upside breaker. We have that 690 psychological level. We have the 15-minute. We have the hourly. We have the 30-minute. We have the 5-minute orb. And we have first shift lows. Okay, this is a rare time where we have that many things converging in one area. That many things converging in one area. How we doing, strikers? Dave Lowe, my lesson is don't trade SPY on Nvidia earnings. I debated in my head earlier if I should have paper traded today because of Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia is going to have an impact, guys. Everything's going to be on standby. Nvidia is somewhat of a catalyst. It's not a trap. Orb 15 did not trigger. Absolutely. So if you're in the orb army, the only time you can squeeze something out of that push to the upside, that initial first push, there was no retest. If you took it 3 times, maybe one of the 3 times worked in your favor, 2 stop outs. This would not be considered a trigger that 15. This would be a reclaim of that PMH, break, continue push. Okay. What platform are you using now? I see flip between TradingView, what I'm seeing now. I'm using TradingView. This is TradingView. I'm using TradingView. This is TradingView. TradingView and Webull. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. 50 likes. We'll do the giveaway at 11 o'clock. All right, let's get to 3,100 subs. Next goal is 100 likes. We have 96 people joining us. That's a record. I think that's a record, guys. 96 people joining us. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our team. Beautiful job, Sancho. 1-day DTE, 2-day DTEs. You've been crushing those. Main thing is, guys, protect your month. Protect your month. Okay. It's the last few days of the month. You have more to lose than to gain. So if you're looking to go short here, you need that clear break of that support. This is support coming into it. Whether we like it or not, this is support coming into it. So front running, unless you're in a position maybe off of that drop, front running, support, right, is tough. If you're waiting for the break, define it. This is an idea for us to capitalize off of that gap. In this case, what we want to see the VIX continue to push. We want to see the Qs potentially work their way to VWAP. We want to see continued sell-off on IW. And we want to see the Dow continue to get a hold below 492.09. All right? Hold below 492.09. We got 97 people joining us. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Like. And subscribe if you haven't already. We have 63% of the people on YouTube saying that we're not going to make an all-time high today. 38 believe we're going to make an all-time high today. So fairly straightforward poll question today. So we went bearish engulfing on the 1, on the 5, on the 15. Okay. So you get nice little. If you feel more comfortable taking further dated contracts, take those further dated contracts. It buys you some time. You can sit through a little more back and forth. Let this 15-minute candle settle. See where it closes. You see that 15-minute candle. If this 15-minute candle closes below these lows, below these wicks, that would mean that those sellers have overcome the buyers here. Okay, below those wicks, that means the sellers have overcome the buyers, and now that can prime them to get that drop into the jaws of that gap up from this morning. So keep a close eye on if we can overcome all the buyers here. Okay, our waves are waving to the downside on the 1. See if you get a nice little flag break. On the 1, let me take this one off. A 5-minute shooter. See a nice 5-minute shooter break as well on the 5. It's testing your patience today, guys. Patience will be tested. Patience will be tested today. Patience will be tested. We're starting to see the Dow pick up some steam back above that 432.09, which is the orb. Not the orb, the PML. Okay, we're starting to speed up. Level 2, time and sale starting to speed up. Palantir is running away, guys. It looks like Palantir was the one. Take a look at PLTR. It's above 130. All right, this entire area, it's going to be tricky to trade here, guys. Of course, if it has enough momentum, you can make the argument for that reclaim once again, get back above VWAP, right? Back and forth, forth and back. JPM is starting to move. What else? United Health starting to move. Snapchat, not much. Google still relatively flat within that hourly. Bitcoin, we're seeing ETF, ETHA. ETH starting to move up 7%. MU starting to see some signs of expansion. It's still within prior day's range. Robinhood, nice break above prior day's range. Palantir. Okay, see Palantir. Palantir is the one pullback on Palantir. So on a day like this, individual names were nice. At least this structural break of this flag can possibly be an early entry. That structural break of that flag, early entry. All right, again, going into support, see if you get that structural break. If you're waiting for the break 690.10, continue to wait. We're still below VWAP. Can someone pull up the Nvidia contracts? I want you guys to look at the IV. Look at the Nvidia contracts and look at the IV. And yesterday we said the IV will start to work its way to 150. Right? So we said that yesterday. Let's take a look. I didn't take a look at it yet. Okay, 95. Okay, it's going to start getting higher. You'll start seeing Nvidia IV start getting higher. It's at almost at 100%, 90% now, 95% now. And now you'll start to see it gradually increase. We'll start checking on it every now and then. You'll start to see it gradually increase. Okay, we have a new 15-minute candle here, guys. New 15-minute candle. New 5-minute candle. We continue to go back and forth. Netflix continues to go. That was on the weekly watch. JPM. So Netflix is going to set up for next week. My swing traders. Next week, Netflix will be very interesting. If you're that early entry, of course, did come in a really nice break on Tesla, WMT. Nothing there. Walmart. Okay. Google, Exxon. Exxon starting to sell off. Disney still inside. Okay. Keep a close eye on Palantir pullback. Palantir is working its way to that 200 EMA. Can we 200 hourly EMA? We can't get some pushback on Palantir. Keep a close eye on Palantir. Between that 133.17, 134.15. As it approaches that 200 EMA. So Palantir is one of the ideas this morning. What is this red icon? Look at that, guys. No real-time data for daily based intervals. Our tech teams are investigating the issue with high priority. Wow. Looks like it's real-time to me so far. So be careful. Does anyone else have that notification on their chart? So TradingView charts are having issues. TradingView charts are having issues, breaking news. All right. So let me know if anyone else has that alert, that message on their chart. My first time seeing that. I like to put in the chat just for documentation purposes. Let's get caught up. Data eats premium like a starving puppy, so I have to overstay my beautiful. And that's a great adjustment you made, Sancho. Beautiful job, 9%. 23% view up rejection. I think everyone's waiting for Nvidia numbers. I feel like I wonder if we're going to sit here all day. It's very possible, right? Meaning we gravitate back towards this. This could potentially be a magnet day as well. All right, this could potentially be a magnet day as well. Right, we grab these low, we drop a little bit, maybe grab these lows, push away, only to return to this territory. If we continue to have this kind of action, we might see a magnet day. I don't have, this is why November 24 to 28. Those days did not have any tricks. right? You need to print that and put it on your wall, right? Going from that Sancho to where you are now, right? And if you have everything documented, everything in your journal, it's a tremendous, tremendous adjustment. If you can get through that, you can get through anything. All right, if so far it's real time, it's 49, right? So far the data is real time. I'm also looking at SPY on a Webull chart here as well. The Webull chart is good. The reason why I don't like it is because it's hard to do those illustrations. All right, it's hard to do the technical. It's not as friendly, user friendly, just for me. Okay. What platform are you using? Okay, we're officially at 101 concurrent viewers, guys. If you're a first-time viewer, a lot of you might be first-time viewers. Let us know where you're joining from. Make sure to smash the like button. We are going to do a giveaway here in just a minute, 11 o'clock. Put your names in the chat. Netflix trigger the weekly. Congrats, Lynn. If you're in that still. And you've been stalking Netflix since last week. So a new 15-minute candle here, guys. I don't like Webull as much as well, 100%. We're getting that nice structural break here, okay? Follow through, follow through, follow through. If you're going to go further out, that's fine. But just don't get caught up in this mess, guys. Don't get caught up in this mess. This back and forth, caught up in the mess. I did take 2 trades on SPY already. Small trade on IWM stopped out. Regular trades on SPY. Two stopped out. I like those setups, just got stopped out. And I like those stops as well. So even if I engage, say if I get stopped out once, that setup presents itself again, right? I'm not going to widen the risk. All right, I'm just going to keep it the same. And if it gets stopped out again, stopped out. That 15-minute, again, if we can close below these lows down here, there's a lot of buyers here. Okay, a lot of buyers stepping up, and they're not going away anytime soon. So this is an opportunity for both participation groups, right? So it means it can go either way. So one camp, of course, right? If it's going to be a magnet type of day, right? We can get that grab of those lows, acceleration back the upside, gravitating back towards somewhat of the middle of the range, right? So if you're looking for an expansion type of profile, what you're asking for is for this to be the point where everything breaks down, to go away from what we've been doing. So we've been trapping everywhere. So again, going short, be very, very careful. Make sure you have a good entry. Make sure you use confirmation, because this is first shift lows. The more I'm seeing this action, the more appealing that grab becomes. All right. But anything in between, I'll just stay clean. I'll just sit on my hands. I'll sit on my hands. How are we doing so far on YouTube, guys? So it's days like this. The way you navigate days like this determine where you are at the end of the month, where you are at the end of the week, where you are at the end of the quarter. Days like this, right? Meaning, if you are getting stopped out, you're not getting frustrated, you're not moving your risk, you're not over trading, because this is very easy to overtrade. Very easy to overtrade. You're right for a little bit, then you're wrong. Right? It slips, it drops, it goes, it pops. So far, we're trading below VWAP. See, now the Qs are working their way to VWAP. Qs are working their way to VWAP. Qs are working their way to VWAP. Q. Let's see. Okay, so this high is significant. All right, so we'll go with something like this. So this pattern for my chartologist or technicians, chartology, right? The study of price charts, the science of price charts. Okay. Is this a bullish or bearish formation, right? In a textbook definition, right? If this pattern played out to a T, if that support doesn't hold, we can fold. If that pattern doesn't hold to a T, if it doesn't hold, we can fold. All right, giveaway at 11 o'clock. Put your names in the chat. Names in the chat. Let's get the likes up. 100 likes. We can hit that by 11:30. We'll do another giveaway. First time viewers, let us know where you're joining from. Too much support for buyers. Let me check back on Palantir. See if Palantir can gravitate back towards some levels. Let me snatch this up real quick. So we're still in the jaws of the 5-minute wave. So this is the engulfing candle on the 5. See if we can get below it. See if we can get below it. See if we can get below that and start to work our way to the downside. Be mindful, there's a lot of support down there. So let's see if we get that break. Okay, do we break or do we? This breakdown is a nice early entry. Do we break or do we hold? Okay, I need to grab my charger for my phone. Either way, use less size, guys, if you need to. Where are we? Okay, yeah. So keeping a close eye on Palantir for a pullback. See if we can pull back into that 134.05 territory. So coming into it, this is support. So we're going to need more supporting evidence to break that support. If you took this earlier entry, that breakdown below it, possibly. What does help, guys, is the fact that the VIX, the fact that the Qs are breaking that VWAP. That does help. If we can stay below VWAP, that does help. That does help our case because its primary push to the upside, right, is fueled by the Qs. It's not fueled by anything else. And we're starting to see a nice flag on IW. Okay, see if that flag can hold on IW. If it can break, might be something there. If the Qs quickly bounce off of VWAP, there'll be nothing there. And we can see the VIX, right, is not doing much. Everything is basically on standby. Standby for Nvidia, basically. That's the protocol. The bulls already did their job I would say the bulls already did their job. Even the bears, right? So one day sell, one day buy back up. We're basically back to outside of that massive gap up this morning. We're basically back even. If that IWM breakdown plays out, I'll be there for it. All right, a little overextended. If IWM starts to reclaim 263.20, we'll be on potential reversal watch. right? Breakdown. There can be a little more left on that sell-off. If it starts to use the support, reclaims 50% retrace the week, it can start showing some signs of life back the upside. Look at the Qs, guys. Qs bounce off VWAP. So support held. Nice engulfer under 5. See if you can hold above VWAP here. We're going tit for tat, engulfer for engulfer. Fueled by the Qs. So the Qs are giving us the reads. So this has not come to fruition yet. So we'll put it here. Now the question becomes, can we hold above these highs here? All right, can we hold above those highs for the reclaim? Can we hold above those highs for the reclaim? IW, I'm looking at the 262s. If we do get that break. $15-minute possible reversal on SPY as well. All right, look at the 15-minute candles. All right, boom, boom, boom. So this support zone, buyers really held this up. Okay. Now we're starting to break out. As we're breaking out across the board, see if IW can reclaim that 50% retrace of the week. If it can, there might be some room to the upside. And look at that, guys, just like that. You see that? How quickly that took? Look at that. That's a trap. You see that? That's a shake. That's a shakeout candle. Typically, that shakes everyone out and then goes. So we're seeing manipulation at its finest. It's pretty cool. Is that your own dashboard you created, Detour? I was looking for price under 690.21-ish for the bounce. Yeah, this bounce was nice, right? We see multiple bounces. It is support, daily open. If you're waiting for the breakdown, there's no breakdown here. All right, so if you try to front run it, maybe get stopped out. But again, no front running. Just wait for the break, clear break of that support. All right. If you don't get the break, then support is support. Is that what platform is that? What platform is that? Yeah, I was thinking of getting some sort of flow provider for our Discord. They have Flow Algo out there. They have Trady Ticks. They have Black Box. Main thing is, team, I don't want anyone to get hurt in this territory. All right. So, yeah, giveaway. Put your names in the giveaway, guys. I did say 11 o'clock, so let's roll up the giveaway wheel. If you can stay safe during this time, meaning you're just taking the risk, taking those losses that are defined within your risk, you'll be okay. Just don't blow up in this area. If you're finding your stride, you're taking advantage of some opportunities in either direction. If you're green, stay clean. So far, I did take a handful of trades. All 3 trades stopped out. One on the Dow, one on, not the Dow, one on IWM, 2 on SPY. This is a Cheddar. Okay, Cheddar flow. Get Black Box again. So I'll get one of those for the group. Maybe include it in the plan as well. So one of these days we'll get one of those. See profit, take profit. Don't be wrong for long is the absolute motto today. See profit, take profit. Don't be wrong for long. All right. What you'll start to find out is if you're a person who takes profit prematurely, right, even if it's high single digits, all right, there's very few times where you'll lose. Of course, those losses come, but you'll have something to show for it. Even if you're wrong, IW does look interesting here. IW keeping an eye on the 262s. All right. Let's see if IW can continue to drop. I like how IW is looking. See if you can hold below that low and break it on the 5. I'll be there for IW. Get that nice little pop, and then if it breaks, I'll take IW. I like to trade IW with less size, so I can sit back and just kind of watch it. Looking at the 262s. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm in the IW puts. Okay, IW puts. See if we can just sit back and let this kind of cook while we look for SPY. TP wherever you need to if you did take this. Manage accordingly. Know where your risk is. See if I can get something to work in my favor here. IW, as long as I don't get it closed back above 50% retrace of that weekly, I'll sit through it. So I'll give it about a 20%, 25% buffer. So second attempt on IW. So it's either we continue to drop or it's overextended to the downside and we start to pop. So I'll find out how that plays out. SPY is back above 50% retrace. Not 50% retrace, the PMH. So IW wanted to stay below. No close back above this territory. See if there's some follow through behind that drop. So I have the entry off of those lows. So I can sit in some drawdown. Right, got the breakdown entry as opposed to the rejection entry. The rejection, the bounce rejection entry is the one where you'll see the least amount of drawdown. So I got that breakdown entry. So let's see if we can get some continued follow through on IW. Might be a little too far from VWAP to incorporate that in risk. But preliminarily, I'll look at here. See if you can stay below here. See if we can stay below there. Down 10, down 11. Can't seem to get anything going today. Where is the arrow icon? We use this arrow icon. Okay. So no close back above this. Close back above it, then we get stopped out. We're starting to see a nice push on the Dow. Dow starting to push. 15 minutes still up for grabs for IW. It did trigger the upside, but it is starting to bounce off those lows. So a really interesting plays here for IW. If you're looking for the reclaim, you're on the other side of the 50% retrace. All right, if you can get above 50% retrace, then we'll start to 50% retrace of the weekly, then we'll start to work its way to the upside. The fact that SPY is kind of breaking out doesn't help the case. Okay, put your names in the chat, guys. Names in the chat. Names in the chat. We'll do the giveaway. Do you use live on Tube channel? Okay, let me get started off. I am so nervous for the year. I got the message and first time I saw it. Do you use live chat on YouTube channel? I use all of the live chats. I have priority to the Discord live chat, of course. All right, so names in the chat. Names in the chat, guys. Names in the chat. We'll do the giveaway. Now we got Beck. We have Poppy. We have Henry. We have Newman. Critical candle here for IW. Need that rejection. If it goes candle over candle. Again, close again, stopped out. Second time on IW. So needed to start pushing off those waves. We have Rayner. SPY's starting to wake up here. Okay, SPY's starting to wake up. IW starting to wake up. We have Gloria. I'll continue to put the names. Let me just see SPY here. IW about to get stopped. So no follow through there. Okay, SPY is headed towards 691.47. Nice breakout. We got to close above 50% retrace of the weekly. We can start to see those buyers stepping in, and that can be some sign of a pushback the upside. So that will be my line in the sand. My line in the sand will be right there. Right, if the SPY can start to reject off that 691.47, that can help our case. All right. So ideally, if SPY can stay below there, that can possibly help it. All right, that's why those breakdown entries sometimes, if it doesn't work in your favor, you can sit through some drawdown. If you get those pops and drops, ideally those entries, you can sit in the position a little more comfortably. So what I need in this case is I want to see a shooter. So shooter, that might come rescue the day, invert a hammer on IW. Right, for this to get back to break even, more than likely we need to get below 260, 277. Okay, get back below 263. Nice little break on SPY, but it's still within this chop range, right? Still within that chop range. Okay, looks like my mouse battery almost died. So I have to make sure I have extra batteries. It's starting to fade. Last thing I need is my mouse battery to die. All right. So IW will continue to babysit in IW. All right, on the verge of getting stopped. Let me continue to put in the names. So I don't want to close back above it. Okay, so where was I? Rayner. Okay. Okay, so we go Rayner. Okay, where was I? We got no Henry. Rayner. Okay, there we go. So let's see if we get that nice little drop on IW. Did see a minus 20, 30%. close to 30%. But that's part of the defined risk, right? So if you define your risk, you know what you're sitting in. So I need that follow through behind that drop. I need that follow through behind that rejection. Okay. Brian B. Still down 20. And if someone got that entry off that rejection, this rejection, you're in the green. Right? If you have an entry off that retrace reject and you're using the view up as your risk, you're probably seeing green right away, as opposed to that breakdown entry. Okay, so we're caught up there, and then we go all the way to Beck. Okay. See if IWM can break down here. Orlando. So we need that 2 up, 2 down reversal here. Michelle, Brandon. That retrace reject was a significantly better entry. Gloria, we're talking about IW. Mim. Tim, Dan. Anyone in Discord want to jump in the giveaway? Let me know. Tom. SPX. Bella F. So you can see Theta had some impact on those contracts. And guys, it's not good. I think my mouse battery is starting to fade. Uh-oh. All right, give me 1 second. All right, so mouse, I got to go look for a battery. And on top of that, my phone is dead as well. So IW, let me charge my phone as well. I'll be right back. In the meantime, pay attention to SPY. The screen is stuck on the wheel. So 1 second. Let's see if I can pull up the batteries. All right, let's see. All right, so give me a second, guys. Apologies for the technical issues. Let me go find a battery. Okay, I'm back. I had to get my backup mouse. All right, it's always good to have batteries, but this mouse is significantly slower. Right, it's not as fast. I have a hyper mouse as the other one, so you might be a little slower. So, moral of the story is always have a backup mouse. Okay, so make some space. This is a very slow mouse. This is a wired mouse. IW again, it's either make or break. Make or break, close above that high, get stopped out, get that breakdown, see some green. Okay, so Bella F, Joy, Kareem, Nima, Tim S. Anyone else want to join? Let me know. Put your name in the chat. Let's take a look at SPY real quick. Man, this mouse moves at a snail's pace. Again, nice rejection on SPY. That supports IWM slide to the downside. All right. Still an IWM. Let me see if I can fix this here. See if SPY can get below that 690.74. 690.74. Wow, this mouse is... Once you're used to that hyper mouse, guys, this manual mouse is atrocious. Break even today. Break even is beautiful. Reach 5 trades intraday today. Again, if you have a limit to your trades, cap it off there. Okay, Bev absolutely got you this time. I missed you a couple of times, Bev, so make sure I have you in there this time. Okay. See if you can break down here. So we'll do the giveaway here shortly, 11:30. Still not IWM. All right, make or break type of setup. Ideally, what will help is, of course, the break below PMH on SPY will help IWM, will help us. That's selling pressure. What did I do there? So that entry on IWM, right? Right rationale, poor entry. So ideally, when you want those entries, you get the rejects off the waves, rejects off the key levels. My entry was all the way down here, so far away from the key level. So when you're far away from key levels, right, you can't get the retests as a potential. You can't sit through any retests, right? Even though if it does fade. Okay, a nice bounce off that PMH. This PMH needs to break down for the IWM to start to slide. Tyler C. Okay, I'll put your names in, guys. So we'll let IWM cook here. So no close back above 50% retrace on IW. So that's the importance of entry. Entry, entry, entry. SPY, looking to take the trade down here. Down here or up there. So in the meantime, IW is what's going to keep us preoccupied. And I'll watch it passively. Okay, so more names. Okay. We got Bev after Bev. We got Tim S. We got Tyler C. Again, guys, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you like the video. 100 likes, we'll do another giveaway. Currently babysitting IWM here. Okay. Let me just go locate my charger real quick. And keep a close eye on SPY's 690.74 level. Okay, we're back. So always if you use wireless mouse, if you have a home setup, right, having extra batteries. I did have a pack of batteries that looks like I went through them. I had to get new batteries. Having a backup mouse, always important. All right, so these small things matter. These small things matter. So we'll do the giveaway at 11:30. IW starting to catch a bid. See if it's enough to drive us higher. How we doing, strikers? That last pump might get IW stopped out. That break below 690.74 is going to be crucial. We're getting close. Again, we don't want any closes above that 50% retrace of the week. That's when the reversal traders start jumping in. Okay. Reversal traders start jumping in there. Don't want to get caught in a reversal. Okay, I'll close it there for minus 42. So stopped out in IW. So that's been that type of day, guys. Four trades, all four stop outs. Okay. So I will look for maybe one or two more trades on SPY associated with these levels here and these levels there, and just wait for that. All right. Higher probability opportunities. If not, I'll get stopped out. I'll be done for the day. So no position currently. My last position was IWM, and stopped out on IWM. Because that now it's starting to reverse back the upside. So if you're on reversal watch, 50% retrace, 50% retrace in the weekly reclaim was nice. SPY, again, this is chop zone and SPY. This entire zone is chop zone. It can go either way. The best way to approach the chop zone is if you can have your entries near the key levels. Right? Entries, ideas associated with the key levels, you'll have a better chance. But regardless of that, it is a chop zone. See if we can break above those highs, or do we go triple top? Or do we go triple top? How are we doing, strikers? How are we doing? How are we doing? How are we doing? SPY is starting to pick up some speed. VIX continues to push the downside. See if VIX can break down below those lows. Maybe if SPY peaks above 691.47, continues to push. And we'll do the giveaway here in 4 minutes. In 4 minutes. Okay, coming to that key level. Coming to that key level, SPY is putting up a stretch of 3 15-minute candles. The Qs are looking to go 2-1-2 on the 15. All of them are still inside on the hourly. Keep that in mind. Still inside on the hourly. IW starting to reverse, so good cut. IW is at a VWAP. IW is at VWAP. So in the case for the next trade that I do take, I'm not looking to get 70, 80% return. I'm looking to do the usual. Right? A lot of times, oftentimes traders, when they take a loss, a couple of losses, on the very next trade, they put that pressure and try to make everything back. You just try to take it piece by piece. Okay, piece by piece. So despite the movement, it looks like we're still riding these waves. Still riding these waves. We're coming to the orb, 691.41. See if we have enough room above that to push into 692. That's about 59 cent runway into first shift highs. Okay, 59 cent runway, 15-minute engulfing. 15-minute engulfing. In that case, what would help is, of course, if the VIX breaks below those lows, breaks out of that box. VIX breaks down out of that box, means it breaks those lows, continues to push. More than likely, that can give us a chance to break out of our box on SPY. Right? This box here. Okay, this box here. Sometimes with the hyper mouse, you get spoiled with the speed. I mean, when you get a regular mouse, you realize how slow it is. If we can hold above that 691.41, we can continue to push. We need the break of those highs, break of those lows on the VIX. Okay. Okay, we're above the orb there. A giveaway in a minute or so. We're going to do the giveaway here shortly. So 15-minute orb camp. So this is a third attempt above the orb. The orb closely aligns with the expected upside move. So let me take this off so you can see. Expected upside move. Okay, see if you can hold. See if you can hold, get above that 691.51. That bounce was nice off that reclaim and bounce off PMH was gorgeous. Okay. Wave starting to wave. I'll be there for the wave. I'll give it a second attempt off that wave. If you're in the ripple, if you trade the orb until 12, 11:30, you're in the ripple pot potentially. This has room into that 691.55 initially. And of course, first shift high is 692. So take it piece by piece. Excuse me, piece by piece. So we're starting to see everything rally to the upside here. Or directional on the hour. Okay, we're starting to move. We're starting to move and groove. This is prime of that reversal on IW. Right, so in that case, that retrace reject on my end, right, was a little overextended, but that reversal was beautiful above that 50% retrace. Right, so when you think of it from a trader perspective, if you're wrong, the opposite can be true. If you're right, the full breakdown takes place. That's why you can't be in the position beyond your risk. Because it can really start to go. It can really start to go. Man, this mouse. All right, nice break of above that 691.41. Starting to get some momentum. The hourly has been triggered on the Dow. Hourly has been triggered on IW. Hourly has been triggered on SPY as well. So the hourly candle is directional after going inside intraday. The VIX, nice breakdown on the VIX. Okay, VIX is breaking down. So you get a retest of that level. Get something to work. Orb Army. Anyone catch that orb break? Should have walked away early today. I overtraded. My truck needs new tires, and I was trying to buy tires. You tried. And again, guys, see profit, take profit is the motto today. Right? See profit, take profit. Keep that risk tight. Good job on having that self-awareness, Fido, and pulling back. Okay, see that plays out. As long as risk is defined, guys, and the odds are not just working in your favor, you can't force the market to do anything else. Right? Sometimes it just doesn't. The chips don't fall where they may, right? They don't fall in your favor, and that's what the risk is there for. All right. Seeing that retest. I'll be there for the retest. One thing is the contracts are a little cheaper. All right. Now is a good time to make that assessment. It is third shift, guys. We're above second shift highs. It is third shift. How did you do in third shift? I got stopped out on IWM on third shift. I got stopped out as well in first shift. So make that assessment. See if you're over trading, if you're past your trade limit, if you still have some setups you like to trade, if you're done for the day, if you're green, stay clean, right? So always make those assessments before moving forward to the next shift. All right, so again, nice rejection off those highs. If that sends us all the way to the floor, the inverse orb can be the way. The inverse orb can be the way. So now it's a risk-reward measure. Risk-reward measure meaning, right, do we have enough room off this bounce to the upside, or do we have enough room to the downside for the shorts if the shorts do present opportunity? Right, you can see the shorts have more room to the downside. Okay, this thing takes forever. This mouse. Okay, we're in the nice bounce. If anyone took that bounce, manage accordingly. Okay, if we can break these lows and that bounce turns into a dead cat bounce, I'm leaning towards these 690 puts. If this can turn into a trap, break back below this territory, 690 puts. If this can hold, it can possibly continue to push. I'm leaning towards the 690 puts because of just the risk reward. If it continues to stay in above it, I can always follow with an EMA. But that breakdown, I want to see if we can gravitate back towards these lows. 690.74. I want to break below that 691.46. Looking at the puts here. I want to clear that territory. I want it to clear. I do have the orb right in my face. Right, invalidation market would be an aggressive bounce. So I need that close below it. That 5 minute to trigger. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. Take the puts right there so you get that follow through. A yearly upside break will be my risk, playing the trap. So I know the orb is there. So if it starts to bounce and starts to go, that'll be my cue to get out. I want this 5 minute candle to hold. Starting to bounce here. So I need this to break. So if you're in the bounce, all right, you don't want it to break. You want it to hold. So what it boiled down to me was, do I want to catch this? Or do I want to potentially put myself in position to catch this? Right? And my risk that is defined, of course, is above 691.65. If it gets above that, continues to go, breaks out, then you know what? The bull's got it. Not going to get in the way. So see if you get that breakdown below 691.41. Reestablish control for the bears back below 691.45. Want to see a nice little bounce on the VIX. Still within risk. Down 2. See if this 15-minute candle can hold. That's a long time to hold. 6 minutes. It is a hold. That is a long time. If you can go shooter, that'd be favorable. Okay, starting to bounce here. Okay, I want it to be a dead cat bounce. The Qs are starting to pick up some speed. Down 7. I want to hold below 691.65. Down 9. If we get that close above it, then I got to get out of there. See if we get one last wick back below it. One last wick back below it. That can put me in business. If we get that close above it, then I'll pack my bags and leave the position. Down 7. So for the folks who took that bounce, you're doing good. Okay, I'll get out of there. 11%. All right, so I tried to see if I can get that breakdown, some follow through, play the trap. VIX starts to go to the downside, bounced, end up holding. Okay, so if it's still a dead cat bounce, if I can get back below 691.41, I don't mind re-entertaining it. And if I get stopped out again, then I'll be done for the day. All right, so kind of going against this bounce setup, against the waves, keeping that wrist tight, and then stopped out. If anyone did catch that bounce, going the other way, your target is 691.65, right? If you're to see double digits wherever you can see it, or that 691.84, and just start trailing. Okay. So that bounce helped those calls, Artem. That was nice. Can you please check Tesla and QQQ? Do you have a position? Yeah, I did have a position here. Stopped out on the puts. All right. The bounce setup was right there, but I decided to be a contrarian and see if I can get that nice push to the downside. And then my invalidation marker was 691.55. All right, so on SPY, our main vehicle is 3 stopouts, 2 stopouts on IW. And you don't take this bounce by any chance? I know the Orb Army took that Ripple wave. So once it got above 691.65, we can start to see it get that nice little push. Get that nice little push. First shift highs is 691.02. 691.02. So let's do the giveaway here, guys. Let's do the giveaway here. I want to see if I can get that trade in. Starting to move nicely. Looks like most of the people are done. IWM is back above VWAP. Qs continue to go. The Dow continues to go. And now we're at first shift highs. So if this is the nature of how we're interacting with second shift highs, if it's going to be a break, retest, continue push higher type of environment, VIX continues to drop to the downside. 15-minute is above those levels. We'll wait for some sort of pullback. I'll take one more trade, and then if I go all those stop outs, then that's it. Okay, giveaway time. Giveaway. I'll put your names in the chat for the giveaway. It looks like all the names are in. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Today's just been a day of managing risk, getting stopped out. That's basically what it's been. All right, so first winner for the boot camp is Rainer is the first. We'll do another giveaway, guys. If you missed the last one, Rainer, congrats, Rainer. Congrats, Rainer. What a bounce, right? What a bounce off that. Congrats, Rainer. Send me DM and free Discord. So if you're just jumping in, the giveaway is for the boot camp this Saturday. Boot camp this Saturday, live trading, getting started options trading boot camp, about 4 to 5 hour boot camp, going over everything this Saturday. Anyone take this bounce? So if you took this short, of course you're stopped out. If your stop is wider, you're probably you're invalidated by this time. If you took the bounce, you're living large. You are living large. You are living large. We're at first shift highs. So first shift highs, do we get that same kind of interaction with those highs? That's the question, right? Do we get the same kind of interaction? Do we break above it, retest it, to continue to accelerate? Do we break above it, grab it, and continue to drop back into this territory? So that's where the next opportunity will be. So this is up for debate. Up for debate. Next giveaway will be at 100 likes. We have 106 people joining us this morning or this afternoon. We're at 76. We can get there shortly, guys. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe. This week has been a tough week to say the least. All right, it really requires the precise execution, risk management. Was red on Monday, caught a nice trade yesterday, came into the day, and just stop outs today. Do you have the confidence to take a bounce at SPY 691.41 again? 691.41 here. If it comes into here, yeah. If it can give me the same kind of price action combination, yeah. Right. For some reason, I just flip my thought process there. Sometimes as traders, we like to overthink some stuff, overcomplicate stuff. And it happens. What's the next resistance? We're currently at the next resistance. As far as our game plan chart is concerned, let's go to the game plan chart real quick. If you guys are going to learn something today, it's manage your risk accordingly. Okay, that's been on display. All right, just if you're wrong, be wrong. So that major resistance was up here. We got that nice continued push, and now we're opening up this second runway. Once we got above that yearly upside breaker, now we're opening up the second runway. The first runway is between here. Of course, we use this area. Buyers really protect this area. The support, they had enough fuel to break it. Now we're above those highs. Right, starting to expand. So if that expansion profile resumes, right, we can see expansion up here as well. But again, when you're starting to take expansion up here, just know, right, you're buying the same contracts, relatively the same contracts that were cheaper here. Up there, gonna be more expensive. Okay, so now that's what we're looking at. Hopefully, someone caught that bounce. My number. So that all-time high, guys, is within striking distance. I mean, we have a lot of room to cover, but it's within striking distance. So now when we go back to this juncture here, all that back and forth and this break, right, that support really held. Okay. So I still want to see how we interact with these highs here before declaring it as a bounce area. All right. So in this case, the idea was the bounce, but I went against the idea. didn't have the balls to sit with the order position, sold 7 calls gradually. 50. As long as you're taking some profits today, guys, tremendous job. Even that retest, say for instance, if someone is going short, that's why 2 things can exist, right? And the thing is, if your trade is in an area where it can go either way, but it can go big, that's actually where you want to exist. So if you're at a level, right, and that level is up for grabs, meaning, okay, a big move is going to take place based on that level in relation to anywhere else. So big move means oversized moves take place in that area relative to anywhere else on the chart, right? So if you're going long off that level, right, what you're looking for is you don't want a clear close below it. So that would be your invalidation marker. If I'm going short off this level, what I don't want to see is buyer step in. I don't want to see the opposite thing become true. If it does, I'll have to cut that thing and get out and let it go. Because if it does work in your favor, it's going to work out nicely. If that makes sense. Okay, so now we do have a shallow bounce here. If everything remains the same, if we continue to push the upside, the shallow bounce level on the SPY, we're seeing a nice 5-minute stretch after that breakout. Okay, this breakout here. 5-minute candles are starting to flow here. Okay, so the bounce you're looking for is not enough of a pullback on the 5 EMA, not that 5-minute 9 EMA, but this is the next very shallow bounce. If you're looking for something more cheaper, you have to wait for more of a pullback. So same thing. If you're existing here, okay, is it going to trap up there, continue to push the downside, gravitate towards 691.65, 691.47, or continue to accelerate? Goal is, guys, 3,200 subs. We're cranking through the subs. This is our first time getting above 100 concurrent viewers. So appreciate your viewership. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Hopefully finding value. If you have any questions, make sure to ask your questions, put in the chat. If you're a first-time viewer, we go live every single day. Live Trading SPY, providing commentary, market analysis. All right, all for education. I share my trade ideas, rationale. And today's just been a day where just a bunch of stopouts. So I haven't had this many stopouts, I don't think, this year so far. All right, so for the ones who getting stopped out, just make sure you're respecting your risk and be done. If you're done, all right, and days like that happen. So now tomorrow, same thing, same recipe. And this week is a good thing to size down slightly. This week, closing out February. If you're done this week, if you're done February, start preparing for March. Start preparing for March, and March, you want to march into March. You don't want to march into March beat up, mentally exhausted, mentally drained, right? Because March is going to be filled with opportunities as well. All right? So let us know how you're doing so far on YouTube, guys. How are we doing on YouTube? End of stream poll. We'll do the poll here as well. I probably have one more trade in me, guys. The IWM trades, very small size, less than 5 contracts. Right. With the SPY trades, are the ones that got me today. Daily performance. All right. So if you're done, answer the poll question. So it's always good to make those assessments shift to shift. Shift to shift, make those assessments. All right, so I'll answer the poll after last trade. More than likely, it's gonna be, I'm gonna end the day red. So one trade is not gonna, unless it just goes bonkers, it's not gonna really trade the outcome. Just be small or red. Congrats on whoever broke even. So good stops there. IWM. So yeah, 4 stops. Just couldn't get anything to work out. I'm up 18%. Beautiful, beautiful. If you took that bounce here, right, that's technical bounce, break, bounce, continues to go. That's probably the best opportunity of this current shift. All right, best opportunity of this during this current shift. As we continue to climb, that's that next key level. So again, if we break below it, that opens up that door for that trap. All right, if we bounce off of it, it continues to push to the upside. Continues to push the upside. If it can break below it, might take that trap once again after going 2-1-2. Same contract going a little further out, farther strike. Okay, so see if we can get that break this time back below it. Because if I'm going to get the bounce, I'm not going to get the bounce here. It's a little too shallow from my perspective. A little too shallow. If we can come into here or there, I'd like it. So see if we can get this break below it. If you're done, be done, guys. Don't get enticed to take more trades. All right. So you get that break here. Second shift, first shift high grab. First shift high grab. A nice break. I like that 2-1-2. Those entries are critical, guys. Sometimes my entry's been a little too late today. I'm getting those entries near the very lows. So you get that nice break there. One more in the chamber. I'll go with the 689s a little further out, a little further strike. I'm so tired of red on Tesla. I'll be back tomorrow. Absolutely, guys. If you are red, don't blow or wipe yourself out today. All right? Just let it be a normal red day. Something you can recover from easily. So you get that breakdown here. I like how the Qs are dumping. I need the VIX to start waking up. Reclaim these lows. This opens up the door to the downside. If we take out those highs, 10-15%, then I'll be done for the day. If you're looking for the shallow bounce, you're looking for the same thing up here. I want this 15-minute candle to hold as a shooter. Looking at the 689s. Want some follow through behind that slide. Okay. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm back in the puts. Second attempt. Last trade of the day. What am I looking for? 691.55. So you get the nice little slide, continue to push lower, counter trend trading, reversal trading. So what do I not want to see? I don't want to see this occurrence. I don't want to see this sequence. What do I want to see? I want to see continued acceleration below these lows. I want to see the VIX potentially start picking up. I want to see the VIX continue to sell off. Okay, I want us to get back below first shift highs, and I want this to be a trap. So I don't want this to be a retest, bounce, continue push. So same setup from before. So if you're in the camp of the bounce, if you're taking the bounce, you're looking for the opposite. You don't want to see a breakdown. Ideally, no close back above this candle here. If we get another bounce, that means there's a lot of buyers here. They're just refusing to give those levels. Did see a little bit of green, 4 or 5%. Last thing I want to see is a hammer on the 5. See if we can hold below that box. Hold below that box, get that breakdown. 15-minute candle coming up in the next 18 seconds. So this 15-minute candle, we need to get it as close as possible. As close as possible to the open. To the open that 15-minute candle. It is a shooter. So if you're waiting for a 15-minute reversal, you're waiting for this 15-minute candle to close, and then you're gonna break below those lows. You gotta break below here. Keep in mind the hourly still directional to the upside, so this is fading the hourly. Counter trend trading. If you're not a counter trend trader, this is not a trade that you would look to take. You would look for this to send price into an area for a bounce. So ideally, if this resistance can hold, if we can get a lower low, that'd be great. So you get some continued selling here. So no break back above here. So you can break below that 691.98. Start to go. Buyers just refuse. They refuse. All right, they're fighting for that support. Okay, let's see if we can break below that. We can start to accelerate. Okay, so we need no buyers stepping up there. Buyers are fighting. They are fighting. So need the buyers to get faded. The waves have not flipped yet, so this is still relatively an early entry. Qs. The Qs are inside. I want the Qs to start to catch a bid. I want the Qs to take out those lows. Same thing. IWM did reverse nicely. IWM double inside. I want to break the upside. So I don't want this to propel us back above this box because that can be a breakout. If it gets back above it, that means buyers prevail. 5-minute candle went engulfing, down 8. And gotta get out of there. Okay. I'll take my loss there at 8. Okay, so same thing. So couldn't get that breakdown. If you're playing the bounce, same thing. If you did the opposite of me today, you win. All right, so that'll be it. 4 trades on SPY, all 4 stopouts. All right, so I'll call it a day there. So again, couldn't get any follow-through behind that move to the downside. Once it started to break, get some momentum, I'll cut it at 8. I might be fighting the trend. Fighting the trend today a little too aggressively. And now we're starting to see that continued push, that break, nice bounce. And the waves are waving. Right? Waves continue to wave. So that'll be my last one there, guys. Still somehow in the green this week. Modified R15 works. 100%, guys. If you are green today, if you're green this week, tremendous job. If you're scalping this only, I see that some of you are scalping only. Detour, tremendous job. Now we see what happens for shorts. Scalp only. Yeah, for short, scalp only 100%. If you're going against the trend, scalp only. So both of these trades, counter trend trading, very similar setup. All right. What I could have done better, of course, is in hindsight. I don't like to do too much hindsight analysis. After the fact, Monday morning quarterback doesn't help in trading. But one thing I could have done a little better, okay, is we're above it. And just be a little more patient and let it break. Right? as opposed to letting it drop, and then taking the entry, right? So just an additional layer of confluence maybe could have allowed me to not take it to the downside up here, but I'll live with those results and the risk was managed. So what I mean by this is, okay, just getting that nice little break below it, clear break and close below it. That can possibly help. And on top of that, the entry, or my entry in that case, all right, this is a very important thing to understand with entries, right? When you're getting that entry, when you're taking the puts, all right, near the candle low during that particular cycle, right? So in this case, this little small cycle here, right? Any kind of bounce, okay, any kind of bounce that comes in, any little bounce, you can still be right. JPM starting to break there. You can still be right from a trade standpoint, but any bounce, you're already in drawdown. Any bounce. Okay, so any bounce, you're already in drawdown. Okay, so some of the things I could have improved, again, hindsight, looking back, okay, is one, since I'm going against the trend, and I flipped there last minute, right, going against the bounce, wait for that clear closure. Right, maybe if I get that closure and this candle opens up, this next candle opens up under that level, even if it breaks that level, even if it kind of just wicks like this, take that entry there. Right, so we know that the sellers were able to overcome that level. So even regardless with that, even if you do take those precautions, you still can get stopped out. But the probability just drops a little bit, right? So probability starts increasing slightly in your favor. That's going to work out. So those are the two major takeaways, right? Right. But even if you don't have the right entry, you might have rushed this entry a little bit, don't have the ideal contracts. That's still not an excuse to expand the risk. This one last minute, just all of a sudden, just decided to be a seller. Right? What I was looking towards is this drop to the downside. So if I decided just to hold on, right? If I decided to hold on to this because I wanted to marry that thesis, okay? 12, 13% now becomes 60%, 70%. Same thing here. When you're wrong, don't be wrong for long. 8%. Okay. So those are the biggest takeaways, and hopefully you can also take something away from those two last trades that I got stopped out on. And these trades, I like these ones. I can live with what I was looking for here. I was looking to go long here. Right. All right, looking to go along here. This is worth taking a loss for. Okay. Did you see that candle? Look at the time and sale. All right, it was just waiting for me to exit. So again, if my entry is in the jaws of this sell block, grab the sell block, a little more technical possibly, but a lot of manipulation, guys. Just be careful. You grab that, beautiful job. So my entry's all the way here. Entry up there. Maybe a little more suitable. Okay. All right. So learn vicariously through me. This one, I'll take this. That's a good one. Meaning, we get that nice strength to the upside, coming to that level I like. See if there's some follow through behind it. It triggers that nice hammer, takes out those highs, and it just starts to drop. Okay. Wrong. That's fine. Did everything we can to play the setup. This one, second attempt, if you recall, similar thing, nice push to the upside, and saw a little bit of a push, and stopped out. Saw about 7-8%, then stopped out. Overall, the one thing I could have improved here is keeping the entries near the key. There's no real static level in this area for me to work with. Right? Stop out here, stop out there. I did see a little bit of green on that one. And stop out here. Just last minute decide to be a contrarian. Stopped out there as well. And IWM. Let me throw the view up on the chart. First trade on IWM. Came in. Let me actually check the time. First trade IWM came in at 9:51. So 9:51. Okay, so IWM was looking to go long 9:51. 9:51. Okay. Reason is, of course, the reason why I like the long is for the reclaim. Daily upside breaker, reclaim. All right, so I'll explain the rationale. Okay, we got to the previous day highs. All right, think of that as a daily upside breaker. That's what I referred to. Okay, we get above that daily upside breaker. We fall below daily upside breaker. There's no retest. We start to show some signs of life above it, get above VWAP. Now what I'm looking for is there enough follow through to the upside? Is there enough follow through to the upside? Right? As everything was starting to push to the upside, especially the Qs. Right? Turns out there's no follow through behind it. Start to drop, get stopped out. Next setup on IWM is, let me check the time. 11:05 right here. Here. Okay, this territory here. So 11:05. So this IWM entry could have been improved. Both these entries could have been improved, right? 11:05. What I was thinking here was, you can see this entry here. Again, bottom of that candle entry. All right, so that entry, you're paying the top price for that drop. All right, so by the time I got that, I was looking for that continued breakdown with some follow through. Waves were waving, structural break. See if there's there's a nice push. So my entry is all the way down here. So again, like I was just saying earlier, if your entry is near those very lows, any kind of push to the upside, you're automatically down. Okay, and at that time, of course, the fine line in the sand was this resistance to hold. Okay, so now I'm already I'm in the entry based off of the rejection late to the party. So best interest, get a better entry near, get that nice little bounce, come back to that area and get that nice little drop for that entry. That would be the smart entry. So entry could have been improved on this one on IW. This one I like the reclaim. Showed some signs of life and then just fizzled out. But both of them, right, once we start to break, stopped out. Once we start to break down, stopped out. Granted, I had a wider stop on IW using significantly less size on IW. So that was the primary reason. So I can kind of sit back and just not monitor it too closely while I look for SPY in the meantime, but stopped out. Okay, so those were the 5 trades, and each of them, there's something for you to take away from each of them. Okay. So tomorrow is a bounce back. Okay, tomorrow we're gonna do another bounce back. All right, goal becomes to see green, and then eventually close out the week on Friday and the month as well. I think 3 p.m. we get a drop, 681.87 incoming. Very possible, guys. It's a big mess up here. Let me clean up the chart a little bit. All right, so buyers are willing to, they're protecting structural support. All right, so they're not giving it up easily. So of course, the shallow bounce, the healthy bounce is here. Yearly upside breaker, so tremendous job on the buyers. Again, could have done a better job with sticking to the game plan. A lot of shake and bakes here and there kind of make you deviate. That's why it's so important to go back every hour to the game plan, our game plan chart. Our game plan was, of course, if we can get a break above that 690. Let's go check it, take a look at it. So good plan, could have been better execution. So bullish, 688, 16, 690, hold for upside expansion, or 680, 41, 681, 93 bounce for dip buyers after sell-off. Okay, bearish, 688, 16, 690, rejection with strong bearish candle close, or 695, 20, 698, 24 rejection after expansion. So this is what played out. That upside expansion took some time. That's what played out. Okay. Then I close out. I thought I closed out. I was moving to new platforms, so waiting for that. Learn a lot of different lessons. Yeah, so when you're closing out those positions, guys, make sure to check the orders. Sometimes the orders don't get filled. The fills have been, again, we can't blame the fills, can't blame anything, right? I'm not that kind of trader, but the fills have been a little bit shaky, to say the least. And it's interesting because the IV is fine. The IV is relatively fine. ATR, again, we're moving at 43 cents per 5-minute candle. So this is kind of one of those scenarios where we're moving very slow and IV is relatively high, above that 20. All right, so the stage is set for Nvidia. Right, stage is set for Nvidia. Stage is set for Nvidia. 100 likes, guys, we'll do the giveaway. 3,200 subs is the goal. Let's see if we can hit that. We'll go over the ways to join our community. And this is the reality of trading sometimes. So this is the first time we actually got stopped out all 5 times this year. And that's how it goes sometimes, guys. All right? We get an opportunity tomorrow. And we'll look to take advantage. But there were some clean opportunities today. I think for some reason I was a little more fixated on that downside break here. Right, but when there was a clear bounce off that key level. That's why it's so important to never have that bias and just take advantage of what's in front of you. Right, you don't want to get too fixated on a bias. Right, just take advantage of what's in front of you. Take advantage of what's in front of you. Let's do a poll on YouTube. Let's do a poll on YouTube. Poll on YouTube. Let's get the likes up, guys. 100 likes. We can do that. That's now the new norm. We'll see if we can get it by 12:30. We'll do another giveaway. If your name's already in the giveaway list, you're good to go. We're 88. We're at 88, guys. 12 likes away. 10 likes away now. So every stream will make a new record. All right. Today, the record is concurrent. And I like to get everyone involved in how the channel is doing because this is our channel, especially for the ones that have been here from the very beginning, right? We're building this up. We're building this up, right? Especially for my OG strikers. You've been there when there was 5 people, 6 people, even the ones that came in. Now the ones that have been here since December, November are OG, right? Even 15, 20 people. Right, so that within itself is a testament, very similar to your trading. You show up every day. We cannot control the YouTube algorithm. I'm not trying to shoot to have the most amount of views. I'm just trading. If you do it consistently, right, not focus on the metrics too much, but consistently put that effort in, and make that incremental improvement, right? That's a recipe to win in trading, on YouTube, and anything else, right? And anything else. That is the recipe to win. The things we do, look at this ugly action up here, guys. The things we do everywhere else applies into trading as well. The formula is small incremental changes over a long period of time lead to exponential growth. Exponential growth. All right, who's done? Who's done for the day? Who's done for the day? Done for the day. Managed to stay green. We'll access swing trades later today. Done for the day. Good, good, good. Keep those losses within reach. Some swings are setting up for next week. Swings could be setting up for today's Wednesday, maybe Thursday into Friday. We had maybe some lottos there. That'll be interesting. All right, so be on the lookout. And I'll be done for today. So far, 60% of the people that are red. So everyone who's red, tomorrow's gonna be important. Tomorrow we're looking not to do something miraculous. You're showing up. You're taking advantage of the setups. It's one trade at a time. You're letting go what took place at that particular shift. You cannot bring what happened. You can't carry that over into the next trade. You have to let that go. For the ones who are green, phenomenal job. Phenomenal job. Great catch on Netflix, Lynn. Great catch on Netflix. Any ticker request, guys? Any ticker request? Not sure if we can extend the stream to all day. We'll see. It's between, if we're going to extend it all day, I might as well just leave the stream on into Nvidia earnings. Or fire up another stream for the Nvidia earnings. But during earnings, of course, you're just going to have the earnings call and the Nvidia chart, SPY chart, and you just can see it visually. So you can see how Nvidia is moving. I might unmute a few times when the numbers come out. We can go through the fundamentals together. All right, so let me know if that's something you guys are interested in. Okay, let me know if is that something you guys are interested in. So I'll probably just continue the momentum from the stream, keep everything the same, and then we'll do that. I'll put a poll question for that as well. I see your chart request, Maurice, lift. We'll take a look at lift and the poll. So this is the go-to channel, guys. Go-to channel for live trading, SPY, market analysis. Okay, so extend stream through Nvidia earnings or new Nvidia earnings stream. We'll put up to a poll. Extend. Obviously, I can't provide commentary from 9 a.m. all the way to 6 p.m. Right? Extend new stream. Okay. No trades yet. If opportunity comes up, might trade. If not, no trades. Beautiful job, Elaine. Absolutely Fido. Out for today, but love the risk management improvement. Auto stop 13%. Today's going to test your risk management, guys. So if your risk management is on point, I always say it all the time. Get used to stopping out early. It's okay, right? If you can minimize those losses, right, you're not too far away from bouncing back. But if those losses get out of hand, it's very difficult to recover. Now it takes 3, 4, 5, 6 days, 7 days, maybe a week right? So tremendous job on those cuts. Auto stop 13%, cut at 7, cut it at 4. Beautiful, right? And if it does start to work, all right, if you have enough capital, of course, all right, you can just re-engage. So my take is, right, this is what my opinion, right? This is my preferred style. So if it's set up, say this is an area I want to get involved, right? The first attempt I take it, don't see double digits, and it just collapses. Okay, that's the area I want the trade to work out. That's my defined risk area. But the overall rationale behind the trade, the structure behind the trade, but the overall rationale, say the rationale is tied to something like this. If I get that stop out, even though the trade can present an opportunity back the upside, right? Unless the structure shifts or anything, I'm open to re-entertain it if it shows some signs of life. I'll accept the fact that I got shaken out, right? I'll look to re-entertain it. Some people's line of thinking, all right, is, hey, you know what? I have that entry there. If it slides a little more, if it's still valid, I can make another entry. That's called, but that has to be predefined. It has to be part of your plan. Remember, you can't start making your plan as things are happening. If your plan was, I'm going to have one entry here, one entry a little lower, another entry here on the reclaim, sure. But if your plan was not to add to the position, that means you're adding to a loser, which is a no-go. So I would always prefer, from my perspective, from my style, to be wrong. If it sets up again, be there for it. And if it's wrong again, be wrong twice for a small amount, then be wrong once, adding to the position, and it completely falls off a cliff. Right? So that helps me. So some people like to, if you're still in the beginning stages of your journey, avoid trying to do the add to the position as it goes down. Don't dollar cost average, especially with zero DTEs. Because now what you're saying is, I still want to capture the benefits of the trade, even though I have reckless entries. So you're asking the market to reward you for reckless entries, right? If you are in the dollar cost average, if you are in the having starters in a position, playing a bigger picture idea, right? You have to declare it before it takes place. So say you want to deploy 100 contracts. You might say, hey, you know what? I'll take let's say 10 contracts. Let's go back to 100. I'll take 25 contracts here. Okay, because we didn't get that break. Structurally still sound, maybe, or whatever you can think of. 25 contracts here. 25 contracts maybe on that break of structure. And 25 contracts on this reclaim. More than likely to do this, you need further dated contracts. But if you don't know how to play this game, it can get really, really messy really, really quickly. It's a fine line between that dollar cost averaging, having starters in a position and adding to it, and adding to losers. It's a very, very fine line. So you need to identify what works best for you. What works best for me is don't be wrong for long. If you're wrong, cut it. Okay, if you're wrong, cut it. And there are plenty of successful traders who do dollar cost average, but they know that's part of their plan. But if it's not part of your plan, you cannot make up the plans on the fly. Okay? Very, very important. QQQ Tesla. Okay, let's take a look at QQQ and Tesla. QQQ. SPY is starting to run out of steam here. QQQ. So I'll give you the intraday analysis on QQQ. So QQQ was of course on the verge of this major resistance. We talked about QQQ this morning. Beyond breakout watch, QQQ breaks out, never starts to slow down, and then now it's at this major resistance area. So we can see a little bit of a slowdown on QQQ after that massive break. Let's go to the Tesla. Tesla is trading below that 200 EMA. Nice gap up on Tesla this morning. Tesla has not really went anywhere on the 15. No, that's here. Has not really went anywhere on the 15. So broke above that prior day high, that daily upside breaker. Okay. So once it broke that, it continued to go. So Tesla basically right off the open, it broke and never came back. Tesla does have a little bit of support in this area. A lot of bit of support, I should say. Not a little bit. If you can line this up with some other area confluence, price action combination, this territory, 413.18, 413.69. Buyers want to protect this area. If you can jumble that 200 EMA into the equation, that can possibly give you a nice little bounce area. 412.75, 413.55. All right, and then below that, of course, if that doesn't hold, if you're bearish, if that doesn't hold, that opens up the window to go back and retest that daily upside breaker. So as it goes back to retest that, guess what? Cohort gets activated. The bulls get activated. If not enough bulls step up, the bears take over. It continues to push. So think of it like that. So if you're trading Tesla, you want to start deploying your technical aptitude in this area to see which way it can possibly go next. Okay. Some of the names from this morning. This week, been a little slow on the individual names. All right. Slow reactions. Gotta let a few names get away. This morning was Palantir. Palantir was on watch. Let's take a look at the individual names. So I do give those names out. All right, and it's high probability. We talk about it in the pre-market. I sent it out early last night, actually, late last night or this morning. The names I'm watching, and then we break it down. We break down the rationale. Snapchat, right? Break either way. Of course, that break below 491 was a trigger to the downside. Snapchat did trigger that 5 psychological level. See if there's some move behind it. UPS was the name this morning. Okay, break below 114.50, double inside, played out beautifully. Google did take out those highs. See if there's some follow through behind it. Reclaim at 312.34. Okay, see if you can reclaim 312.34. So Google gapped up and is starting to push back the downside. The next name was JPM. Look at JPM, guys. JPM, 299.74. Next name was Palantir. The other one was SoFi. Gap up on SoFi. Starbucks. Those are the names to watch this morning. Or some of the what names do we have? So I posted names in here. So if you're interested in those ideas, I try to get them in the day before. And then we break down the rationale during the pre-market prep. So SoFi, Starbucks, Palantir, JP Morgan, Google, UPS. Those were the picks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 names. SoFi left the station. Starbucks, right, starting to move. Palantir, out of here. JPM, out of here. Google, starting to move. UPS, out of here. And Snap, starting to move nice and slow. All right. As far as individual names, our starters, I do have a couple of names for next week. Tesla on watch for next week. Amazon on watch for next week. Netflix on watch for next week. Netflix is rocking and rolling. Netflix was on watch last week after that inside candle, that engulfing candle. Now Netflix is starting to put some pressure on this resistance here. So that weekly candle on Netflix, guys, reversal is here. Reversal is here. Weekly reversal on Netflix is here. 213. 213. 213. So going into next week, if we go 3-2 continuation and get above this territory here, 8207, 8353, and start to work our way above that 9 a.m. on the weekly, we're back in business. So I'll break this down on Sunday. I'll break this down on Sunday, going to next week. If you have an early entry after that 200 EMA, 75.40, we talked about it on YouTube multiple times. Tremendous job. So Netflix, this is ideal for a swing, even going as far as April, right? Earliest mid-March, to give you some time to sit in it. Okay, new shift, and it's just a mess. So again, first shift clean move, second shift relatively clean move. Once we got above this territory, nice retest there, nice retest bounce, and now we're chopping around. Now we are chopping around. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. 100 likes is the goal. 100 likes is the goal. 100 likes is the goal. We're at 99. Do we have any first-time viewers in the chat? If you're a first-time viewer, throw one in the chat. Throw a one in the chat. Throw one in the chat. So we'll do a giveaway at 50 likes, 100 likes, and 150 likes. Every 50 likes, we'll do a giveaway. So we've been giving away the boot camp all week. Some of you did reserve your seat for the boot camp. So I look forward to working with those who did sign up. Alumni, my strikers who are alumni, any other alumni. Let me know if you want to be in the boot camp as well. That's part of your purchase of the ticket initially. All right. So now we can see we do have this major resistance up here. So until we break above these highs, there's resistance. If you're looking for a bounce, if you're patient enough, assess this area down here. The view up will start catching up to it. Shallow, 691.65. So between this area. If it starts to chop in this area, view up will start catching up. That gives us a nice window there. Okay? If we incorporate this territory. When you're marking out your zones, it doesn't help if you have a wide zone. Right? Start having precise zones. Yeah, this data is absolutely killer, guys. Nvidia earnings tonight. I'll add you to the list, Maurice. We'll go over the ways to join our community. How to sign up for the boot camp. Okay, we haven't went over it yet, so let's go over that now. All right, so anything affiliated, anything associated with our community, right, is on our official site. So, of course, our primary tool is WAP. Okay, we use WAP as an intermediary tool. This is the site, smartactiontrade.com. You can even do your charting in there, right? It's a great tool. Outside of joining the community and accessing the resources, we have the economic calendar right there for you. We have breaking news right there as well. I'll be adding more things to the site moving forward. As far as the boot camp is concerned, is what we got coming up, guys, on the agenda. The SAT Ginstar Day Trading Boot Camp, live boot camp. All the winners on YouTube, giveaway winners. You have a ticket for this. All right, February 28th, 10 a.m. Eastern. Foundations of day trading, risk management, position sizing, how to read price action, live market breakdown, beginner friendly. All right. $99, 4 to 5 hours of action. Well, what are we going to go over? What is day trading, market fundamentals, platform, tools, resources, market structure, trends, support, resistance, chart patterns, candlesticks, indicators, 3A plus setups, understanding calls, puts, Greeks, navigating options chain, selecting contracts, managing emotions, building discipline, developing trading routine, step-by-step execution, paper trading, back testing, forward testing, roadmap to consistency, and more. So this is a jam-packed session. So this is basically a crash course on getting started day trading. All right, we're going to take our time through it. There's a lot of material for you to go over. When you do purchase a ticket, you get access to the slides. You get access to the recording for the lifetime access to the recording. You get access to the technical reference PDF slides, of course, the option slides. You get access to my ebook. You get access to all the digital tools. You get access to Shockwave 15 course as well. So you have a ton of access to all the resources for you to get started day trading options. All right, so instead of you taking a 2-3 week course, everything's jammed in this 4 or 5 hour session. There's going to be room for Q&As, so bring your questions to the table. Right, bring your questions to the table. Right, if you're unsure, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Am I okay? The stupid question is the one you don't ask. Okay, that's the stupid question, the one you don't ask. If you have a question, you keep it to yourself, you don't ask it. That's not intelligent. All right, so this is open for everyone because you need to be properly trained to navigate these markets. That's available. Make sure to sign up if you haven't already. This is what the giveaway is for. My strikers, I will be the ones who are in the ones strikers. Be on the lookout on Friday. Right, we might do something special for you guys. Okay. To join the community, Spy Strikers, Apex plan, of course, that's the way to go. We do have another plan. You have access to the chat and a couple of features, but this is a primary plan. Very straightforward, $50 a month. Use the code TRIAL30. There's about 5 or 6 spots left. Every month, $50, you get access to all the tools, extended stream, delay-free stream, pre-market prep show, ideas, high win rate trade ideas, options trading beginners course, my ebook. Now the weekly webinars. We go over some stuff on Sundays for Q&A and some trade ideas. And if you're looking to get 4 months for free, if you're looking to get a coaching call in there and a bootcamp ticket, this is the best way to go. One payment, 12-month access. You save 4 months in comparison to this plan, and this is the best way to go. So those are all the ways you can get in contact with the community. And be on the lookout, guys, as we continue to grow our community. A price increase is coming. 100% price increase is coming. For if you are in the community, you'll never see an increase. Okay, that's my gift to you for trusting our community. All right. Whatever price you pay is the price you pay for life, regardless of where the price goes. All right. Of course, courses. These courses are included in your Apex membership. If you want to buy them individually, you can as well. Get a Start Day Trading course, self-pace, coaching. That's available in the yearly plan. If you want to book a coaching call, available, ebook, SAT merch, all the good stuff. All right, so all those ways to join the community are available. If you're a first-time viewer just jumping in, enjoy the live stream. It usually takes 3 to 5 episodes for you to really know if you want to join or not, right? But in the meantime, we'll always be live on YouTube. There's going to be a delay. There's going to be some ads in there, but that's a small price to pay for this kind of content. All right, if you want to support the YouTube channel, you can as well. There's multiple membership tiers. So not only do you support the channel, you get access to a couple of videos. This weekend, I'll be posting a couple of videos in there for the private members on YouTube on environmental conditions. All right. And what setups to deploy. So that clip from yesterday, I'll be clipping that out, and that'll be the latest video. Very, very helpful video. Okay, so those are all the ways to get involved. So if we get 100 likes, we'll do a giveaway for the bootcamp. Okay, we'll do the giveaway for the bootcamp, right? And when you click here, you want to use the code TRIAL30. Add promo code. Should still work. 30. There was 20 available. There's a few more left. Okay, there you go. So TRIAL30 is the code. Okay. Now we're above those highs. See the same kind of thing occurs, or do we finally trap, trade our resistance? I made this. I make this. I was working on for start. I don't really, but my inside yellow, purple threes, so much more. Oh, you're talking about the indicator. I like that indicator you got up there. That the strat indicator you got up there. Detour. That box. Whenever I try to make indicators, what I don't like is the lines. The lines come from the previous day. I want the lines just to be there for that particular day. So it looks like most of you are leaning towards extending the stream all the way through to Nvidia earnings. I tried yesterday to use the discount code. It didn't work. So Alexa, I did see your attempt. I have to fix that code. So if you're still in the boot camp, if you join the monthly membership and you're trying to get the boot camp as well, right? I have to fix that code. I didn't get a chance to get around to it because it's only for new users. But for some reason, the platform thinks you're an existing user. Okay, if you join through a different link. You're a scalper. I like to let my trades develop. Yeah, you can let the trade develop. That's totally up to you. But most of the trades that do develop, the best ones are they start off as a scalp entry, and then they continue to go. That makes sense. So most traders, the ideas, the ones that work out really nicely, they hold it longer than I do. Right? Because they're looking for more, or they have different aspirations with the position. So we all can have similar entries. We can have similar ideas, but we all manage them differently. Some people take profits at 6-7%. Some people take profits at 50-60. Some people take profits at as far as it goes until it gets invalidated. Okay. So just be careful, guys. If you're red, know when to call it. You have to have that level of self-awareness. You don't want to keep digging yourself in a hole and digging and digging and digging and digging. All right, because at some point in time, when the dust settles today, you're going to have to dig yourself out of that hole. So the bigger hole you dig yourself, the longer it will take to get out of it. All right, so if this is a shallow hole for the day, it's not going to be too difficult to fill that hole tomorrow. Okay? So this is pre-Nvidia action for you. All right, so do we grab those highs, start pushing to the downside? I will just watch it, provide commentary. I have no interest in anything here. All right, our operation business is usually open for 9:30 to 11:30. All right, think of it as the lunch hour for a restaurant. All right, lunch hour for the restaurant. So that's when you can really start to get those clean moves. Now it's a slow hour. A bootcamp code early worked, but it went to check out. It tells me that the code is for new users. Okay, so let me see if I can fix that. So a lot of you guys are having issues with the bootcamp code. So let me see if I can fix that. All right. In the meantime, let's take a listen to CNBC. Guys, if you have any questions, chart requests, put in the chat. As soon as I see, we'll get to that chart. In the meantime, Beverly, hopefully you're squared away. You have access to the community. Now, okay. So when you do join, I have to try to you have to follow the links in WAP to join. But if you're having issues joining, I know everyone is not familiar with Discord, right? Just reach out to me, send me a message, and I'll respond to you as quickly as possible. If I see your message, I'll respond to it. Okay, let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC. So again, consensus, we'll extend the stream all the way through. This is going to be a marathon stream. All right, so unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to talk the whole time. So we'll have the Nvidia coverage for you. We'll have everything available for you all the way through Nvidia. As far as commentary, we'll probably provide commentary up until 2:30, 3 o'clock. We'll see, maybe 2 o'clock, 2:30. Depends if we get any clean action. And then when Nvidia earnings drops, we'll go over the numbers briefly. And then after that, we'll just let the stream ride out until the earnings call. So if you are a shareholder of any individual stock, get into the habit of listening to the earnings calls. Right? It's good practice for you to listen to the earnings calls. Right? Especially if you have sizable capital behind it, listen to the earnings calls. It's your money they're managing, so they're working for you. So if you're a shareholder, you need to know who the head of that company, how they're operating, what their plans are for your money. And that's the cool thing with being a shareholder. They report to you. Right? For once, the tables are turned. For once, the tables are turned and someone reports to you. That's essentially what earnings call is. Right? Company reporting to its shareholders. So get into the habit of listening to those earnings calls. Okay, get into the habit of listening to the earnings calls. Okay, so I'm going to fix the bootcamp, guys. I know a lot of you are using the code. It's not working, so hang tight. Let me fix it here. Hang tight. Okay. See, I can fix the code. On the early has 5 spots. 5 spots on the early. The code early. The bootcamp, I like to keep it a small classroom environment. All right, so it's available to, I'll let you know when it's available. It's available to everyone. So not only new. And it's available to, 1 second. A lot more. Okay, bootcamp, boom. Okay, there we go. Okay, try now. So for those of you who are trying to use the code early, the code should be working now. So I created a new code early. You should be able to sign up. Okay, you should be able to sign up. Okay, try now. Looks like some of your orders went through. Okay. It's going to be an awesome boot camp. I look forward to working with everyone. I really love this stuff, guys. Trading is very, very enjoyable to me. Some of you might wonder, hey, how do you stream? How do you do that? How do you do this? How do you talk? This is what I'm built for. All right. This is the opportunities you can provide, the things you can do. It's nothing like anything else. Okay, nothing like anything else. And what's left? If you think about it, what's left? What's left? Trading, in my opinion, is a final frontier. What's left? For an everyday person, what's left? Okay, what's left? Of course, you're going to have to go through the ups and downs, and just like anything else, to be good at something, you have to put the work in. Right? So the principles are universal, but for some reason, when traders come into trading, they think, right, those principles don't apply. They apply everywhere else. Right? If you're trying to go far in your career, you can't go at the same pace as everyone else. You're going to have to do something beyond everyone else. Right? You're going to have to put more time in, maybe get more certifications if you want to speed the process up. Take courses. Right? Take on the challenging projects. Same thing with trading, right? It's going to require that. Same kind of effort, same kind of dedication, same kind of hard work that you probably mustered up previously to get to the point where you're at, where you are in your career professionally, or if you're a student, right? Like anything else, to be a good student, you just can't wake up a great student. That's not how it works. There has to be some effort behind it, consistent effort. And it's not huge chunks of effort. It's small pieces of effort consistently for a long period of time. Studying 30 minutes, 45 minutes every day beats studying 5 hours on one day and not studying 6 days. Same things are true for trading. Cup and handle hourly. Let's take a look at it. Take a look at so you can see Tesla, guys. Tesla, right? If you took Tesla right there, did it come in? No, it didn't come in yet. So it came in before, just shy of coming in that territory. SPY. 1 hour. That inverse cup and handle was kind of brewing on the SPY, but got invalidated yesterday. Yeah, I can see that thesis. Let me just take the drawings off. Okay, I can see that. You got it going. So you got this whole thing as a rounded bottom thesis. You got this whole thing as a rounded bottom here, and then the handle up here. So it's gradually working its way to the handle. The handle would be Thursday's highs at around 693.71. So now last Thursday, 2 Thursdays ago. So 2 Thursdays ago. All right, so the code is available now. Code early, that's available. If you're trying to sign up for the bootcamp. Smita, okay, you saw it, you got it. Smita, good. If you're still looking for a trade, outline the things you're looking for. Just know the conditions are very choppy. A slow grind higher type of day. Bulls are here, but they're slowly buying it up. 1 minute waves have been holding up. All the indexes are pushing forward. Okay. So they're compensating the trend traders. Hourly candle continues to show strength the past 4 hours. 15-minute candle that resumes into strength. The strength resumes. So you're just waiting for 15 or 5-minute pullbacks and strength behind it. 5-minute, 15-minute pullbacks, strength behind it. I would say that would be the best approach for the entries. All right, no need to be contrarian. Try to catch the top. If you do see an area to get involved to catch the top, all right, just manage your risk accordingly. Define your risk, have a plan for it, and let the chips fall where they may. Let the chips fall where they may. Giveaway. Giveaway. We're eligible for another giveaway, guys. We have 100 likes. So the likes, guys, is really tremendously helping the channel. You can see. But it does, you liking the channel does get this video in front of more traders like yourself. So we'll do that giveaway at 1:30. All right, I'm going to take a quick coffee refill. Let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC, what they got to say. They were on commercial break earlier, so I didn't play it. So again, we continue to expand above these highs. Come back for that retest. Shallow. We'll see. Just slow grind higher. Top stocks to watch. Let's take a listen here.
Percent. All right, we got a big one this afternoon. I'll see you at 3 o'clock. The exchange begins right now.
Thank you very much, Scott. We've got some huge earnings on tap, a big sigh of relief in the crypto space, and a few things that weren't said at the State of the Union last night might give the crypto world and a few other folks some pause today. We'll get into all of that. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Let's start with stocks broadly here, which you can see we're higher across the board. The NASDAQ is clearly leading the way. It's up 1.2%. That's about double the Dow's gain. 0.5% for the small caps, 0.75% for the Russell 2000s, for the S&P 500, I should say. And Nvidia is up 2% ahead of its report tonight. Software is also rebounding for a second straight session, even with a 10% drop in Workday. And here's the crazy thing. Look on your screen right now. Not only are Workday shares off the worst levels, they have turned positive. Again, if that doesn't capture what's going on in software right now, Workday from down 10% to up 1.2% right now. Salesforce and Snowflake are also both rising, and we'll hear from both of them this afternoon. We also mentioned crypto, some huge movers here today. Circle's up 29% now after a massive earnings beat. It's driving up shares of Coinbase 13%. Robinhood is up about 5%. It's also getting some help on a bullish note from B of A. Bitcoin is up 6.5% to almost 69,000 now. Let's start, though, with Nvidia's earnings after the bell. We'll circle back to a lot of those other topics. The shares are up 2.25% or so, and they're on pace for their first 4-day win streak since December. And the PE is still only around 27. It's lower than Broadcom or AMD. Our next guest is expecting big things from tonight's results. Get out the popcorn. He says Wall Street estimates are being significantly underestimated over the next few years. Dan Ives from Wedbush Securities is here with us. He's the global head of technology research. What are the numbers, Dan, that you're looking for? Welcome.
Yeah, great to be here. Look, I mean, obviously, in terms of overall growth and, call it street looking for, I ultimately believe be mid 60% type growth. But I think it's all about 2027 growth. I mean, street right now has 30%. Look, I think when you look at overall data center and you look at CapEx, the $500 billion from Blackwell and Rubin, I mean, that could be estimated by 500 bips, 1,000 bips when it's all said and done. Look, there's no one that has a better perch in the AI revolution than obviously the godfather of AI, Jensen. And in what's really been AI ghost trade, this is a very important print. I'm expecting gold medal performance from Nvidia.
And how important do you think it is for the rest of the market, Dan, which has been happy to find leadership in the semis broadly, even when Nvidia is not participating, has been happy to look at the hardware names, has been happy to be in memory, has, you know what I mean? Like it feels like less is at stake now than it might have been a year and a half ago.
I think, look, I think to some extent, yeah. I mean, everyone's been piling into obviously hardware and semis. Software right now is almost a do not enter zone. I think that continues to be the most disconnected trade out there. But it all speaks to what does demand look like? What is Nvidia seeing? Especially China's going to be a big question mark. That's essentially really nothing right now. As the H200s ultimately come in, that's going to be key. And then what does it look like in terms of Blackwell, Rubin pipeline? And then, when you look at the timing of everything, this continues to be massively underestimated. There's one chip in the world fueling the AI revolution, and sovereigns in the rest of the world haven't even started to come in. And I think that, to us, is why this is just a pivotal report, especially what Jensen's seeing from a demand perspective.
Okay, you mentioned the software names, Dan. Look at Workday, right? And I remember you said yesterday morning as Anthropic was unveiling its big event that ended up being more about partnerships and disruption. You were saying this is the most oversold this sector has been maybe ever. What do you make of the reversal in Workday now? And is this a space you think investors should load up on, or do we have to wait to the points we were hearing last hour from kind of big name investors who are saying maybe it's better to kind of step aside here and let the dust settle?
Yeah, Kelly, I think it's the most disconnected trade that I've ever seen in my career, going back to the late 90s, in terms of what's happened in software, especially when I look at Salesforce, ServiceNow, I look at IBM when it was down 13% on the words about Claude and ultimately what these tools are going to do. Look, I'm not saying there's not some software companies that are going to be on the wrong side of this, and they will be. But the reality is that structurally, software is going to be key to actually the success of AI in the use cases. I think right now it's an AI ghost trade that you're fighting. And I think software, this is going to be viewed as, I think, generational, we've talked about, generational opportunity on names, on big tech. When you look at some of the core software names, Salesforce, ServiceNow, IBM, you look at Palantir, you look at Microsoft right now, the way that that's trading. I think this is really, the rubber meets the road. It all starts with Nvidia.
Yeah, and one of your colleagues on the street over at Rothschild had a fun open letter to, I don't know if you saw this, it was kind of making the rounds, an open letter to Jensen Huang where he asks about some specific issues that he said, he wants to hear him address market concerns and begin to reverse this derating. He points out that the multiple is trading at less than McDonald's. There are three broad categories of issues, he says: the outlook for AI training and inference, customers' technology requirements and their roadmaps, and then the fit between customers' future workloads and NVIDIA's product roadmap versus that of your rivals. I mean, look at what AMD and Meta are doing today. So how would maybe Dan Ives, bullish on NVIDIA, respond to some of those concerns?
Yeah, look, I think those are great points. I think, look, first off, it's really trying to give some sort of roadmap to what this is going to look like in 2027. Because fiscal 27 is what this is all about from NVIDIA. Is it 30% or it's 40% growth? At 75% margins, you could argue then the stock's 230, 250, or even much higher. Then it's addressing, I think, the software components as well. Jensen's a huge supporter of the ecosystem. And I think what's happening right now, it is a dislocated, really a disconnected trade relative to how Claude and Anthropic, they're not going to structurally break software names. But it all comes down to the CapEx. CapEx is accelerating. And we've said for every dollar spent on an NVIDIA chip, it's an $8 to $10 multiplier across the rest of tech. And that, to us, is instrumental in what I believe is going to be the bull thesis playing out for tech.
Yeah, another point here, he says, while these deals, for instance, between Meta and AMD illustrate the strength of NVIDIA, they demonstrate the degree to which rivals are determined or desperate to compete. And if NVIDIA is up against kind of some very big-pocketed other players who don't want to have, they don't want this to be a shakedown, that they just have to keep paying for these chips for years on out.
Look, and the reality is the new gold, new oil in this world, it's NVIDIA chips. I mean, and that's why there's no one, I don't think there's when you look, they're years ahead of competition. That's why even a third-rate chip in China will, I think, be higher demand than Huawei. But it all comes down to why this is such an important night with Nvidia, with of course Salesforce and some of the software, because it's an AI ghost trade, and it.
Okay, we're back. Coffee's refilled. Market continues to chop. We are above those shift highs, second shift highs. We continue to accelerate to the upside slowly but surely. ATR is now 32 cents per 5-minute candle. This has truly been a grind up. So just a nice little grind to the upside. So the most significant level, of course, is going to be these highs up here. Previous shift highs. All right, so does it treat it as support? Does it treat it as a potential breakdown? The cleanest dip buy, of course, is down here. In the jaws of this green box, shallow dip buys, we have the 9, we have the 20 there. Right? So if you're just joining us, we did take a handful of trades. Just a stop out type of day, just risk manager type of day, just managing risk. Couldn't really get anything to work in our favor. Outside of one trade that's flashing green temporarily, but relatively everything else just getting stopped out. The one trade that did provide an opportunity to this push the upside, of course, was this retest. The retest was nice. Unfortunately, decided to go to the downside. In hindsight, of course, the retest is nice. In hindsight, everything looks nice. And this thing continues to push forward, guys. As it continues to push forward, we can start to see that signs of slowdown when it gets to that next rejection zone. And it's hard to just jump in now as it's in this runway. All right, but I mean, 695 is all the way up there. Daily upside target 695.38, 36. So it doesn't have enough. We're moving about 30 cents per 5-minute candle. Okay. If we go to, let's just do a quick calculation real quick. If we go to an hour, okay, we're moving about $2.40 per hour. So if we have 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, right? We got this shift, about 3 hours. Okay, we'll say 3 hours left. So in 3 hours, we can make a range of top end. This is high to low. Technically, we can go up $6 and $7. Right, that is a possibility for us to push in that territory. But what we do know is going to be a slow, gradual grind higher. So if the trend doesn't get interrupted, right? Psychological levels next, of course, 695 all the way up there. Whole numbers, and there isn't a lot of friction between where we are and where we can get to. Only thing you don't know is that grind, right? The grind, slow grind up, slow grind down, slow grind up, slow grind down. But in general, every grind lower is leading to a push higher. All right, so this is reminiscent of some of the action that we did see in 2025 summer type of price action, right? So this is a preview of how things move in the summer seasons, this kind of action. This slow grind higher type of environment. Because you can tell by the ATR. All right, so if you're just jumping in, we will be extending the stream all the way to Nvidia earnings. Looks like the market is on standby on Nvidia earnings. We did already gapped up, so maybe that's pricing in Nvidia earnings that gap up and it continue push. Gap up when it continued push. Uh, 105 likes. Okay, we'll do the giveaway. So put your names in the chat on YouTube, guys. On YouTube, put your names in the chat. Yen, Real struggle today. Yesterday, I joined the community. The code should work now. Welcome to the community, Cowboy. Cowboys 03. Are you a Cowboys fan? Cowboys fan? Now that football season is over for my football enthusiast, what's the protocol? A baseball? Maybe baseball. Baseball is starting up. Still haven't recovered from the Blue Jays loss. So I'm not a baseball fan, but I am a Blue Jays fan. But that was a tough watch. That was a tough watch. That was tough to watch. What's ripping and running ahead of the earnings? Of course, Netflix continues to go. CRCL up 30%. CRCL just woke up today. Software. CRCL did report earnings. Okay. Coinbase up 13%. And having a fast mouse makes a huge difference. Huge difference. I can feel it. All right, Starbucks on the verge of a breakout. Espresso shop breakout. As far as sectors are concerned, we're starting to see some movement in XLF. JPM was a beauty. See if we can stock JPM. JPM and Palantir for the win today. Look at JPM, guys. So JPM day two continuation tomorrow. With the recovery of the financials, JPM's up close to $3 some change, close to $4. So what are our thoughts on Nvidia? Okay, so now this is a trap. So okay, this is great because this allows us to, see the difference, between our entry here with that level. So that means we don't want to see this. We want to see a close. Right? We don't want to see the wicks. We want to see a close. Why? The 9 MA is right there. That key level is right there. So we want to see a nice close because buyers might be loading back up. So let's see if we get the nice close below this level and we start to push back the downside. Great time to do some price study. Today's the day for 122 day DTEs. Maybe coin will give them people back their money. I heard they were holding on money. Wow. Yeah, that's... As soon as the platform does that, in my book, I'm just running away from that platform regardless of what they do. Holding people's money. And the cool thing is in this era, there are options. Okay, no pun intended, there are options. What that means is there are other brokers around. Before you had no choice. Not too long ago, before if you had a bank account, you have to pay the monthly fees. The bank would literally charge you a subscription fee to hold your money. Now it's laughable, right? But at some point in time, guys, that was how the banks made a good amount of money. They would charge you a subscription fee, to hold your money. That was bank fees was one of the ways. All right, that was a product. One of their products is just charging people fees for no reason. Right? So that doesn't for the most part, that's no longer the model because it's very accessible for people to open up checking accounts. I wonder how much money they racked up. Bank of America's racked up from monthly fees. Matter of fact, let me look that up. Put some guesses in the chat. So Bank of America specifically. Let's see if that information is even disclosed. So you're starting to see what's starting to break down there. Hold below that 9. 6.6 billion. 2024. $6.6 billion for monthly fees. $6.6 billion from fees. Service charges. $148 million in overdraft. Right, so 6.6 billion. Just that was the revenue they generated from their subscription fee of holding people's money in an account, doing nothing with it. So you can see the distinct difference between how we interacted with these highs, now we're interacting with these highs, and what I want you to pay attention to is what the other indexes are doing as well. All right, see if we get that full breakdown. VIX starts to wake up. We hold below that 9 EMA. Now the bank gives you money when you put money in a broker. Got $50 this month just for, yeah. So now there's might be now banks are paying you, companies are paying you, brokers are paying you to put money in their accounts. All right, so does that, for a pessimist, all right, that might signal, hey, you know what, there might be a liquidity problem. Maybe. All right, so cash shortage. So you see the distinct difference between the other ones. The other times where it didn't trap. So I wait for the close, and then now, say if I were to theoretically take this trade. All right, see if we get that nice trigger that, and our stop is about 241. So we'll say 120. That's the hourly, by the way. So we need to go put that back to 5. So 29 cents. Give a 15-cent stop because we're moving so slow. TP, 1 for 1 would be 15. There. All right. After you get still a little bit iffy with the action, but at least we're getting that candles below it. Those candles below them. In the case if you're going long, maybe you're sitting through a little bit of drawdown after that 9 EMA. Right, and you want that reclaim back above 692.39. So mental trade here. Do you think this breaks or does this bounce? Mental trade here. Does it break down or does it bounce? Does it hit this target first or does it get stopped out? There's a 1-to-1. Half the ATR, essentially half the ATR. close to half the, slightly above, yeah, exactly at the half the ATR. So when you do your price study, right, you can see the difference here, a little bit of a rushed. And once you allocate the risk, now you're hands off, meaning you're letting it play out. You know where your risk is. You're watching how price is moving. One sign of a early exit, if you don't want to go your full stop, you start to see if you're in a little bit of profit. Right. One sign of an early exit, if you're looking for an early exit, is a parabolic push back above 692.39. Okay. So you see the distinct difference. The difference between the bounce and the breakdown. And look at the environmental conditions. All the indexes selling off, Q's relatively holding, but the VIX is starting to spike. Okay, so that's probably up double digits there. For the people who take TP, they probably take a little bit off there. For the people who like to hold the target, they hold the target. For folks who are moving their stop, right, they're doing one of these maneuvers, right? They're moving their stop to break even. Right, they're saying my stop is right there. Right, that's the difference. That's the difference. You can see the distinct difference between those trades. But even this is some contention. As long as that 5 doesn't go a reversal, see this can continue to push the downside. These candles are moving very slow. 15-minute reversed. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. We do have one giveaway coming up. I will do it at 1:30. Put your names in the chat for the boot camp. First time viewers, let us know where you're joining from. Long time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community. We will be extending the stream all the way through Nvidia earnings. So we have your wall-to-wall coverage through Nvidia. So 86% said yes to the extension of the stream. So in this case, if you take a little bit of profit off, you move your stop to break even, you have something to show for it. If you're just make or break, you're still in a position, maybe you saw a little bit of green, and you're willing to sacrifice that green for more green. Okay. So Rainer was the last winner. Make sure to send me that DM Rainer. Ideally, see if you can hold below that 692.35, which is that POC on the 5. It's still in the jaws of the 9 EMA. So the Gabriel. So you don't want any reversal combinations if you're a seller because we're still in the uptrend. So this is a dip buy opportunity for the longs. All right, so you can scalp to the downside. In 2 minutes, we'll do the giveaway, guys. In 2 minutes, we'll do the giveaway for the boot camp. Hancho. Let's see if we can get to 120 subs. 150 subs, we'll do another giveaway. Jessica. So buyers did try to step in here temporarily on the 5, but they got overwhelmed. So you can see the difference. All right. So in this case, I want you to start doing that, guys, when you're doing your price study, seeing the scenario where it worked and it didn't work. So what you realize is even though you did take the trade, you manage your risk, that's fine. But ideally, when you're coming into support, you're going to get that breakdown. And I'm not just saying it conveniently. We talked through it. And we kind of walked through it as well earlier to show you where the areas where I could have done a better job in filtering out That's setup. But once you're in the trade, the risk is defined. You just manage your risk. Do you sell put spreads, iron condors, and stuff? No, not on the stream. No, I don't do put spreads, iron condors, butterflies, straddle, strangle. It's just trading naked calls and puts. So it already hit target. So target already hit. So one trader can take profit. Another trader can say, hey, you know what? I want more. Right? So I want more. So already went 1-to-1. All right, so let's do the comparison. So one trader, all right, trader one takes his trade, allocates risk, he takes profit. Trader two takes the same trade and is shooting for 2-to-1. Okay. And that would put us at 30. All right. So now trader one already took his profits, walked away. Okay. Cleans his hands, moves away. Trader two is looking for a TP of all the way to 2, right? 2-to-1 TP, risk reward, right? And doesn't take profits, and now guess what? Is in drawdown. You see the difference? Because again, we are still in that uptrend. So when you're scalping, when you're taking it to the downside, right, you're gonna have to look at this bounce, guys. All right, shot out of a cannon. So if you're trader one, you did your job. If you're trader two, you want more, you give back everything you had. Okay, now 2 minutes. Oh, actually, it's giveaway time already. Any last contestants, any last entries in the giveaway, let me know. So my style of trading is leaning towards trader one, right? Meaning see profit, take profit. So many times I've been in this camp, in this trader two camp. When it goes, it goes. But for some reason, it doesn't go to TP. And I got frustrated. I got so frustrated with being in a position because one of my pet peeves is green to red. Right? So if I'm gonna be wrong and get stopped out, okay, it's all that's fair. I was wrong, allocate a risk, I move along, that's fine. Right? But if I'm right, but I want more, and then everything I had gets taken away, and now I walk away with less than I put in. Right? That's not good for my psychology. Brian, okay. So what kind of trader are you? Trader one? Both systems work, by the way. Right, it's not to say that only taking profits works. All right, both of them work. Right, but they just have a different psychology. All right, so trader two, let's leave it on. All right, so in this case, guys, in this scenario, which trader would you be? Or which trade would you how would you manage the position? Take your profits already at 20-30%, or either hit 40-50%, 2 times 2-for-1 risk reward before getting stopped out. So put it, would you be 1 or would you be 2? Okay, so put in the chat, 1 or 2. So me, I'm on the 1 camp. So I already take my profits. Now I get to view things, different opportunities if they still are valid. So if it turns into a retrace, reject, something else. Okay. This was a rough day. 4 stop out. Sounds like a lot of people had a rough day, but that's the first red day I had since joining the group, which I only joined last week. It's hard not to jump back in, but it looks like I will need to wait for tomorrow. I'm guessing that's the whole thing. Snail along and absolutely, guys. If you're red, guys, the protocol is on our team. Just don't make it more than it needs to be. Tremendous start. Tremendous way to start off your time in our community, Boomer. But we have to have those tools. We have to have that skill set to bounce back. Bouncing back is very, very important. Right. So tremendous job. Tomorrow, more opportunities. We'll be there for it. Okay. So trader 1 or trader 2. Trader 1, or don't wait until the very end to answer. So Milton is already in a position with 2. All right. So that means he already understands, hey, you know what? And you can be a hybrid, I'd say trader 1.5, which is take the profits, take some profits here, and then leave your risk on runners at the top up here. So there is trader 1, trader 2, and trader 1.5, which is like a hybrid. Okay. Just for this particular juncture, just for this trade here. Beautiful. As long as you know your risk is defined, you're good to go. The times where we run into issues is when the risk is unknown, it's not defined, we over leverage, we use too much size, and then when you lose, you're caught off guard, you're unsure, and then now it turns into a whole mess. So what are some variables trader 2 needs to take into account? Right? All right, so keep in mind, trader 1 is already done. Already got paid. Let's just say trader 1 already got 20%. Okay? Was willing to lose 20%, made 20%. So as this trade develops, what are some variables that trader 2 needs to take into account while holding this trade? What are some variables, right? And next question behind that, what are some variables, what are some things trader 2 could have done to mitigate those variables if he has a target that's 2x, or he has a target that's the same size as the ATR? All right, so both styles work. Right? So you just need to know which one works for that particular trade. Right? So if you're a trader 2 in these conditions, maybe you have 1 DTEs to mitigate some of that back and forth. Theta decay, exactly. All right, so maybe you say, hey, you know what? Let me go 1 day out to mitigate the theta decay. So it's all these small things that you do as a trader, right, that puts you in position. The chart is half, I would say 1/3 of the battle. Okay, 1/3 of the battle. And trader 3 would be, of course, 3x, 1 to 3 risk reward. Okay, so giveaway time. Let's spin the wheel. 20 MA right there. By any chance, if you are in any of these trades, all right, that 20 MA, watch out for that 20 MA as it comes into it. Let's spin the wheel. I try to be trader 1, but then I always become trader 2. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Any last contestants? It's starting to move there. Milton, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful. So now, don't get confused. Now we're back to where we were before, but the gain is a little bit less than it was before because theta. Right? It's a little bit less. Say if it was 20% this time on that go around, now maybe it's up. Let's just say, right, maybe 10 to 13. If this was 20. Or 10 to 15. Okay. So again, trader 1 already went about his life. Walked away. Went to go do something else. So you're getting less, but you're doing it in less time. So it just depends which one defines your trading personality for most of the trades you take. And if you have an idea of which personality you lean towards, right, then you can better adjust the kind of trades you take, your hold time, your TPs, your risk management, all those things, right? The challenging thing becomes, right, going between these two personalities. Type 1, type 2. Right, because you can't do this sometimes, this sometimes, this sometimes. This. It's do one a majority of the time and do the other sometimes when you account for it. Right? Understanding your personality is very, very critical. Your trading personality. Add my name. Yep. Okay, Yen. Okay, I got you, Yen. All right. Giveaway time. Giveaway time. So let me know in the chat. Are you trader 1 or trader 2? There's one is not superior than the other. You know why? Because the math over a course of 100 trades, the math still equals to both of them winning. The difference is, right, the win rate might be different. Right? The win rate might be higher for this one because it's a shorter target. The win rate can be lower for this one. It's a larger target, but the reward makes up for the win rate. If that makes sense. For this one, you're taking 1 step back, 2 steps forward. For this one, you're taking 1 step forward. 1 step forward, 1 step back. A 50% win rate, right? 1-to-1 risk reward, you're doing this. 1 step forward, 1 step back. 1 step forward, 1 step back. So a 50% win rate is something you need more than a 50% win rate. As opposed to that 2-to-1 is 2 steps forward, 1 step back. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Right, depending on the win rate. Right, so now trader 1 takes profit, trader 2, right? According to this here, right? Let's just say hypothetically that's the stop. Trader 2 gets stopped out. Right? But if trader 1 decided to trade like trader 2 and adopt a new line of thinking, trader 1 would be very frustrated. If trader 1 tried to trade like this, it'd be very frustrated. Trader 2, since this is already accounted for, even though it gets stopped out, it's just a cost of business. If that makes sense. Okay? That makes sense. Sometimes I'm bold, especially when I see them running aftermatic plays. Now Qs are starting to go as well. You said above 615. Yeah, see if the Qs can hold above 615. Nice hold. 615 psychological level on the Qs. Okay, so giveaway time. Beautiful catch up, Brad. Good call out. All right, so giveaway. Let's spin the wheel. All right. Second winner of the day is Suda. Suda is the winner. Congratulations, Suda. I believe you might be in the Google Meets. So just send me a message. If you're in the community already, send me a message. Send me a DM and then your email, and I'll get you I'll put you in the list for the webinar, for the boot camp this weekend. Unless we have two Sudas. I believe Suda's already on our team. So congrats, Suda. I'll put in the chat. That was so close, right? That was so close to remove Suda. Okay, now SPY is starting to move. Okay. Back the upside. So that's just a thought exercise that we just did, right? Just to give you an idea, right, of the importance of trading personality. Right, same setup. Two different traders. Right. Two different approaches. Same setup. Now here's a link to the free tier Discord. Send me a DM there. Code word for today. Code word for today is risk. Code word for today is risk. Code word for today is risk. So risk in your name, DM Discord. We'll get you situated. So grind higher continues, reclaim that 9, continue to push the bulls waves to the upside. Nice continued gradual push on SPY. Waves have not been interrupted yet. Every pullback being bought back up. Next giveaway at 150, guys. The next giveaway at 150. We can get there. We had over 700, 800 people joining us so far. All right, so these are very doable. If you're a first-time viewer, you're tuning into our live trading SPY program. Market analysis, live trades. Today has been just about risk management. Took 5 trades, all 5 trades stopped out. So this is probably the first day this year in a long time where we had that many stop outs. And tomorrow, we'll see what happens tomorrow. We'll take advantage of the best opportunities. Maybe Power Hour can throw a lotto out there. So tune in for that. Power Hour Lotto possibly. Going into 2:30, 3 o'clock-ish. If things clean up. If not, done for the day. Especially when I see running, yeah. So you can be a hybrid as well. You can be a hybrid between trader 1, trader 2. Let's see if we can go over to the 5-minute real quick. Okay, let's hang out on the 5-minute real quick so we can illustrate to you that we're still in an uptrend. So every dip into the 5-minute is getting bought back up. So ever since that breakout, we have not looked back. So you can see. So the key is wait for the 5-minute hammer in the waves. Or wait for the 5-minute reversal combos in the waves. Until proven otherwise. Until the trend is over. What are some signs the trend is starting to die down? Some signs of a dying trend. And of course, this is a slow grind, but when you see some big moves like this, and then those drops become shorter drops, and that pops become shorter. It starts to tighten. The range starts to tighten. So see if we can get a hammer. If we get a hammer off the waves, I will bring it to your attention. For possible another dip. The dip buy for the day is here. 691.65, 691.41. Here we go. We can even adjust this slightly to incorporate VWAP. So basically like your left side breaker. Okay. Outside of that, any of those highs, buying those highs, you're paying a premium. Okay, just because you pay a premium doesn't mean it's not going to go higher, but just know you're paying a premium. You're buying at the top of the market. So if you're buying at the top of the market, right, you have to let the market continue to top and continue to go higher for you to see any appreciation. When did you start full time? What was the reason? So it's been close to 4 years. And the reason is, of course, the ability to work on your time. Obviously, my background is in tech. So it wasn't like I left. I say, hey, you know what? I found this trading thing. Let me go full time. And that's not how it went. Is while I was working, I'm learning, I'm developing, I'm trading, and then slowly transitioned. Right. What I like is so regardless of what you do, you're gonna have something you don't like, an element you don't like about what you do, even if you love it, even if it's a passion. So I'll accept the things that come with trading. Prefer dealing with those things than prefer dealing with the things work in that corporate environment. Right. If I have to work in that environment, I'll work in that environment. A hard worker. I show up every day, show up early, put the work in. But if there is something, if there's an avenue for me to find a different path, right, I'm penetrating that avenue. I'm going right through it. Right, to me, what's more important is the ability to have my time, to do the things that I like. Right, to be able to stream, to be able to share, to be able to build a community, to be able to trade, to be able to do all these different things. To really start to work on the things you're really, really interested in. That's the whole point. Right? The whole point is for you to utilize trading so you can work on your God-given gift. Whatever it is, whatever your calling is. You have something inside that you need to bring to the forefront. Right? And trading is the means to that end. Because it's very efficient. You can do a lot and very little and have a lot of time left over. Right? So if you learn to play the game, so when you're doing trading, you're not trading time for a dollar amount. You're risking capital at certain times to make more with the capital. The other structure is to make more, you need to do more. Do more what? Spend more time. So it's an exchange, unless you're doing a commission. And you only have so many hours in a day. Right? So the only path for you to make more, unless you get a different position, unless you get promoted, is to work more hours, because the exchange is, I have 24 hours, you have 24 hours and you're trading those hours. So if you want to trade more than 8 hours, trade the 8 hours or 10 hours to this place, and you have more hours you want to trade of your time to work, you to make more money, you just spent all those hours. But trading reduces that. It's the most efficient way. The hardest way with the most efficient way. So even when you're coming into trading, you can't have that mindset of thinking, unless I trade 8 hours, I didn't work. It's, you don't know what the day has in store. Right? You don't know what the day has in store. Sometimes you'll be trading 2 hours. Sometimes it's just one shot, one kill. But a lot of the times, when you get past the greed element of trading, the reason why a lot of people overtrade, right, is because they felt like they didn't do enough. We're so conditioned to work 40, 50, 60 hours, right? We're conditioned to work that much time to get a paycheck, to get a salary. And if we work anything less than that, right, your brain is not familiar with that kind of work. So it thinks it's not work. And you might start over trading to make it seem like you're working. Maybe start spending more time on the charts to make it seem like you're working, because your brain is used to, if the schedule is 9 to 5, it's used to that. 5 days a week, 8 hours a day with one break. So that line of thinking is flipped on its head, because you're not paid in trading how much you work. The market can care less how many hours you put. Right? You can stare at the charts for 12 hours. That doesn't increase your probability of winning. You still can lose, you still can win. And someone can spend 10 minutes. So since the market doesn't reward how much effort and time you put, it rewards how well can you manage risk. How well can you allocate risk? And when do you know when to stop, and when do you know when to walk away? When do you know when to take the profit? That's what you get rewarded for. So it's backwards. That's why trading is so hard, because you have to reconfigure your brain. We've been put on that program for a long time. All right, just think of it. When you go to school from K through 12, the K through 12 schedule is the same schedule as a work day. It's like telling a child, you only have to go to school, all right, for 15 minutes a day. All you need to be able to do is know where to allocate, manage risk, and your day's done. It doesn't compute in your brain, because it goes against everything we've been conditioned to think like. So that's what made trading so compelling to me. And I said, hey, this is not I want to do this, I need to do this, I need to figure this out. Because of that. Right? Because I need my time. I need it. Or as much of it as I can get. And this is the only thing. What else is there? Right? Start a business, especially for entrepreneurs. Trading is a business. So it's the best business you can start, in my opinion. There's no overhead. There's no inventory. There's no employees. But there are hurdles in the industry you need to get over, just like anything else. Right? There are things you need to learn, just like anything else. You need to be properly trained, just like anything else. So that's the appeal. That's the appeal of trading. All right, that's the whole appeal. And it takes a long time. People around you are not going to believe. Why should they believe? Right? So no one around you needs to believe anything. You need to believe more than anyone else. So if you're waiting for someone to believe in you to do something, all right, that ship has sailed. That's not coming. No one's going to magically appear and say, I believe in you, and speak life into you. You need to believe in yourself more than anyone else. And then eventually, through your belief in self, through your belief in knowing that you have a God-given purpose here, you're not just on this rock in the middle of the universe, walking around for no reason at all at this particular time and space. Then people will start believing when you believe, and people start to see. Right? People will believe after the fact, right? That's like that. People are like indicators. Okay, people are like indicators. They're lagging. So you have to move first, and then eventually the applause will come. But if you try to convince and make people believe when you're not moving already, right? You're just putting more pressure on price, or more pressure on yourself. Right? Because the whole industry gets a bad rap. Whole industry gets a bad rap. As tainted with get rich quick. Since it has such a low barrier to entry, a lot of people try it, don't work, and they say, hey, you know what? It's gambling. Right? So the people are just the lagging indicators. You have to move. When you move consistently, when price moves consistently, you can see we're still bullish, but in the midst of our bullishness, we're still pulling back. But overall, it's still going up. Eventually, the EMAs start reflecting that. Same thing in our lives. Up 28% on Netflix March contracts. Will take profit now and put a trail stop. Beautiful job, Lynn. Phenomenal. And that's what trading is about, guys. That's what trading is about. So to answer your question short, that's why in the beginning you're going to have to breathe, eat, sleep, trading, right? Especially in the beginning. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Nice little push. Okay, 2 p.m. pump there. Thank you for the heads up. MIM 8, MIME 8330. And you got that early entry too as well, Lynn. So great job. So next week, if Netflix stabilizes, goes into next week, that breakout that you got or that reverse you got is still early. So great job on taking TP. And in the beginning, if you're full-time, if you work full-time, if you're in a career, all right, you heard me say this before, don't leave your career for trading. Okay, don't leave your job for trading. All right, you can do it. That's the whole point of Spy Strikers, to get it done in an hour. So you can keep doing your job, right? The community, the resources, I'll do the heavy lifting, bring the opportunities to you. That's the whole point of the service. That's the whole point of the community. People come together. They share ideas. So that was the 5-minute hammer here off the wave. Somewhat of a hammer. Right? Nice hammer break. 5-minute pullback. We got one there. We got one here. Main thing is not to go long into highs. 12:45 just in, 250 million worth of crypto shorts liquidated in the past 4 hours. Not sure how to interpret this, though. Crypto and ES and SPY go hand in hand. Yeah, the thing with crypto is there's so much leverage behind crypto. All right, there's a lot of people who trade crypto on leverage. 5x, 10x, 100x leverage. So it's almost like, think of trading QQQ. Okay, you know QQQ. You have TQQQ, triple leverage Qs. So 3x QQQ. And now the leverage crypto, when you trade leveraged Bitcoin, it's almost like there's some leverage that are 100x Bitcoin, 10x, 5x, 20x, 30x. So when you hear these liquidation events, these cohort of traders, is because they're leveraged, over leveraged, triple leveraged, quadruple leveraged, 50x leverage, and Bitcoin doesn't even just makes like a nice little drop or maybe intraday flash crash. All those accounts are wiped out. You know how SPX is like 10x SPY. Right, so it's like if SPY drops by 3% intraday, SPX is going to take a tumble, right? You think SPX 690.20 test before bounce of all-time highs? It looks like this thing is pursuing those all-time highs, guys, slowly but surely. Now, we are in the window to start to push into that zone. All right, that's part of one of the game plans. That's part of one of the scenarios we laid out. All right, this runway. So this is the all-time high neighborhood up here. All right, so it's not there. This is the road. Okay, just think of this as the highway. Okay, and this is the all-time high small town called all-time high. When we start approaching, we start getting in there, and when you get to the heart of the city, right there's all-time high. It's the heart of the town, 697.84 is all-time high. They were short leverage, but price went up. Yeah, it could be either way, short or long. In this case, since we're seeing Bitcoin take a nice little push to the upside. Nice little push there. Look at the hourly chart on SPY, 15-minute chart on SPY. BTC. Bitcoin is already a crazy mover. Right, on top of that, if you add leverage to it, matter of fact, let's do this quick example. Okay, let's do this. So you see SPY's ATR is 28 cents per 5-minute candle. Put in the chat, what do you think Bitcoin's 5-minute ATR? How much do you think Bitcoin's move every 5 minutes? Moves every 5 minutes. 235. Okay. That's without leverage. That's as is. Now just imagine if there's leverage on top of it. Now just imagine if there's 10x leverage on top of it. It can move about 2,000 points per 5 minutes. Okay, nice break. So we're breaking all these highs, continue to expand. Another break. VIX headed south. Hourly directional, 15-minute thriving. Anyone riding any calls, guys? Anyone riding calls? Possibly further dated. Those waves are waving nicely. Even the 5-minute waves. 5-minute waves. Next giveaway, guys, 150 likes. Next giveaway. We're an hour away from power hour. Hour away from power hour. I'm in 694. Beautiful job, Native Gamer. Inner Joy Vibes. Good, good, good. Where's my ES? No. There's an indicator that I have. The converter indicator. I think Hero is the one who shared it with me last time. Volume. No, I'm missing that indicator. Okay, nice break of those highs. See if they continue push. That indicator gives you the price of, converts the price of SPX and ES. I have it somewhere on one of my charts. So, of course, as retest awaits, we're able to claim back above these highs. Running out of room, Richie. Top of that channel. Keep a close eye, guys. Top of that channel. Keep in mind, we're moving 25 cents per 5-minute candle. I don't think we moved that slow in quite some time. Make sure to subscribe, guys. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Help us get to 3,200 subs. Our goal was 3,100. We smashed it. Our like goal will be 130. Instead of 150, 130 before 3 o'clock, we'll do the giveaway. All right. You can easily get there before 2:30. And we have the 90 MA trailing in. Let me throw the waves here so you can clearly see the trend. Waves are waving. Waves are waving. So AM trading, all stop outs. Let us know you did today. See if Power Hour brings a couple opportunities. On YouTube, let us know. Slow grind higher, slow grind higher. It's moving to the upside, but very slow grind, snail's pace. Snail's pace, guys. Okay. I saw you posted an idea, Sanjay. So sound, take a look at sound. February 27, 2026, $8 calls. Small cap. All right, so all the ideas, guys, if you have ideas, right, post your ideas here and the growth ideas. Small account, large account, long-term ideas, short-term ideas, scalp ideas. Okay, you guys should have access to that channel. All right, that's for us to share those ideas. Okay. Again, share it. It's not about being right. It's not about just share. Everyone does their due diligence, right? Everyone's not going to just follow. We don't have that herd mentality where everyone just jumps into trade. Everyone does their technical due diligence before jumping in, right? There's so much ideas and the diversity. If we have people who trade small caps, mega cap. We have, of course, most people trade mega caps. If there's a demand for those channels, we can start making a channel in there for people to exchange ideas as well. All right, so there's no limit to the things we can do, but the main thing is we keep SPY the bread and butter, and once you continue to use that, you can start to venture into some other names. All right, but first, master that one ticker. Excuse me. Very shallow flag here. See if there's some momentum behind it. And sound, SOUN. Did it make a nice move? It's above VWAP. Yeah, nice break, nice gap up above that $8. So nice idea there. So at this point, everything is shallow. All right. So we do have these session lows and these session highs there, so giving us a nice zone. These are the most important areas. VWAP being all the way here. So the Bulls did their job. The Bulls did their job. Bulls did their job past 2 days. So this looks like we're probably pricing in Nvidia's earnings. Could be a case of that. And we have a lot of new members jumping in, guys. If you're a new member, if you have any trouble navigating the Discord, send me a message. All right, we do have a video on how to navigate the Discord. It's pretty straightforward, but I know everyone is not familiar with Discord. All right, if you're new, drop your intro in here. Okay, drop an intro in here. Get to know some of your teammates. All right, there's just more than just a avatar or a name on the screen, guys. We're teammates. I'll respond to your intro, Alexa. So Alexa, drop your intro. Read the teammates' intros, guys. Share whatever you want to share. If you feel compelled, most of the activity takes place in the SPY Striker trading floor. Event calendar, what to look for on the week. Game plan, send out every single morning, right? The levels, the zones. Daily recap, a recap of what took place the previous day. We go over that as well in the pre-market prep. Of course, our chat, the growth ideas here, and my chart. So if you want my chart with the exact levels already done for you, any annotations I make on the chart, you click this, you have access to my chart in real time. Watch list. We have a futures and crypto channel here. Futures, Forex, crypto. If you want to share some ideas there. All right, so most of the activity takes place in this Striker trading floor. SAT Academy, all the courses are there. Educational resources, past webinars, past streams, live trading library, trading glossary, and of course our SAT Vault. All our previous chats are in there. And some tools, SAT Calculator, Journal, Trade Tracker, all those things are available. All right, so a ton of tools for you to take advantage of. Take advantage of. Nice break of that flag. Nice break of that flag. See if we had some follow through behind it. We have room to go. I mean, as long as the trend remains, we have room to go. Do you post your trades end of the day? We do a review. And then we review the trades the next day. And the pre-market prep. So far, YouTube is green. 6-7% of them are green on YouTube. It's a phenomenal job, guys. Phenomenal. Nice little flag. So this flag does look alluring, okay? Right? But you have to understand that we did move. If you take that scalp, we did move only 17 cents. So you need this thing to continue to move. All right, so now does it have enough fuel behind it to continue to push? How do we read the order blocks? Order blocks are just basically where certain area on the chart where there's been a lot of previous history of a lot of orders. So sometimes you see it like this. You see it like a sell candle, a massive sell candle, and a massive something like this. Buy up candle, all right, that gets bought back up. And then this can loosely be defined as an order block. Right, some of the smart money. Something like this. Tit for tat. Full access, $50. $50 per month. All right, that flag. $50 a month. You can use the code trial30 to get the 25% off your first month if you want the trial. Four spots left. Yeah. So March. So this month we had 20 spots on the trial available. March there'll be 10 spots. And it's not a big difference between the trial and the regular plan. I mean, it's just $10 off. It's $50. Very same cost as basically TradingView. TradingView, second tier TradingView. Right, you know, you have the free version, and then you have the one that's above the free version, and then you have one above that. I think that's like, I think I pay like $60 or $70 a month. So with your business, you're going to have expenses. Right? You're going to have expenses with your business. Do you guys have any other software subscriptions? Like Flow Algo, Black Box Stocks, Cheddar Flow, Trady Ticks, maybe Yahoo Finance Premium, FinViz Premium. All right, do we start losing some steam here? So this flag is a scalp into those highs, right? You take out that into this session high. Again, trader, remember the example? Trader one takes his flag. Okay, so let's just same thing. Trader one takes his flag. 1-to-1 risk, 13 point stop, a 13 cent risk, 13 cent TP, right? He makes something out of it. Trader 2, who's looking for more than a 2-to-1, probably still in the position. So, but if you're looking for that 2-to-1, maybe you're looking for a better dip buy opportunity. Maybe you're looking at some key zones rather than just an EMA. Is this it? Is SPY going to start to crack, guys? Is SPY going to start to crack? Look at this ascension. Monster ascension off of this bounce. This is what this was it. All right. Get that break, retest, continue to expand. We haven't looked back. That 20 EMA pullback is coming up. 20 EMA pullback is coming up. See if we can spend some time above that area, and the 20 EMA pullback can start to line up with this key zone. That can happen. That adds an additional layer of confluence. As far as reversal patterns on the 1, maybe this is the early signs of a head and shoulder possibly. Right? As long as these highs don't get taken out. As long as those highs don't get taken out. Is this it? Is this it, guys? Do we start running out of steam? Trend on the 5 across the board is clean. On the 5, it's clean. Trend on the Qs is clean. The Dow is really struggling here. The Dow is starting to flip the waves. IW continues to push forward. IW has a nice reversal off the 50% retrace. Basically, where my stop out was to the downside, that was a nice reversal back to the upside. So the 50% retrace reclaim. The weekly. $130 likes is the goal, guys. 130. Let's get to that number. Okay, bear cycle starting 230. Yep, a new shift in 230. Something you got to pay attention to. Something you got to pay attention to. So bears are making an argument to the downside. Of course, they can say inverse head and shoulder. Not inverse, traditional head and shoulder. We have those highs coming up. We're very close to those highs. The whole market is open, but precious metals, metal futures are halted. You mean halted like they're not tradable? Why is that? Why is that? Is gold halted? Anyone on the futures end? Anyone on the future end? Gold is halted. Not sure. I think it looks good to me. Oh, you mean halted like not moving at all? So unless you're trying to catch the top for those shorts, all right, maybe at least wait for a wave flip. These waves to start to turn red, even that's still early. If you're following the trend, see if you can come back the wave into this territory, get some sort of price action combination. That's very, very shallow. It's better to buy it here than to buy it at the highs. If you're waiting for zones, for structural retest of highs, these are the areas to wait for. Is it overextended? Absolutely. To the upside. Is the VIX overextended to the downside? Let's take a look. Right. Even the plan on the VIX played out, right? We talked about the VIX. This week, I think it's been more of straying away from the game plan on my end. All right. So sometimes I can have a tendency to do that from time to time. All right. Still have to understand what that is. But the game plan, good plan, great plan, bad execution. Well, I tried to outsmart the low ATR, small loss for the day. May take a lot on power hour if it picks up. Otherwise, taking it. Yeah, so if you've been trading with me for more than 3 months, we haven't seen this type of action this year yet. This 24 ATR, we have not seen that all year. We've seen the 30s, but this kind of action, we have not seen that yet. So this is the first time preview of what low ATR conditions look like with high IV. That is a nightmare scenario for contracts, because contracts are still relatively expensive, but price is not moving. Okay, well, let me rephrase. Contracts are relatively expensive, but price is not moving in time. Meaning it's not moving when you need to move. It's moving gradually, but that move is milking those contracts. All right, so if you navigated this condition before, you know how to approach it. Even those big candles are moving premium 7 to 8 cents, 100%, right? Even that what was the last break? This break, what was this one? So this looks like a bull flag, right? It is a bull flag. It is a nice compression break. We got a 3-2 reversal, nice break, but again, barely moved. So in this kind of scenario, you're going to have to really see some nice appreciation. You're going to have to get price at an area where it can move slightly faster than its ATR. And more than likely, it's going to be in these areas of interest. Everywhere else is just going to gradually move at the ATR within the ATR. So identifying those areas is going to be critical. Okay. Every day, guys, we're learning something. You're learning something. Every stream. All right. And these things, you got to pick them up. When the market is telling you this, you have to take those notes, because you will leverage this information next time. You will leverage the same exact information next time. %, doctor. I mean, you remember the low ATR conditions during the summer. We have a couple of weeks of low ATR during the summer we had to navigate through, and early fall. But this is our first sequence of that. If you are just jumping in the community, again, the live stream is available here. Live stream is available here. Okay. Google Meets, ad-free, delay-free. All right. Let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC.
Ahead of the race of AI development. If we don't build data centers to support AI advancement, we will be falling behind on other countries, and that's key.
And we talked about this. You and I talked about it. I spoke about it with other CEOs at the Edison Electrical Institute Utilities Conference in Florida in early January. And you look at like Loudoun County, Virginia. Loudoun County is the capital of data centers, and yet Loudoun County's electricity rates have actually gone down last few years because these companies are paying so much into the system. Is this pledge as you know it? I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, Asher. I know it's okay to say you don't know because I don't know. It's just a pledge or like a commitment. You know what I mean? I can pledge I'm going to go running every day, but what if I don't?
Most of the utilities we're working with across the country are already focusing on how do we make sure that we are funding the energy needs that we have. And so this is ongoing. And I think being able to solidify this across every single.
If you're having a hard time joining the Discord, guys, okay, if you just jumped in, you want to click. You want to click the SPY Strikers Premium right at the dashboard. So as soon as you jump in, it leads you to. I'll send you the screenshot. I'll send you a screen grab of what to click.
I think the big impact is recently energy prices going up. A lot of that is because of heating resources. I mean, you have massive winter storms going across the country. People are using more heating and air conditioning within their homes, and that drives pricing up as much as the data center large-scale demand does because we're paying for the transmission upgrades. Like our Riverbend campus we announced, we're paying for the transmission upgrades there. We're looking at building a gigawatt of net new generation, and we'll be putting up the collateral and making sure that the commitments we are backstopping.
All right, so make sure you guys click this, guys. Make sure you click SPY Strikers Premium Discord. So jump in the Whoop and click the SPY Strikers Premium Discord. As soon as you click that, we'll send you a link to claim your spot in the Discord. Okay, claim your spot in the Discord. All right, continues to push. Again, anytime it comes to the waves, nice and golfer continues to go. So we're above previous shift highs. Another breakout. Super hard to make money in this. I thought I had a system worked out for it, but I end up watching the data bleed my position. Yeah, this is a very tricky day. So let's see what Power Hour brings in the next 24 minutes. Let's see what Power Hour brings. So make sure to click the SPY Strikers Premium Discord. All right, this break continues, guys. I mean, the bulls are not going away. Waves still waving, bulls still pushing. Yeah, the trend, it seems like it's going to fade. It doesn't fade. So again, all my bears just have to try not to fight it too much, see if these waves can flip at least. In a strong uptrend, even with this gradual push, snail's pace, all those shorts are starting off as scalps. All right, and then see if it starts to work. If it starts to bounce, got to get out of those scalps. So a target, it's a pretty astronomical target, but there's not a lot of friction between where we are and where we need to get to. We have 695. So that target, don't be deceived. Don't think you just can jump in and just say, let me sit in until 695. In this case, entry is going to matter because it's a matter of time. As long as this trend holds, and VIX starts to head towards that downside, any interaction on the 5 with this wave, guys, you can see. The reason why it throws off a lot of trend traders is because it's so slow. You can see anytime we come into the waves, same thing happens. All right, nice reversal here as well. So we see a 5-minute sell-off, and then boom, buyers take it. 5-minute reversals. So if this continues, yeah, 695. So for this to get a reversal back to downside, at least put some pressure on the waves, and this sequence stops. So no buyer stepping off the wave. Wave gets flipped. All right, possibly get that reversal back to the downside. If it's going to be a reversal that's early position, early in the entry that can potentially lead to a scalp. Of course, you're trying to see if there's some weakness behind the new highs that are being made, and you can take out some prior shift highs back to downside. Very similar to the one that the idea that we were kind of walking through earlier here. All right, targeting some of the bounce areas. Initially. Yeah, I was fighting the trend earlier, right? I stopped fighting it, right? I punched it twice. It punched me back twice. I didn't like how it felt. I tapped out. Today, the 5-minute orb was better than the 15-minute orb. Support 690 with a lot of wicks at the bottom, though I did not trust my process. That 5-minute orb did present an opportunity. So if you're an orb trader, naturally, you have to deal with a low win rate, but in the long term, a positive risk reward. A positive risk reward. We've been tracking the data. One of our orb traders, resident orb traders, have been tracking the data, real data, for over 34 weeks. Okay, 34 weeks of tracking. Yeah, 11:15, that retest. We zoom all the way back, go back in time, right? We can see everything is highly correlated with the levels. Right? If you can keep the entry near the levels, you'll have a good seat. And that's what levels are supposed to do, right? Even if you happen to take the trade and you have levels that you like to trade, if you just go back and say, hey, did my levels, okay, even if you might not take advantage of it, did my levels present an opportunity? Did they present an opportunity for me to potentially be in this? 9 times out of 10, if they're good levels, they will show signs that they did present an opportunity. So the question now becomes, how can I put myself in position to ensure I'm there for the opportunity in the next go around? Wish swinging was as easy as scalping. Yeah, swinging is seasonal, right? You have to have the right conditions. Okay. Do we have any swing traders in the chat? Swing traders, how's the year been? How's the month of I haven't taken any swings in February. How has the month of February been so far? Overall, has it been tough to navigate? Were we able to find a couple of winners, and those winners made up for some stopouts, or was it just regularly scheduled programming and everything was relatively smooth sailing? . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . All right, you see how this chart looks super as bullish as can be structurally? Now you tell me, guys, if I flip this chart upside down, all right, does this look bearish or bullish? So if you flip it upside down, you can see we're selling off aggressively. If you flip it upside down, you would say, hey, maybe can we reclaim these lows, get some sort of inverse head and shoulder action going on. Okay, that's what it looks like flipped upside down. When you flip it right side up, right? So the main thing you're going to see if you're looking to go short is the head and shoulder. Can we finally break through these lows? Let that be the head. And then this bit that becomes the right shoulder's ceiling. That right shoulder ceiling. Okay. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Smash the like button. If you're just jumping in, first time viewers, throw one in the chat. Next giveaway, 130 likes. The likes have slowed down a little bit, so make sure to like, guys. Let's get the likes up. We have over 89 people joining us. 89 people joining us. If you want to join the free tier Discord, guys, that's also available. All right, there's a couple of resources available to you there for free. That's a great great place to start. So let me make that available. All right, so there's a bunch of resources and tools for you to capitalize off of. Okay. So again, bulls continue to structurally support that area. Those highs. So those shift highs are not breaking down. Okay, another bounce. ATR continues to fall off a cliff. Was at 29.30, now it's at 24. At this rate, guys, this can fall below 20. We can see ATR in the teens. We can see ATR in the teens. So the waves still holding. So if we flip this upside down, what does this look like? All right. This looks like a retrace reject. If we look at the right way, it looks like a break bounce. Break and retest. Slow grind higher.
What exactly were those kind of technical issues that led to the halts in trading? But the big deal right now is
that gold chart.
Things are yes.
Yeah, it's not actually flat.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. CME restarts natural gas metals futures trading after halt for technical issues.
Using CME platform products is that all of the orders that you had in there that were either good for the day, right? Good for the
GTD.
day, right?
That's crazy, guys.
Delay date, which is, some specified expiration date down the line, those orders are now canceled. So if you want to trade in them with orders in place, you have to go in there and re-enter those orders. It does not affect those orders that traders place that are GTC or good till canceled. If they have been acknowledged as good till canceled, those orders, CME says, are still in effect.
So let's go back. It's a big story. And a lot of people have been pinging us, and we appreciate everybody staying focused. metals, gas contracts at the CME. I know the NYMEX has some of these contracts too. We're talking about Chicago. We don't know if it's a CME issue or maybe it's a Chicago issue. Right?
We don't know. We don't exactly.
We don't know what happened.
They're still trying to do a postmortem on what's happening right now. They have not updated us yet on what exactly.
Very interesting, guys. Shout out to, who was it? Rowdy Rayner. Rowdy Rayner brought that up to our attention. So again, that's the power of community. So CME restarts. Natural gas, metal futures trading after halt for technical issues. TradingView did have technical issues. We did spot that earlier. If you recall, I did put that screenshot in the chat just for the historical record. Where is it? Okay. I could have sworn I put it in there. Here. So this message did appear earlier. No real-time data for daily base intervals. Our techs are investigating the issue with high priority. As a workaround, please switch to intraday intervals. That was at 10:47. So I did see that at 10:47 on the chart. A couple of our traders saw that as well. And that's probably that's related to the CME issue.
Truth to the rumor that these contracts are going to move to Northwest Indiana to look for a new stadium. Sorry,
no,
wrong issue.
That's a sports thing.
Sorry,
you crossed the Bears and everything.
I got hit in the head the other day. Easily confused.
There you go. So am I.
But look, at a moment when there's been so much interest in these very contracts, you know, this is a year in which this is where all the activity is.
And all the attention, for sure.
Absolutely.
Well, is there another data center issue? We were just...
All right, make sure to tune in later, guys. We're going to have the Nvidia stream right after this. All right, right after this, we're jumping into Power Hour. We'll extend the commentary till maybe 3:30, and then I'll take a break, and then we'll be back at 5:30. The stream will continue to roll on, so you can pop back in. The conference call should be at usually 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. Once Nvidia's earnings are dropped, we will go over it. We'll do fundamental analysis. We'll go over the numbers. Shouldn't take us too long, and then, of course, I'll keep the stream running, and Jensen will take the stage. I will not change the title of the stream, so make sure to share this out. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and eventually traders looking for that kind of information will get spread to them as well. All right, so jam-packed marathon stream. Power hour in the next 9 minutes. If something does come up related to this territory, maybe some lottos. So far, all stopouts. Outside of that, we'll if no lottos present an idea, then we'll be fine with closing out today. Yeah, very fishy, right, guys? Very fishy why they halted. Who remembers the COVID drop when SPY was halted 2 times in one day? Does anyone remember that day? Right, that was something. I was watching the action, right, and I didn't know how to. Thankfully, I wasn't trading at that time, right, and it was just like, what was that? It literally halted, and it opened back up, and then it dropped again. It halted, and they opened it back up. Detour, you were there for it. That was a so those things do happen. Usually after a massive push to the downside, maybe there's some sort of breach, maybe a cybersecurity breach. But that is interesting. Why did it get halted? Right, nothing happens for no reason. Right, if you ask me, nothing happens for no reason. I always go by that logic. There is something. The question is it some technical problem, or is it there's some nefarious parties involved? It's one of the two. A genuine technical problem, or there's some nefarious parties involved trying to get the upper hand, or maybe some external attack, cyber attack. That was a day, guys. That was that COVID drop. And these streams, we're going to be doing these streams, so maybe one day we'll be able to capture that kind of activity on live, right? That's the whole point. We're building this archive of live trading every day by day, and God willing, as the years go by, as time goes by, we will have a recording of every day movement of SPY. So you can go back to it and watch to see what happened at that particular day. I'd be very interested I would be very interested to see a recording on the 1 minute time frame of SPY on that day. It would be fascinating to see it from this standpoint, because I'm more technically capable to interpret it properly. Right? But that was an interesting day, to say the least. But of course, there was a catalyst in that, from that perspective. There was a catalyst on that particular day. COVID. Do we get another one? Do we get another one, or is that it? Power hour, 5 minutes away, guys. Let's hit 130 likes. We'll do a giveaway. Eight likes away. Smash the like button. We had over 1,000 people stop by. Average watch time today, 36 minutes. So a lot of you might be first-time viewers. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Welcome aboard. This is your go-to channel for live trading SPY. Market coverage, education, Q&A, lessons in between. You name it, you got it. Yeah, it is very fishy, native gamer. Very fishy. So it looks like this, guys, when you click, if you do join the Discord, you need to click here. So a lot of you are having a little bit of trouble joining. Okay, so I'll show you. Okay, you need to click this. So you click the Smart SPY Strikers Premium once you jump in. Of course, you have the home page. If you see this green tab here, you want to click this tab. And then when you click the tab, it sends you to here. And then you click Claim Access. If you have an existing Discord username, you can fill it in, you log in. If you don't have a Discord account, then you create an account and you associate that account with an email address. Okay. Okay, so that's how you access it. Is this it? Were you trading on that particular day, Detour? Were you trading SPY on that day? Not sure why it says I'm idle. All right, there's another technical pattern, right? If that support breaks, we can start the slide. If it holds, we have that 9 EMA right there. We can get another bounce. It's a pivotal point right here. Bounce or breakdown? Bounce or breakdown as we head into power hour. Power hour, 4 seconds away. 2, 1. We are officially in power hour, the last hour of the day. Let's see how our friend Nvidia is doing. Nvidia. This is on the 1 minute time frame, of course. Nvidia did break above that 195. Continues to push. Nvidia's IV earlier. Nvidia's IV, got the message on Webull as well. Nvidia's IV earlier was 95. Okay, Nvidia's IV is still at 90. Now it's at 90, 99. The watches start ticking up here in the last hour. I started trading like a day after that. Put $19 on MGM at $8. Held to 21. Sold at 28. Should have held a lot of lucky money in the So the COVID times, that was a lot of. So just imagine the people who started during COVID and the ones who are still at it. So if you're still at it, you've seen a lot. You're probably making some significant strides if you stayed consistently persistent, if that makes sense, right? Learning, losing, winning, making those incremental changes. Now it's a whole close to 6 years under your belt, right? A lot of people started during COVID, right? But they weren't willing to go through the fire, and they backed away and they went back to doing the regular stuff. So for the very few who were able to stick with it and survive, right? After that 5 year, 6 year mark, right? That's when you start to put the pieces together and then you start to thrive. First survive, then you can thrive. So what time is the boot camp? At the 20th, the boot camp was at 10 a.m. Eastern. 10 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, as long as this thing continues to push, the 694 is within reach, but it's just a matter of, can we still retain this trend? Can that trend still remain to hold? Same response after that 9 EMA once again. All right. 9 EMA wave. But look at each response. Is each response. All right. Measure the responses. Okay, this response before that pullback was 45 cents. So 45 cents, okay, for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes of a hold. Right? That is not a lot. Let's put it this way. You can in regular conditions, 45 cents you can capture within 5 minutes with a scalp. So we're getting these moves that we see in 1 minute take 20, 30 minutes. So what does that translate to the contracts, right? That is taking a long time, even though you're right, for you to see any appreciation. So unless you're right very quickly and it starts to go like a break and a breakaway or a direct bounce, any stalling in the action, slows down the movement of your contracts and eats the premium. And that's where it gets frustrating. We'll see you tomorrow, Milton. Quit my day job, trading since then. Way to go, Detour. All in since then. $100%. Yeah, that all-in approach, sometimes if you're an all-in kind of person, it works, but it's not for everybody. I'm an all-in kind of person because you have to deal with the repercussions, and sometimes you can be underprepared. But if you're willing to go through it, there is a path of less resistance. But the way I view it is, if I believe in something, I gotta go for it. Right, gotta go for it. Right, not advisable for everybody. But if you can gradually get into it, ease your way into it, that'd be the smarter, wiser thing to do. So you don't have to bang your head multiple times and learn those hard lessons. You can easily, I won't say avoid those lessons, but learn those lessons at a cheaper price. Because you're going to have to go through those lessons. But you don't have to pay an expensive price. It's like getting a Harvard education at a community college. All right? Right. Harvard education at a community college. You can go to Harvard, pay the 100 grand, whatever it is per semester, per year, or you can learn the exact same lessons, same course, same information at a community college for a significantly less price. And take both those pieces of information and apply it in your trading. So you're gonna have to learn it either way. You're gonna have to learn it. You're gonna have to pay, and you're gonna have to pay to learn it. Putting some pressure on that support. Let's see if it holds or folds. 130 is the goal for today, guys. 130 likes. We already cracked 1,000. Let's see if we can crack 130. We'll do another giveaway in pursuit of 150. If you're a first-time viewer, good afternoon. We go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. And for the 77 folks tuning in right now, how long have you been watching? Let me know in the chat. How long have you been watching? And let me know if you enjoy these long streams. I don't want you to overtrade these long streams, of course. Put the time you started tuning in. It's power hour. Seeing a nice little drop. I need some sort of drop. Stuck. Hourly candle. Nice clean push expansion. Slow expansion to say the least. 5 minutes still holding up. Good go shooter. 15-minute. We're starting to see some tops on the last 3, 5, 15-minute candles. Nvidia results on deck, 100%.
Gets cheaper every single quarter because they're going to have, 72% earnings growth, which is just historic with a company this size. And so each quarter, the stock, from a multiple perspective, gets cheaper and cheaper. The reality is, I love the setup today. You know, I've been talking about this 195, 200 stock price has been really like that outer Earth orbit that it couldn't get through. If it punches above that after earnings and after the call later on, I think the stock goes higher. I think what I'm looking for also, and I think he'll talk about it, because a lot of the bears obviously talk about the depreciation, the useful life, et cetera. And I think I want to hear about that, about the useful lives. How many years are people actually using even the H100s? It seems like much longer than people anticipated. So we know the call is going to be great. But just remember, this is a cheap name. I think it deserves to be in the 250s, not a one handle. And so I'm hopeful that it can get above that. But it is a good setup, I think, the price action going into this print.
Christina, what do you make of what you heard?
Well, Britton just talked about the depreciation. We know that even just the A100, which is a much older chip, is repeatedly used as a line that it's been sold out. CoreWeave, which also supplies a lot of these chips, has talked about, demand just being through the roof. You see pricing going up for so many older chips. So I think that really strengthens the argument that demand is staying intact across the board. In terms of the stock, though, in general, the company has beat, you said 3.5%. Lately, over the last 2 quarters, we haven't seen as much of a positive reaction post-earnings. But for that, if those looking for that $5 trillion number, Nvidia needs to hit 205.76. So we're still a little bit away from that number at 197 right now. But there is room for growth, and especially tomorrow morning in the open. The first hour is really key for Nvidia.
Oh, it's a good point you make. Stace, what about the angle of competition? Thought it was interesting that Rothschild and Redburn put out an open letter to Jensen Huang today. They do talk about that, and they talk about recent deals that AMD's done with OpenAI and Meta, illustrating this, not only the strength of NVIDIA's own market position, but the fact that rivals are determined to be even more competitive. I raised the issue with Jensen.
Potential lotto puts break below that of the 18 holes on the VIX. Counter trend. I've seen the VIX starting to show some signs of life. Oh, contracts are very expensive, guys. Those lottos are very expensive, so be very, very careful. Or maybe just don't even take any lottos. Those lotto contracts, usually at this time, guys, they're maybe right after at the money, they're probably trading at 30 cents to 20 cents. Right now, they're trading at 80 cents. Right, 36 IV. Right, we're starting to see the IV start ticking up before Nvidia. All right, so this is lotto hour. All right. If not, just don't do anything. The lotto is basically, lotto just means you're willing to part ways. You're okay with parting ways with the position. Here, there, first here with the 20 MA in the way. Nvidia's IV starting to crank up. See if I can take the 689s. Looking at the 689s, they're about 18 cents. Complete lottos, guys. I don't want to have an entry off that low. Counter trend, 9 MA is there, of course. Okay, I'll take it right there. So I'm in the lottos. Just very, very small size, just 2 contracts. Right, see if we can get something to the downside. Very, very small size. So these have to go basically 100%. Ideally before 3:30. So break and close above here. We'll close out. I'll give it until 3. That's 3:30, 3:45. So there's the window. Okay, let's continue to listen.
Around annual recurring revenue, remaining performance obligations. Those are the two specific numbers that investors are going to be looking for. What we've been finding so far this earnings season, Scott, as you know, if any of these software companies miss on earnings or guide light, that in a way reinforces the AI disintermediation fear. So that's going to be key too for these companies, given all the volatility we've been seeing in these names. Can you just deliver a clean beat? Can you provide some guidance on what the next 6 to 12 months look like? I would look to Workday, which actually saw this dramatic 13% reversal today. And the CEO, Anil Bhusri, talking about how as they embed these agentic capabilities into their workflow, you're not going to really see the benefits till the second half of this year, Scott.
Malcolm, you got ice in your veins, my man. I mean, because you've been buying into the SaaS apocalypse, as people are calling it, right? And you've been doing that lately. What gives you the conviction to do so?
Yeah, I have been buying, like you said, some of my favorite names that have been on deep discount. I think that this is completely overblown, and I think investors who are watching what's happening right now are wondering
if we can make, if these lottos can really start to go, right? If price wants to get back to VWAP, hard ask, but let's see if we can at least get into this territory here.
For example, derives a lot of its revenue. A company like Amazon that's cut 30,000 jobs in the last 12, 18 months is meaningful for that company because it's per head count, but on a per usage basis is going to make a totally different impact on a company. That's what drives the annually recurring revenue figure that Seema was just talking about. So I think about IBM, for example, as a company that's out there doing a lot of consulting work, helping companies figure out how to actually embed and then deploy their AI strategy across the company. That company shouldn't be selling off the way that it has in recent days. And so to me, that's an opportunity to be adding names to a portfolio or adding to positions that a year from now we're going to look at this and say it was completely overblown. Yes, there will be some companies that get completely taken out by this moment of disruption. I don't want to discount that whatsoever, but I think more than likely we're going to see a lot of M&A start to pick up amongst the space. That's going to be great for shareholders, and I think also we're going to see a lot of those names start to get bid back up, which already, to your point I think you were making earlier, has already started to happen today.
Bryn, you used to own CRM, which is Salesforce, of course, and you sold it near where it is now. I mean, what would get you to buy it back? Anything that could happen tonight?
Well, I feel like they're going to have 9% earnings growth. Obviously, a founder-led company. I just feel like the sentiment is just so negative on this name. And I love what Malcolm said about the seat count, which is an issue for Salesforce. So I'm definitely going to listen to the call. I would love to get back in the name, but technically there's been a lot of damage. So I don't like buying stocks at 52-week lows. I think it's close to that, but I'll definitely be listening. Would love to get back in the name because I do think it's a strong company. And I do think this whole dystopian view, Centrini's story, their novel, is one narrative. And I think, I'm very positive on how AI is going to actually help a lot of these companies. And so I do think that we're going to hear from Jensen and Mark Benioff this opposite of this dystopian view we've been hearing recently about AI taking over everything and the negative impact. I think it's going to be more positive.
Seema, you feel like of the two tonight, it's CRM that has the most to prove?
Definitely the most to prove when looking at Salesforce versus Snowflake, the two software companies set to report tonight, because the stock has been so pressured. And what Bryn was just saying.
Contracts are barely moving. The price is barely moving. Keep in mind, these are lottos. Let's see if we get a final break or if it continues to push higher. At least don't break this. Get that last breakout. We are in the jaws of that 9. So let's see if it goes for another repeat of this pattern. So I don't want to see this thing repeat. We saw that play out how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is the 9th time the charm for it to continue to push, or are we losing some steam?
Conversation. Thank you. We'll see what happens. Christina, Seema, Stacy, Malcolm, and Bryn. So, what does all this mean for the market? JP Morgan Private Bank's Abby Yoder joins us now at Post 9. Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. How much of the tech trade hangs on what happens tonight with all of these companies reporting?
I mean, it is a lot. And I think that whole conversation was really interesting to listen to, and there was a lot of talk about sentiment and what could make it work. I don't know that tonight is going to be that answer, right? Like, I think, yes, on the semi side, there is this question on whether or not we're at peak capex from the hyperscalers. I don't think that's going to be the issue because I think there's a supply constraint. On the software side, I think we talked about this last week. This is a sentiment overhang that isn't going to be answered in one quarter, right? Like, this is going to take several quarters of proving that they're not obsolete. And so, yes, it would be great if we saw a revenue acceleration on a sequential basis, but we're going to need to see several of those. And the other thing that I think would help sentiment around here, which we saw a little bit of today, is these companies, these software companies, starting to buy back shares, right, at these prices, right? That could signal some confidence in terms of.
Because there was a suggestion, I feel like it was a few weeks ago already, like, where's all the insider buying?
Yeah.
Right?
I think that's a big question.
There was a dearth of it.
Yeah.
You had to look like far and wide to see anybody stepping in to buy their stock.
Right, and which you can imagine if you're a read through to like an investor, you're like, well, if they don't have confidence in it, why would I, right? So, but we've started to see a little bit of that come into the market, and I think that's encouraging from that.
You hit a good point. Fundamentals are going to take time to play out. This is an entirely, you would think, a narrative-driven story.
Yeah.
Right? A research paper comes out that, from not even talking the one this week, I'm talking about the one of a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Company that used to make karaoke machines puts out a news release, and next thing you know, it's like sector by sector by sector. It's like
chop, 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 continues to chop. Let's see if that chop, chop, chop can lead to a drop. What would help in this case is, of course, if the VIX can start to wake up slightly. Did see -5, +5, no real movement. Ideally, get that nice. If we can push into this territory before 345, right, it can start to move to the downside nicely. It can start to go. Right, if it continues to chop in this green area, we do have the 20 MA coming up, and it probably will run out of time. Let's just see if we get some profit taking, late day profit taking after all those pumps this morning. Basically all day, slow pump all day, late day profit taking. Little positioning, repositioning before Nvidia earnings. So you get a nice little drop here. You can see the contracts. Look at the contracts, not moving. All right, so you can see price is moving, contracts not moving because price is moving very slowly. He's literally, look at that. The contract's not moving. $130, guys. 130 likes is the goal. Let's get to 130. Smash yesterday's record. Today's has been about just managing risk, not overtrading or getting wiped out or doing anything crazy. Multiple stopouts. It is frustrating. I am frustrated, but try to contain that frustration and not let it turn into a trade, going into tilt. Tomorrow we'll have some better opportunities. We'll look for the opportunities tomorrow. See if these lottos can give us a little green for a small confidence boost and carry over until tomorrow. One like away, guys. One like away. One like away. Okay, if you are in those lottos, TP where you need to. Do whatever you need to do. All right. If this is in regular conditions, this would be a nice double-digit trade. So if we can get to this territory by 345, that'd be great. We'll be on schedule. Look at the contracts not moving. Price moving, contracts not moving. So you see how it's a battle on two fronts. So we've moved just in this last 2 minutes. We've moved. This is when the game becomes rigged, right? So you're right, but you're still wrong. We moved 22 cents. Contracts not budging. So we need to move beyond the ATR. Beyond the ATR. So hopefully you're learning vicariously. All right. Through these contracts. So the importance of the ATR conditions, IV conditions. IV continues to spike up. So it's almost like IV crush. ATR continues to push lower. Theta starting to crank up. So 22 cent move. All right, due to the increasing IV and the decreasing ATR and the accelerating theta, contracts are not moving. So if a trader who trades power hour comes in today, say their bread and butter is power hour with regular size, there are power hour traders, and they don't take this into account, right? Their setup is there, everything is there, but since they don't take those variables into account, they still lose. So those variables are always very important to take into account. All right, 130 likes will do the giveaway. 130 likes will do the giveaway. Okay, so make sure to like the video, guys, before 3:30. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, join our community, pre-market prep plan. Plan played out to a T. 2 days this week, could have done a better job following the plan. Okay, again, buyer stepping in off that 20 EMA. So even off this bounce, we're still down 5%. Up 5%, down 5%. First time viewer from Ohio, welcome. Is that Janish? Janash? Welcome. We're live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. 9:30 a.m. Eastern. All right. This stream is going to go right into Nvidia earnings. All right. So right into Nvidia earnings. The stream will continue. So we'll probably wrap up on Google Meets. Right. We'll wrap it up on Google Meets and we'll just continue to go on YouTube. Strikers, any questions, strikers? Any questions? So I'm projecting this gets to this area by 345. We could see 100%. Or maybe 50%. Maybe 50% is equivalent to 100% in these conditions. So for it to go 100%, it needs to start getting into this below this area before 345. Right, maybe here we get 15, 20. Again, keep a close eye on the IV. All right, it's a great time to be taking notes right now. Right. So now you know next time during Nvidia earnings, during massive earnings, during Catalyst, what things start to move, what are the variables that start to move. It's always important to make that assessment. Because this is not the last quarter where Nvidia is going to report earnings. It's not the last quarter for Catalyst. There's always going to be Catalyst from time to time. Especially those major catalysts. Any other new viewers jumping in for the first time? We will do the giveaway, guys. We will do the giveaways. Let's get to 130 likes. Yeah, we got 75 people tuning in. So 75, make sure to like, and we'll do the giveaway. And the giveaway is for the boot camp this Saturday. This Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern. 10 a.m. Eastern. It was the 11 o'clock the past couple of boot camps, right? Because I was coaching my son's team. Update on our team. We were undefeated for the season. Basketball. So the season is over. All right, so we're going to move it to 10 a.m. We're going to move it to 10 a.m. Okay, first time. What do you think? How low it goes today? I mean, I would like it to go low as it can go. With the reality of the situation, as far as low, maybe ends up in this area, possibly. All right, so now look, 330 shift. Okay, we're a new shift opening up. We're seeing a nice little tick up in the volatility. All right, so for this to be in good standing, we need these levels, the price to be in this territory by 345. Okay, 345 p.m. Eastern. That's my target. So time-based target. If you can do that by 345, before 345, it's in this area, and when 345 rolls around, we're in the area or below it. It can start to roll. Okay, so we officially hit 130 likes, guys. 130 likes. I am new and really enjoying the channel. Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Welcome. The News 444. If I'm not pronouncing your name right, just give me the proper pronunciation. Welcome. All right, so we'll do the giveaway. So you can see the contracts again. 5% even though we're lower. Why? Okay, why? You don't want to learn this lesson with massive size. All right. So the nature of these lottos, they need to go. There's no TP at 5%. Okay, let's see if we get that. If this happened during the day, of course, it's a beautiful setup. This is the setup I was looking for multiple times. But I want you to see the difference, the stark contrast between this entry and the other entries. Right, how the other ones got invalidated and this one played out. It's still down 5% because theta's starting to crank up. Well, puts you take it one further out. 689. So if these 689s go in the money, okay, if they can go in the money, that means we move about $3. Drop to the downside, they have a chance of getting to about $80 to $85. 80 cents. That's why that time factor is so important. Do a new cohort of buyers step in off that 20 MA. Nice dip buy off the waves. So 689 leads us all the way just below that view up territory. So we need this thing to start rolling. What puts 689, which converts to 6920 SPX. Well, that's far. I think end of day you are one strike out. You're cooked. Yeah, end of day. Yeah, if you're out the money and it doesn't start to go, All right, it's basically a Hail Mary. So 3:45, 9 minutes, 11 minutes left. 11 minutes left. Put your names in the chat, guys. Let's do the giveaway. Giveaway. My VWAP is 691.95. So again, VWAP 1, VWAP 2. So it depends on if you have extended trading hours or regular trading hours. So for these puts to go in the money, they need to get below VWAP. So the extended trading hours VWAP will be 691.83, and the one without extended trading hours 691.95. So that's the difference between VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. Okay. So you can see the setup is clean setup, but time of day, external factors. And look at the IV, guys. The IV continues to go up. That's what's really, it's called IV crush. IV is now at 41. Okay, IV's at 41. Okay, this thing needs to start falling. Still basically -5, -6. So the break even now is basically like this. So as time is passing, it's like this. What you think about it? The time factor is moving it because the risk has to trail with time. That makes sense. You have to trail the risk as time passes. We just need one whoosh drop. Okay, giveaway time. Names in the chat, guys. If you do win the giveaway, join the free tier Discord. Send me a DM. The keyword for today is risk. What's up for grabs for the giveaway? As far as giveaway is concerned, the boot camp. All right, this Saturday, February 28th, 10 a.m. Eastern. The Get and Start Day Trading Boot Camp, 4 hours, a 4-hour lesson, Q&A. We have material to go through, tools, setups, options chains. What are the options? 3 strategies I share. All that stuff we go over in the boot camp. So put your names in the chat to be eligible. We got Delvin K. Again, tune in. We're going to have Nvidia earnings. So we're going to let CNBC do the heavy lifting as far as commentary is concerned. Until the Nvidia earnings, we'll pull up Nvidia's chart. We'll see it side by side with SPY's chart. Maybe pull up the futures. And then once Nvidia earnings does get released, CNBC will do the heavy lifting on the coverage as far as the commentary, and then we will jump right into the earnings call and have Nvidia's chart for the reaction. So the giveaway winners today were, scroll up. If you scroll up, you can find the winners. Suda was one of the winners. Okay, this is DOA. So now it's closing above that. If it closes above here before 9:45. 9:45, yeah, not 9:45, 3:45. DOA dead on arrival. Starting to break out here on the 5. Another hammer. Hammer after hammer after hammer. So you can see on those contracts, the average price is 17. The last price is 12, right? When you have cheaper contracts, the dollar amount is less, but the percentage is larger. If it continues to push, guys, I'll close this out. All the way up here. So 3:45, 5 minutes left. Any new contestants? Any new contestants? So we got Vladimir Putin. Oh, we got K. We'll go with Vlad P. Is that it? Any other contestants? Discord should have took item inputs. It's moving better than SPY. Yeah, it's dumping nicely there, right? The Lotto's on IWM. Moving a little more flushly. That's a word. Today can't get anything to work. All right, nothing. All right, let's do the giveaway. So the last winner of the day. Last winner of the day. Last winner of the day is Brian. Congratulations to Brian. Congrats, Brian. Congrats, Brian. Make sure to send me DM in free Discord. Okay, these are cooked. Okay. All right. Out of those lottos, they're cooked. 40, 39, 41%. Congrats, Brian. Make sure to say free Discord. So Brian is the winner. All day buy dips, sell rips. 100%. All right. Even if it does start to drop, those contracts have lost so much value. There's so little time left that it's not going to have any significant value. Unless you get like a drop all the way below these lows in the next 3 to 5 minutes. And that's the only thing that can stop it. So the bulls took charge back-to-back days. Right, so this is the not going anywhere. Not going anywhere fast. So Brian, send me that message. Any questions, guys? Any questions? If you're still having trouble accessing the Discord, I'll take a look at your case. If I have to, I'll manually add you in the Discord. Okay, so no worries, you'll have access to it. You'll have access by tomorrow. So tomorrow, bounce back is the protocol. This thing just continues to chop. The last 350 algo, again, I wanted this to play out at this time window. Right, this time window, either play out or it's basically dead on arrival. If it could have got below here before 345, there was a chance. By the time it reclaimed all the way here, then it's just, now those contracts are really racing to zero. All the contracts. And now guess what? The IV continues to increase. So let's go back to Nvidia's contracts. Remember I said the IV will get to 150? Nvidia's contracts are now 101. Look how quickly they start increasing now. Look how quickly they are increasing. I only trade 1 day out, 2 if cheaper. Yeah, if conditions like this persist, I'll jump over to the ones. That's the best way to be able to do a little bit back and forth and not get stopped out on 1 or 2 pushes in the opposite direction. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? So keep in mind 4 p.m. Nvidia earnings. So let's update. Let's see what chart we want to use. Okay, so what other companies report earnings? We have Salesforce, I believe. Yep, Salesforce and Nvidia, Snowflake. All right, so I know what chart to use. I'm gonna pull up our this. We're gonna go with Salesforce. Brian, send me a DM. You gotta go, of course. QQQ, SPY. DIA. And then we're gonna go with SMH. And then we're going to go with Nvidia. We're going to go with CRM. And Snowflake, and who else is reporting? We'll go with PST, Pure Storage. PST, that's data center related. PSTG. Okay, so we have those tickers ready. Nvidia right here. All right. We will have SPY up here, QQQ up here. You can see some movement in those names post market. The DIA as well. It does have some exposure to Nvidia. Look at Nvidia, guys. 350 algo. IWM. There's no exposure to Nvidia and SMH, the ETF. $350 algo. All right, so stage is set for Nvidia. I'll put the expected move. On Nvidia just here in a second. Let's go back to SPY real quick. Right, so you can see, look at the 350 algo. Right, now look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Average watch time, 34 minutes. 34 minutes. So another record smashed, guys. Another record smashed on YouTube. So appreciate the support. Now we're getting close to 3,200 subs. Keep tuning in. Nvidia coverage coming up. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Again, biggest takeaway on my end today was just little deviation away from the game plan. Again, stopped out, going against the trend early. I do like the way I did manage the risk, and just couldn't really find anything to work in my favor. In hindsight, the risk management allowed us not to sit through some massive drawdown, because if I refuse to be wrong at any point, if I refuse to be wrong on these normal trades, this could really turn ugly really quickly, especially these last two. All right. So on that note, guys, we'll wrap it up here. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure to smash the like button. We're going to segue right into Nvidia earnings. I'm going to make some adjustments to the chart. Put in the chat your take on Nvidia. I'll be active in the chat on YouTube as well as the Discord. Everyone have a great rest of your day. Stay safe, and we'll see you on the other side of Nvidia earnings. There's a SPY gap up tomorrow, gap down. We're getting near all-time highs. We shall see. We're within striking distance of all-time highs, and Nvidia stage is set. All right, stay safe, guys, and God bless each one of you.
I begin with you. Tell us what you think is on the line this evening.
Well, it's fascinating the way the market has, in a way, front-run the Nvidia numbers by reasserting some conviction about Nvidia as well as the other mega cap AI-related trades into it. So, I do think today is basically the trends year to date, flip them on their head, and that's what you have today. Equal weight doing nothing, not great market breadth. It's not a buy everything market, but it could be the second straight 1% gain for the Nasdaq 100. That's something new. The S&P 500 showing a little bit of life. It bent but didn't break at the bottom end of the range. So I do think you have to be open to the idea that we did see this selling crescendo in software earlier in this week, and then private credit. Everybody got to worry about that for a little while. And now it's like, let's see if Nvidia can justify the faith that investors are showing in it right now as it breaks to a multi-month high.
What do you guys got to cover this top of the hour in OT?
Yeah, you name it, Scott. A couple of portfolio managers who own it. We're going to break it down on the sell side. Also, of course, as you know, we're not going to take our eyes off of Salesforce and Snowflake, which, given the action in software today after Workday, has a lot of relevance for the future.
We look forward to it, Michael. Thank you. It does really point to Seema that this is one heck of a backdrop for these earnings reports.
Yeah, we were looking at the numbers, Scott. Salesforce entering the print tonight amid one of the biggest drawdowns in history. So the pressure is on to show a meaningful jump in agent force, that annual recurring number, and its backlog. For Snowflake, the key metric to watch is guidance tied to its product revenue. The stock has sold off this year, but it's performing better than the IGV software sector because of its role in data infrastructure. So results tonight, they'll confirm whether Snowflake's moat remains intact as the hyperscalers start to slowly lean into data warehousing, Scott. Both stocks, I would point out, higher at this hour.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit. Seema, thank you very much. Speaking of, Christina, the final moments before the curtain comes up, leave us with a critical thought here.
April revenue guide got to be around about $73.5 billion. That's the base case. Backlog expected to grow. Investors looking for details on sovereign AI deals, partnerships that really lock demand into 2027. That's the big thing. But the retail flow story, this is a little bit of a different angle, is worth watching closely. Heading into the print, Scott, you talked about it earlier, retail buying has been unusually muted, and that mirrors subdued institutional positioning as well. Investors waiting for essentially a green light from Jensen on the earnings call. Historically, though, retail has piled into Nvidia in the first 60 minutes of the open after a print. Tomorrow morning will be the conviction test. If they step in early, that's your signal that risk appetite is back in this name.
All right. I can't wait to see what happens. Christina, thank you very much. Let's bring in Doug Clinton now, who interestingly likes other hyperscalers over the Nvidia. You like Amazon, Apple, and Google more than Nvidia, and in that order. Why?
We do, and we own Nvidia too, Scott, going into the print. I think the reality, though, is we just heard from many of these hyperscalers. They're boosting their CapEx guidance 30 to 50%. I think everyone is sort of expecting a pretty strong number from Nvidia. And so you have to ask yourself, what is the incremental upside story? If you look at the Apples, the Googles, and the Amazons of the world, there's one big thing. It's really Apple and Google that play in it that excites me looking into the back half. And that is the potential for personal AI. I think that is a new story. It's something that's not priced into these stocks. I think it's $1 trillion plus new market. And those two companies, along with OpenAI, are the two that really could win that game.
But I mean, the market obviously has been more nervous about the spenders that you like over the receiver of a lot of this money, which is Nvidia.
That's right. I mean, it's funny if you actually look at the free cash flow yield on the Mag 7, Nvidia now has the highest free cash flow yield because they've been essentially siphoning all of the free cash flow from most of the other hyperscalers. But if you think about that, Apple is actually one that does stand out a little bit there, Scott. They're not spending a ton on CapEx. They actually have the second highest free cash flow yield. So they're an interesting play where they could actually give you a little bit of free cash flow yield and have this upside potential. They just have to get Siri right when they launch it later this year.
Yeah, no, they do. Price action is going to be interesting tonight, isn't it?
It is, although I would say this, I'm kind of going in with the expectation that I don't think we're going to see that kind of 8-10% jump to the upside that we've seen from Nvidia in the past. I would expect a little bit more muted price action. Still think numbers are going to be good, but like we talked about, I think a lot of that is priced in, and I think it might be hard for the stock to really gap up on what they print tonight.
How much of the tech trade in general, broadly, is hanging on what happens this evening? And I don't mean just with Nvidia, of course, with Salesforce and Snowflake also reporting. This is a pretty big night.
It is a big night, and I think every time Nvidia reports, it's always a big event. And I think we're going to see something similar to what we've seen the past few quarters, which is a reaffirmation that the AI trade is on. Certainly on the hyperscaler side, certainly on the hardware side. The software side, I think to your point, Scott, is probably a little bit more interesting. I mean, Workday, we saw it was down after hours yesterday. I think it's going to end the day, maybe flattish to up a little bit here. I think the questions about what does AI do, how do we have this new world of agents doing a lot of information work, and what does that mean for these companies, is going to be a big question. I'm curious to hear what Salesforce in particular says about that.
Would you own a SaaS stock right now?
We do own a few SaaS stocks in Intelligent Alpha, Scott. We do use AI to pick a lot of the stocks that we own. So we own companies like a ServiceNow. I do think some of those really big enterprise deployments are going to be harder for AI to displace. So those are places where I think you can win. I do think in the long run, though, some of these tools, including Salesforce, they may be harder to justify when a lot of the information work is being done by agents, and they just fundamentally need different tools and maybe work with different systems of record than we're using today.
And the model might need a little WD-40. ServiceNow hasn't done well either. We just showed it. Doug, we'll see what happens. They're already cheering because it's going to be a green day as this bell is about to ring. But the real action of this day comes in the next handful or a few handfuls of moments. That's when you're going to get Nvidia and you're going to get Salesforce and you're going to get Snowflake. Our team is ready in overtime. I'll send it to Melissa and Mike.
The bell's bringing an end to the trading day at the NYSE. Bristol-Myers Squibb ringing the bell, and at the NASDAQ, Biotechne doing the honors. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. We're live from Studio B at the NASDAQ market site. I'm Melissa Lee along with Mike Santoli, and it's a very big day. We're less than 20 minutes away from Nvidia earnings. It is the biggest stock in the markets by market cap, about $750 billion ahead of Apple. It still hasn't gone back to the $5 trillion level it first hit in October, but the stock is up 10% since its last earnings report just 3 months ago. The best performing Mag 7 name over that span.
Well, Nvidia is not the only big name that we're waiting for. We'll get two key reads on the state of the software trade. Salesforce and Snowflake also on deck to report. Both those names caught in the recent downturn. Stocks off more than 16% in the past month.
So excited about
I know.
Nvidia. I kept talking.
Can't even stay still. Yeah.
As we await those results, we did see bullish market action today. The Dow up 300 points. The S&P 500 nearly 1% up. The Nasdaq up by 1.25%.
Yeah, money moving into crypto as well. An 8% bounce for Bitcoin. Also a huge gain for Circle shares following that company's earnings. Those factors contributing to big jumps for Coinbase and Robinhood leading the financial sector. All of that describes lots of stuff that's been leading to the downside, getting a lot of relief today. So whether that means that, we've come to the end of some kind of corrective process, the hardest hit stuff in the market basically finds a bid, or if it's just the market kind of pulling into neutral before the big Nvidia number.
You have to wonder if we're going to look back on the day when the IGV hit 76 and change and look at that as the bottom of the market, especially when you take a look at the workday action in today's. That was really interesting. I mean, it was slammed in the after-hour session yesterday, opened much lower, and then turned around.
You had certainly the action in the IGV. You had everybody taking a Substack post over the weekend deciding that it was the end of the software industry. And, you also had today the Wall Street Journal saying everyone's looking for new ways to short the AI trade. Exactly. So all of this builds to at least a short-term tactical, hey, maybe we overdid it on the downside. I don't know what it means past today, obviously, but it certainly helped the indexes.
Yeah. In the meantime, we do have Salesforce earnings out. Let's get to Seema Modi with the numbers. Seema.
Melissa, it's a very strong beat for the fourth quarter for Salesforce on earnings and revenue. In fact, earnings 25% above consensus, the biggest beat in 4 years. And then if we look at current remaining performance obligations at $35.1 billion versus the estimate of $34.5 billion, that suggests the backlog is growing. It came in higher than its estimates. Non-GAAP operating margins beat at 34.2%, and the first quarter guidance is much higher than expected. Full year guidance for 2027 revenue is in line with estimates. We have comments here from CEO Mark Benioff saying we've rebuilt Salesforce to become the operating system for the agentic enterprise, bringing humans and agents together on one trusted platform. And the more intelligence moves to where work happens, the more valuable Salesforce becomes. Specific metrics tied to Agentforce. We're looking at annual recurring revenue up 170% year over year. It's also announcing a $50 billion share buyback and an increase to its dividend. Is that resonating with investors? We're looking at the stock trade or oscillate between gains and losses here, currently down about 2% in overtime as we dig through this release, guys.
Seema, do you know what the estimate or the expectation had been for RPO?
RPO, I do know that on RPO it did beat. I don't have it right in front of me, but it did come in higher than expected.
34.53, I
right,
think.
so it's a
the
slight
total number.
35.
16%.
Yeah.
Okay. Seema, thanks. I mean, it's interesting to see the action given how decimated the stock has been.
Yeah.
It's still not good enough.
Not good enough. It was up 3.4% today during the regular session, so giving back some of that. It was a two-day rally, so clearly, burden of proof is still pretty high with these stocks. $50 billion share buyback is very material for this company right now. It's a $180 billion market cap.
Yes, yeah.
So
the conference call is going to be key on this one. Let's see what we can expect when Nvidia reports. That should be any moment now, this hour. Christina Partsinevelos is here with that.
16 minutes. So another beat and raise is essentially the base case for Nvidia. April revenue guidance of around $75 billion, a backlog north of $500 billion because they've alluded to it being higher. And of course, Blackwell still ramping. But none of that is really, dare I say, a surprise at this point. The stock is essentially flatlined for months, underperforming the SMH chip ETF just this year. Nvidia is up 5%, SMH 16%, despite bullish supply chain checks and hyperscalers who are continuously raising capex, which tells you the bar isn't necessarily the numbers. It's Jensen Huang's conviction on what comes next on the earnings call. What markets actually want to hear is the narrative, how durable hyperscaler demand is in 2027. What happens to margins as memory costs climb into the Rubin cycle? They locked in memory, this year, but what about next year? Sovereign AI deals actually moving. And worth noting, Nvidia hasn't missed on revenues or EPS since 2022, but the stock has still fallen the day after earnings in 3 of the past 4 reports, with options right now pricing in roughly a sub 5% move, and Nvidia at its lowest pre-earnings multiple in almost a decade. Maybe some just seem content sitting on the sidelines right now and waiting for GTC, which is March 16th. That's the next major catalyst for this stock in particular.
Interesting they didn't sit on their hands today, right?
You're right, they bought in.
It was definitely one of those, let's see if we can will this into being the catalyst we've been waiting for from these numbers. And I almost wonder if it's also because conviction has fallen in all of the spenders. And so what can you lean back on? Well, who are they handing the money to?
But that's exactly it. It's cleaned up as of late, right? You even saw retail flows have been weak over the last few weeks. So now is an opportunity. It's fallen so much that many are saying this could be a buying opportunity heading into earnings. And so clearly the market's buying into that. Pun, but whatever.
Jensen, though, has a heavy lift here because it seems like the Jensen effect is not as powerful as it once had been. I mean, so many times during CES, he said how great demand was. And what did the stock do in the month of January? Not that much.
Yeah, and then with the capex increases also, to your point, exactly. Amazon and Meta, sorry, they both increased their capex, and Nvidia barely budged, which also speaks to the sentiment of the greater market and just the hesitation about AI capex peaking and what that means, because free cash flows for so many of these hyperscalers have come down if they're going to keep spending, $646 billion just this year. And so with Jensen, he still has the Midas touch, right? If he says software is underpriced, maybe that'll help drive the software trade
today. He said the sell-off was illogical and it didn't move software at all.
Okay, so maybe I take it back. Forget it. But he's gonna talk it up. He's gonna use the words insane. He's gonna say all of this.
That is the reason it's hard to know how to read his messaging.
Which is why I think GTC is so much a bigger data point because of the introduction of new chips, the introduction of PC chips, what they're going to say about the next generation of Feynman using less high bandwidth memory because it's in such short supply. Maybe they've incorporated Grok, their $20 billion acquisition. So I think that those actual technical product related releases will be what drives this name.
I guess the other question is, you have the AMD Meta deal, OpenAI, all of this stuff, looking for alternatives so that the industry does not have to purely rely on it.
The fact that they're giving up warrants just shows that how aggressive other players like AMD are to steal market share. It means Nvidia's Yeah, I guess. I'm trying to,
Yeah, I mean, look, they got to get to a lot of revenue before those warrants kick in.
Right,
you know, it's
right.
not
Over
just
5
like we're
years
giving away
yeah.
the stock. So we'll see.
All right, Christine, we'll see you soon. Yeah. Snowflake earnings, they're out. Seema Modi's got those. Seema.
This is the data infrastructure company reporting a strong beat on its bottom line, while revenue came in higher than consensus as well at $1.28 billion. The street was looking for $1.26 billion. Product revenue beat at $1.23 billion. The estimate was $1.2, and its backlog is growing. Remaining performance obligations up 42% year over year. What the street was also looking for was guidance for product revenue in the first quarter. That came in line with estimates. And I was also point out that new customer acquisitions continue to grow as well. 740 net new customers this quarter. Snowflake also points out that it's expanding its AI data cloud ecosystem through partnerships with Anthropic, Google Cloud, OpenAI. That's been a key concern as well. What's the duration of these contracts with the likes of OpenAI that use Snowflake's technology to aggregate data and store it in the cloud? We'll look for more comments from the CEO as the call begins soon.
All right, Seema, thanks. Seema Modi. And do not miss Jim Cramer's exclusive interview with Snowflake's CEO coming up 6 p.m. Eastern Time on Mad Money.
Well, the AI disruption is adding a new layer of uncertainty to the market. So can Nvidia earnings results restore confidence in the AI trade? Joining us now is JP Morgan Asset Management Global Market Strategist Stephanie Aliaga and Sandhill Global Advisors Brenda Vangelo. Welcome to you both. So Stephanie, we've had this market where everybody has been sort of celebrating. It's been broadening away from tech. Today, we migrate back to the NASDAQ type names. It's still where a ton of the earnings are coming from. So what do you think is kind of at stake, and how should investors posture ahead of this?
We've firmly entered into a new chapter in this AI wave, and this is defined by the risk of AI disruption. And markets took that at heed, sell first, ask questions later. We're very much in the asking questions phase right now. And I think what markets are beginning to appreciate is that, yes, there's going to be a lot of disruption. Some valuations for different industries in that line of fire should be reset. But there's also going to be companies coming out of this ahead. And before that disruption can even take place, what do we need? We need the infrastructure. Turns out all of these great agentic capabilities actually require magnitudes more inference, magnitudes more memory, a broader set of chips in this ecosystem. And so that is still a pretty durable part of this AI trade, it seems. And then beyond that, yes, these have been very sentiment-driven markets. And I think we're going to be piecing through the good news and the bad news for probably months to come across these different sectors.
Brenda, as an owner of Nvidia, where do you think the expectations have been set with this little run in the stock?
Well, I think the expectations are broadly that the company is going to exceed expectations for the quarter. But as you were talking about earlier, sometimes it doesn't matter for the stock price. We've seen that happen many quarters where expectations are clearly far above. Although I would say, based on the market action since the company reported last, it doesn't suggest that expectations are really in the stratosphere. But I do think that Nvidia remains incredibly well positioned. Jensen has talked about these 3 different layers of transition happening with AI and how Nvidia is really relevant and applicable for all of them. So I do think that we are going to see ongoing demand for chips, even though there are a lot of companies that are trying to compete with Nvidia. I think at the end of the day, there is enough growth over the next several years to continue to power Nvidia demand for Nvidia's chips, especially if we look at what's happening from a global standpoint, where we just haven't seen as many transitions globally, and so would expect that that would be an ongoing growth driver for the company.
How far out, Brenda, do you want to hear about in terms of NVIDIA's guidance and roadmap? We know that 2027, the estimates have been climbing for 2027 already because it is such a well-telegraphed path here in terms of CapEx. And so really, you got to push it out to 20. You need clarity out there because those estimates, those consensus estimates, they kind of flatline.
Yeah, I think that's an important part of the story. And even if we look at valuation for the company, it's pretty low relative to the growth expectation. And I think it's because everybody's worried about the day when growth starts to slow a little bit here and what that means for the company. So I think the more visibility we get from the conference call and guidance, the better. And the company should, these are, there is a lot of demand. There is, the company is constantly trying to catch up on the supply side. So I think they should have a fair amount of visibility out to 2027. But I also think there's the question, especially if we look at in the U.S., there are, with the tax bill, there's a huge incentive for capital improvements this year and the ability to depreciate everything in year one. But what does that mean for next year? Is there kind of a front-loading effect that's happening? So I think that's something that we'll need to work through and understand.
Stephanie, you mentioned that the build out of the infrastructure is the part that's the most reliable at this point. So does that mean that you're attracted to the real asset side of this? In other words, all of this financial capital, which there's no shortage of, going toward things that there's scarcity, right? Whether it's winter, power generation, any of those things? Is that the way
absolutely.
They do it?
Like Josh Brown's Halo, right? Heavy assets, low obsolescence. I think that is one area with a lot of resilience in the market right now, absolutely. I think when it comes to Nvidia, what you're seeing is that it just doesn't help the broad market as much anymore because one company's remarkable profit margin is another company's CapEx or cost of goods sold. And right now that's coming at a constraint and probably limiting how much the broad market can really celebrate, even if we have blowout earnings this quarter. But how we're thinking about it is really a broader look at this infrastructure value chain, which continues to be vast and global. It also continues to expand beyond just GPUs, right, to even CPUs, to different types of memory and so forth.
What is a better scenario for the markets? Nvidia with a blowout number implying that the AI trade is on, but the AI disruption theme can continue, or Nvidia falls short, which allows other parts of the market that were decimated by this thought of displacement, lets them sort of take a breather?
I think we'll want to see bullish reports, that's for sure. But and what also I think the other reason why is because some of the concerns around all this CapEx is that it's really just inflation and not necessarily greater capacity. And so I think if we see further evidence of that greater capacity, that actually helps with this broader build out. When it comes to the disruption front, I don't know if it's really going to be today's read that helps us there. I will say there is a significantly wide and growing gap between what is technologically feasible and what is actually diffused in the real economy. And that diffusion process is going to take a lot longer than these model upgrades themselves. And I think that length, that time, is going to give markets and investors a lot more visibility into the ultimate winners and losers in this race.
Stephanie, great to see you. Brenda, thank you. We have another report out, Synopsis this time. Christina Partsinevelos got the numbers. Christina.
Well, Synopsis posting a beat on the top and bottom line, $3.77 adjusted EPS on revenues of $2.41 billion. The company also announcing a $2 billion buyback. And yet you're seeing shares, they were up 1%, barely budge. Again, this is a chip design automation company, or they use chip design, or they make chip design software. It was their full year guidance that maybe is just spooking some of investors. The EPS guide was higher at $14.38 to $14.46, but it's the full year revenue guide of $9.56 to $9.66 billion, which really is not that much higher than what the street was anticipating. Keep in mind that Synopsis spent about $35 billion to acquire another company called Ansys, so there's concerns about debt on the balance sheet, so I'm sure that will be answered on the call, but market not really reacting despite the top and bottom line beat and even the guide beat. Guys?
All right, Christina, thanks. Christina Partsinevelos. Coming up, it is the moment we have all been waiting for. Nvidia's results coming up after this short break. We'll have the numbers and instant reaction. You're watching Closing Bell Overtime live from the NASDAQ market site.
You don't have a clear picture of your finances. You don't have a clear picture of anything. Before Relay, my business's financial setup looked like one big bucket. There's a big unknown. Can I take this money? What do I have? One thing that I see that Relay has allowed us to do is gain insight over our different flows of income to allow us to be able to control our finances and see how we can utilize that as a tool to make all these things operate. The moment I saw Relay and what it was capable of is the moment that I knew it was something good.
My dad had never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
hate that I'm sharing real nutrition with all my competition. I know that I need to do things that are going to keep me 1% better. I use Real NAD Plus for focus, for recovery, for drive. I wouldn't recommend something that I don't trust or personally use every day.
Want to go to Burger King?
Kids don't need much to feel like royalty, and right now it costs even less. There are other kids' meals, but only this one crowns you both. The Burger King Kids Meal, $3.99 for a limited time.
Hi, this is Sona with Kelly's Heating and Air. How can I help you?
Hi, yeah, my furnace is making a rattling sound.
We can send a tech in the morning. Can I get some details from you?
With Quo's business phone system, you can train your own AI agent to help customers even when you're fast asleep. Quo, no missed calls, no missed customers. Try for free today.
Welcome back to Closing Bell Overtime. Take a look at shares of software named Nutanix, the company reporting an EPS and revenue beat. Revenue coming in at $723 million versus estimates of $710 million. The company announcing a new strategic partnership with AMD for enterprise AI. The stock up almost 16%.
Wow. Nvidia Q4 results out any moment now. Joining us now for a preview, Gil Loria, head of technology research at D.A. Davidson's got a buy rating, a $250 price target on Nvidia. Gil, great to speak with you. We've already gotten word from hyperscalers that they're massively increasing CapEx. We heard Jensen at CES say that he's massively bullish about demand, and we have data points from vendors who, like TSMC, who reported great earnings. So what are you thinking here? How important is this one?
Well, it's very important for answering why Nvidia is trading at such a discount to the rest of the chip companies. To your point, we know the results are going to be great. If all their customers are spending so much more, we know that they're going to report good results, have good guidance, and have a positive outlook for the rest of the year. But Nvidia is trading at 25 times, which implies that this is the peak of the cycle for them. When if you look at AMD, Broadcom, and the memory companies, those stocks are implying that the peak of the cycle is 2-3 years out. How do we close that gap? I actually think the focus is going to be what are they doing about memory in terms of cost and re-architecting their product? And what are they doing about the adjacent markets? CPUs, custom GPUs, ASICs. Those are things we'll start hearing about today and more at GTC, because those are the things that will help us understand that Nvidia will maintain its leadership position, and there shouldn't be this discrepancy between how they're viewed versus other chip companies.
Gil, I wonder, though, if it's not analogous to what Apple dealt with when it first started over-earning in the first iPhone cycle. The market just won't extrapolate these massive kind of hardware boom times forever, at least as reflected in a PE multiple.
That's right. But that was more of a question when Nvidia was trading at 40 times. At 25 times, that implies a very pedestrian growth rate. They're only trading at a slight premium to the market.
Apple got to 12. We want to go back 15 years,
That's right. That's right. But we knew that we're going to comp that, and people don't buy phones every year. Yeah. NVIDIA's customers are going to buy more and more chips every year because AI is working so well. The market right now is having two very diametrically opposed concerns, and you've been talking about this even this hour. One concern is, we can't possibly keep building data centers at this rate because AI isn't good enough. And then there's the opposite concern of, this AI thing is so good that software companies are all zeros. We think that there's a middle ground here where AI is very powerful. The large companies will continue to build more and more data center capacity, so they will need to buy more chips next year. And that's my point about NVIDIA having new product cycles, expanding into adjacent categories, because those big customers, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Google, and XAI and Elon, they're going to want to buy more next year. We're going to start hearing that towards the end of the year, but even as early as July, when Microsoft gives us guidance for their fiscal 27, which again is likely for more CapEx than this year.
As we are waiting, the stock is higher by 0.5%. Gil, how much China is in there? How much H200 chip is in there? Because a deputy commerce person was cited today in a congressional hearing, as saying that not to his knowledge that any H200 chips were actually shipped to China.
Yeah, China's really out of the numbers right now. It's out of the current quarter. It's out of this year. because it's unclear how much they're going to sell. This is an inventory of H200s that they had that they've already written down. So if it is, it's a little bit of a windfall. The numbers are very small. This is more about the discussion is more about the longer term impact. At some point, China was probably a quarter of NVIDIA's revenue. It's still a quarter of the market. Right now, it's almost zero, which is to say, if NVIDIA can get back into the China market, that's another quarter of the market that becomes available to them again that is currently completely out of the numbers.
And Brenda, I know you're still with us, Brenda Vingello. What about this idea of how much the market's going to be willing to pay for NVIDIA's numbers once they've reached this level?
Well, I think it would definitely be. I could certainly fathom Nvidia being able to get a much higher multiple than it's trading at today. You talked about equating it to Apple from years ago, where there was just this kind of disbelief in the company's ability to continue to grow. And I think in this scenario, it could be similar. So I absolutely think this company could see multiple expansion. That's not something we've been talking about within tech for the last year or so, because it's universally been expensive. But Nvidia is not. Especially if the company continues to grow as we expect it will. I think it could certainly command a much higher multiple than it's trading at today.
Mikhail, is there any concern that Nvidia won't be able to hold its market leadership position as we shift more toward the demand for inferencing chips?
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of the conversation is going to. When you have 95% market share and 75% gross margins, that attracts a lot of competition. That's what we've seen from AMD and from Broadcom and its partners, is that they want to get into this market and get bigger pieces of it. And they have very ambitious endeavors to do so. And if NVIDIA was to stand still right now, those companies would be in a good position to gain significant share, which is to say NVIDIA won't stop growing. It just can't grow at the same rates if it goes from 95% share to 85 or 75% share. That's why it's so important that they are not standing still, that they are talking about expanding into adjacent categories and continuing to improve their product so that total cost of ownership for inference isn't lower for those other alternatives. If NVIDIA continues to increase how many flops it can get for the same price point, then those other products don't have a total cost of ownership advantage, in which case those big mega cap hyperscalers will only buy a little bit of AMD and Broadcom and still buy a majority of NVIDIA. That's why the product roadmap is so important.
Brenda, at some point, do you get a little bit antsy about what NVIDIA is going to do with all of its cash and free cash flow exceeding $150 billion projected in the current year, or are you just happy to have them pile it up?
Well, I think it's certainly unique in having the pile of cash. It didn't used to be alone, but of course, all the hyperscalers are spending the majority of their cash. So I think it is unique. It gives the company optionality. I think if there ever were an acquisition to be made, or even returning cash to shareholders, but usually that's not something that the company that's growing as fast as Nvidia would do. But of course, staying abreast of innovation and continue to be innovative, perhaps there is an opportunity for acquisition and using some of that cash. But from our standpoint, that's not the top of our concerns right now. And
arrangements that it has?
Less quality than, absolutely others. Yeah, until there's actual economic transactions created from AI, we have to be cautious about how we treat their revenue and the hyperscalers' revenue. We want to see businesses generate value from AI. We want consumers to be willing to pay more for the AI that they're using. That'll be true